Good morning. We are live from River Valley Room.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to CPSC. I am unable to be there in person today, and I understand the Vice Chair, Councillor Rice, is unavailable to be there in person today as well. To ensure that we have a smooth meeting with an in-person chair, I'd like to invite Councillor Paquette or Councillor Knack, to chair today's meeting. Do I have unanimous consent for this approach?
Yes.
Yes.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you. I'll pass the chair to Councillor Knack then. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll kick us off until Councillor Paquette arrives, and then happy to turn the chair over to him. So, good morning, everyone. We are here today, Community and Public Services Committee. We will start, so it's been called to order already by Councillor Principe. So next up, we'll do a land acknowledgement, and I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. So I think we did sort of just to confirm the roll call, we heard from Councillor Principe, we heard Councillor Rice, and Councillor Paquette are all here, along with Mayor Sohi, who is in the room.
I'm here.
Good morning. We will also check to see in the room other councillors not on committee. We have Councillor Aaron Rutherford.
Good morning.
Almost forgot your name for some reason. Let's see who else is here. This is a good start. Councillor Wright, I see.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning. I think that's everyone from council that I see. If there's anyone else, please feel free to speak up. Not seeing any. So next we'll take a motion to adopt the agenda. Since folks are not feeling so great, maybe I'll just move the adoption of the agenda until Councillor Paquette gets in the room here. With the following change, the addition on item 8.1, Edmonton enforcement staffing. So that is moved, and please vote.
Yes.
That was a yes from Councillor Paquette, and sorry, I'm just entering the meeting now as I forgot to actually click on the right meeting, so I'm just trying to click yes. There it is.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Next up, approval of the minutes from the October 30th, 2023 Community and Public Services Committee meeting. I'll move those as well. Please vote.
Yes.
It's fighting me, so I'm just going to have to say yes verbally because it won't let me click on yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Protocol items, I don't believe there were any that I saw, so I think we can continue on. Next up, select items for debate. I will go to the board to see if folks... Although I realize I think we've got folks in transit, so yeah, Mayor, I forgot you're here, Mayor. So yeah, you can do some some selections and motions.
Let's 6.1,
6.1,
6.2,
6.2,
6.3.
6.3.
We have a speaker.
Yep.
7.1 is for 1:30.
Yep.
And then 7.1, 7.2 to be dealt together. 7.3 we have a speaker. And 7. I'll leave that to you. Oh, we're not 7.5.
Yep, we have a speaker there as well.
Yep.
Great, thank you. And I will select 8.1. And I don't see anyone else on the board, and there's only the one remaining item. So Mayor Sohi, can you move all remaining items?
So do.
Thank you. Please vote. That would just be on item 7.4.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. I guess you want to repeat back the one item we passed there, just to be sure.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. This morning, CPSC has approved item 7.4, fine increase for bylaw 13145, animal licensing and control bylaw, interference with peace officer, to be received for information.
Thank you. That's what I have as well. Next up, requests to speak. Mayor Sohi, can you move the list?
Absolutely. That Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. 6.3 Ortona Armory. This was previously approved. We hear from Patrick Aris Pilon, Ortona Armory Tennis Association in person, as well as Tim Falkman in person. And then on 7.3, Edmonton Valley Zoo, opportunities to reduce reliance on the property tax levy, We hear from Rebecca Stanton, Wilder Institute, Calgary Zoo, joining remotely. Jana Congdon, Concordia University of Edmonton, remotely. Doug Warren, remotely. Mike Rogiani, in person. Lynn Novak, joining remotely. And then on 7.5, fine increase for bylaw 5590, Mel Geary, joining remotely.
Thank you very much. Please vote to hear from those speakers.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the votes. That is carried. Requests for time specific, there are none. We will, therefore, we will work through this agenda in order, starting with the unfinished business items. We do have already one identified as time specific, which is item 7.1 and 7.2, as they'll be cross-referenced. That will be taking place at 1:30. So for those who are registered to speak, particularly on what I would flag on 7.3 and 7.5 for Valley Zoo and the fine increase for traffic bylaw obstructions, that will likely, don't hold, it's never going to be 100%, but likely not until the afternoon, I would suggest, looking at the agenda. There's a chance we could get there, so stay tuned. If you're watching online, we'll do our best to get through everyone. We've scheduled this meeting to run until 9 o'clock, but there's not as many speakers as I think we first thought, so we might be able to do that earlier than that too. So, Councillor Burkett was going to chair, and I'm happy to let him take over if he would like.
Well, I can, but you're doing such a good job.
Well, you have to choose.
Oh, carry on then.
All right, then we'll keep going. Otherwise, there's going to be a Canadian standoff. So, Councillor inquiries. I don't think, I have no idea if there were any submitted in advance. So, no, I'm seeing shaking heads, no. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. Requests to reschedule, there are none. So, let us move on to item 6.1, Edmonton's plan to prevent and end homelessness, lessons learned.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Flaman, Deputy City Manager for Community Services. The report we are discussing today provides a preliminary analysis on the implementation of the Community Plan to Prevent and End Homelessness, which was published in 2017. This presentation will highlight for committee members progress against the 2017 plan, including providing important data that helps to explain some of the health, housing, and social factors that are contributing to Edmonton's current state of homelessness. The report also includes some considerations for improving the current service delivery model as the homeless serving system reorients back to a proactive planning space in a post-pandemic environment. The findings presented in the preliminary progress report from Homeward Trust will be incorporated as one input alongside extensive engagement that is currently underway to inform the development of the community plan update, which will be published in the spring of 2024. This report is for information only. I'll now hand the presentation off to Susan McGee, Chief Executive Officer for Homeward Trust.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the entire committee and all of council for their continued support and priority put on this issue. I will just kind of frame, it's a fairly brief presentation compared to the dense amount of information, I think, in the report itself. And it's interesting that, you know, it was a really important exercise for us to look back over a period of time with, frankly, so much chaos and yet still so much done. And it is also a little bit, I guess, just situating something in the middle of a crisis when we're looking back at a period of time like that. It's a little bit like a cognitive dissonance in terms of the urgency that we're still facing with this issue. So I just want to acknowledge that, and we'll just go into, I know that council already has done a land acknowledgement, but it's very important certainly for us to acknowledge in this work from the perspective of a land acknowledgement, you know, a more action-oriented commitment as well, and that we do come to this territory, this Treaty 6 territory, with. Am I advancing myself? I don't know what I'm. You say next slide. Oh, okay. I think it's next slide. Thanks. You know, certainly, really recognizing that the issue of homelessness is rooted in and its contributing factors and actually how we can possibly move forward in addressing the issue is very much rooted in those historic wrongs. So as we kind of think about land acknowledgements in our organization and throughout the community, we really, I think, want to make sure that we take a pause and acknowledge that. So the report going to the system planning work really is an elevation. When we first did the plan, it was a time when we were talking about system planning and the language around system planning very differently. You know, it's been an evolution of the work to acknowledge that the community plans of the past, of 20 years ago, when approximately 20 years ago is when I started in the organization, community planning was a very, very different approach. And system planning today acknowledges that there is a really big impact that organizations and the social and the homeless serving sector can have on this issue, but it really does rely on and interact heavily with other systems, and those systems need to be very much part of the planning and part of the solution. There's a lot of emphasis in the 2017 plan, as there continues to be, on the Housing First program and the efficacy of that program, and I don't think anybody has questioned that it is always about housing, but it's rarely only about housing. And so the Housing First program and connecting folks to supports and to the long-term, sustainable, connected solutions that will maintain their housing in the long term remains core. It's still a best practice, and it provides that permanent solution. And we currently fund 71 major programs that are designed to address housing through Housing First. They include things like intensive case management, assertive community treatment, permanent supportive housing, and we have also worked with Alberta Health Services and have programs connecting with persons with developmental disabilities. And what we've seen and what the report reflects on is how we started that work in 2017 and quite frankly previously, and have really expanded to, within the Housing First principle, expand to much more around prevention and also interacting with more clinical supports. Next slide. One of the roles that is articulated in the plan around Homeward Trust system planning effort is that we are an aggregator of funding, if you will. We receive and are trusted with the allocation of public dollars from all orders of government, and in doing so, we allocate it across program models. And back in 2017, you may recall that there was a really intentional acknowledgement that those resources need to shift over time, that expecting to reduce our investment in intensive case management and increase our investment in permanent supportive housing and more long-term supports was anticipated and part of that plan. And that kind of thinking, that kind of calibrating our response remains very important, and I think is reflected in the plan update that is an intention. But for the most part of those last 5 years, we've been very disruptive and disrupted in our intentional planning and decision making because we've been all responding very differently to an environment of crisis. It is still, I think, the responsibility of community-based planning and this work to really think that we're not going to institutionalize a particular approach and a particular allocation of resources, but to allocate money across and to shift towards where evolving need is. And with that, one of the things that did shift during this period was more of the resources that Homeward Trust administers going directly to more crisis response, and in that, certainly within the pandemic, operating hotels, expanding bridge housing, and we currently fund housing-focused outreach and partnership with the cities and encampment response initiative and coordinate that. That's something that we didn't do as much before the pandemic. It really has been something that was initiated in the context of that. We were piloting some things, and we continue to stay involved in that, and we'll actually be, I think, very confident that this planning work right now is indicating a need to continue that, and if anything, innovate and expand. That intermediary role is also one where we're able to evaluate and measure the impact of the programs that we fund, and the plan review included a lot of analysis, and it's kind of a tip of the iceberg, if you will, around the amount of analysis work that we've been doing in the last several months in terms of getting ready for kind of the next iteration of the plan. It will rely very, very heavily on the consultation that's underway currently, and it will also, though, kind of braid together, if you will, the data that we have and the performance information that we do have in terms of efficacy, and also some of the broader system data that we've been able to get because of the last few years and just our close connection to those systems. It is, next slide. Again, very much the plan was a focus on community engagement at the time. It remains a core part of our function. The language around functional zero and brief, rare, and non-recurring experience of homelessness was starting to take hold across the programs that we work with, like Built for Zero, and that was reflected in the plan. And probably amongst the things that you would recognize in the plan and is discussed in the report is that accountability framework and the system integration really was only really kind of initiated, and ironically, this is more of a commentary, is that in the middle of the pandemic, we all probably found ourselves talking about what we can learn from a pandemic when we are making decisions weekly that really are impactful and coordinating with those systems in kind of, in many ways, a command center approach. And that was, you know, from an accountability framework, the idea that we would, within our last plan, be able to have an accountability framework that really held those systems to account remains very important. It'll be better articulated, I think, in this plan. And also, though, did we really learn? My commentary is like we have very quickly retracted, it seems like, from those really intentional joint decisions that we made in crisis, and we saw those opportunities, and frankly, it was one of the silver linings of that period that I'm concerned that we may lose. So I expect that will be very much part of our learning. Next slide. There's certainly some counterintuitive numbers in the report. I anticipate, it can be a little bit frustrating to look at the math and think, when we make forecasts, why is it that we need to house 8 to 10 individuals over a period of time to see an actual reduction of about 1? How many people are coming back into homelessness and how soon? We now have a longer expression of those experiences in data, so we can look at the fact that we do have more people coming back into a Housing First program after 3 to 4 years. We still have a retention rate of about 80% within 6 months after graduating from a Housing First program. But over time, we're still seeing the fact that people are living in poverty, they're still at risk of losing their housing, and they're still not getting the supports that they need in the long term to prevent a future experience of homelessness. So we certainly have that information. What does it indicate in terms of our changes? And I think the fact is that we have still, within all of those numbers, as a community, ended an experience of homelessness for many, many people and given them hope and given them a trajectory that's much better than they would have had otherwise. the work that's been done to facilitate the additional permanent supportive housing units is frankly quite Herculean. I think we had some ambitious goals at the time, but having the Rapid Housing Initiative and going through the work with the City of Edmonton on identified sites really made a lot of that possible. So with that, I think that in terms of what's changed, there's an identification, next slide, thank you, of really, we can't talk about the plan without talking about the last few years, but it's not just, and I shouldn't say just, that's terrible. We always think, if we just did this, and it's never just. So the pandemic also was a lot of other things. It changed what we have available in terms of our daytime drop-ins and what we consider to be safe environments generally, not just because of distancing, but because of the support that staff need. And it's changed how we, as a community, I've reflected a lot in this engagement and planning work on the fact that, over the last few years, there's been times when it's been illegal to have somebody sleep on your couch. It's been illegal to kind of support your family in a way that you might have. And all of those things are going to be, with us for a long time. So reflecting on the pandemic and then the population growth of our community, there are real and significant cost of living increases, and particularly around housing, that we could not have anticipated at the time, and far more people are at risk of losing their housing than we might have anticipated at the time. And there is, with that, folks experiencing homelessness that have never actually entered the homeless serving system, just never had relied on those systems in the past. So lots of learnings that are articulated. I think the next slide, as we kind of, I certainly want to leave room for questions, is I'm not just going to get into the numbers, but it gives you an idea that we've continued over a period of time to house very aggressively. I say aggressively, but it's just been relentlessly, I suppose is the best word. But we do see an uptick in the folks that are coming back into homelessness after having been housed, and typically it's after 3 to 4 years. Next slide. One of the things that we will be considering a lot as we update this plan is the addition of more of a recovery orientation to some of the facilities that are coming on stream and our health services. And it's a reminder to reflect on the Housing First philosophy, which really is recovery oriented at its core. It really is about folks moving through change and doing, frankly, a lot of the heavy lifting themselves. We don't put people in housing, and we support people in that recovery orientation. And many folks do express, and through the consultation that we know we've already started, and the lived experience interviews, frustration and challenges in just accessing the treatment that is available now. So that is part of the Housing First philosophy, as well as the other items here, but I would also stress the need for community and the connection to community that is fundamental to ensuring folks are successful in the long term. For many people that ultimately experience homelessness or are houseless currently, they have lost a lot of the connections that they have, and they're seeking that connection in encampments and other places, and bridging that is really important and is part of Housing First. Again, to the next slide, some counterintuitive numbers again in the report. I think what's more indicative of this kind of aggregating of numbers is the fact that we are analyzing and reflecting on change constantly. When we see upticks in the by name list, yes, we do see issues in terms of available stock, but other things can trigger those upticks. Some of it is actually when there's more services available and people who are at risk of homelessness have nowhere else to go. We're finding more often they're engaging in the system earlier because they don't have options. So it's really that kind of inflow and outflow that we analyze and will be part of our planning going forward. Next slide. So opportunity areas. There are many systems, as has been indicated, that interact with homelessness. We have different actors or the same actors playing different roles in our community, and really intentionally planning together is very important. The municipality, the City of Edmonton, has played a really significant leadership role in homelessness and responding with housing and in coordinating specifically even like the Indigenous-led work in housing, and those roles as they evolve and making sure that we are all in lockstep and having the greatest impact is very, very important, as well as others and the role of our health services and our police services. we've seen the rapid development of supportive housing. It has been extremely important, and we're learning as we go. We are also learning in terms of the level of support that some folks need that even the supportive housing that we have currently doesn't provide, and the challenges that some of the teams have had with retaining and supporting individuals. So those are all good stories, but they're wrapped up sometimes in hard lessons. And that is going to continue to be, I think, a really big emphasis as we look at the housing programs that roll out nationally and in the province. And there's the need to reduce inflow. The fact that, again, speaking to the folks that have not experienced homelessness in the past, and we do know that any experience of homelessness is taxing, but a longer term experience of homelessness actually affects people long term, and preventing that experience in the first place is really critical. So more emphasis on diversion and prevention is really important. We are certainly challenged with the fact that regrouping around the state of crisis and emergency that many folks are facing as they are struggling outside, and there is really positive changes around the availability of additional shelter, but reorienting some of our supports to be more present and involved with addressing that crisis is going to be very important. And that includes working as new shelters open and new operators are available, tying housing efforts directly to shelter as much as possible. Even the many folks, including the sector that has been engaged in the interviews and folks lived and living experience, are really, I would say, thematically, the need for really intentional planning, not a 5-year plan that we come back to talk about later, but also not crisis planning, so that we are weekly changing. There's this expression I use too much, opening the oven door and the cake never gets to bake. So just thinking about how planning happens going forward, scenario planning where appropriate, but then sticking to those long-term goals as much as possible so that we are not erratic in our decision making. And finally, the accountability framework that I mentioned. What does an accountability framework mean? And if you think about that earlier slide, Homeward Trust certainly has a responsibility of administering a significant amount of resources. We would never diminish the emphasis on that, but it is incredibly small compared to all of the other systems that we work in. And so it isn't to weaponize or to look at data and use it in a way that does anything more than actually really improve our collective decision making. So an accountability framework is an instrument that I think can do that and help us with that. Next slide. Next slide, please. So we do have a few reports that are just coming out. We had an update to the community last week, and the consultants that we're working with, who have throughout the summer been interviewing and meeting with agencies, and have many of the voices of folks who are relying on our services reflected, have been pulling those things together in what we heard reports, and have shared certainly a lot of what I've shared with you today as part of that early learning. But as we get underway in that, as I said, it's really important that we tie together both the analytical work that we have access to and are responsible for, those indicators, all of the other planning that has happened and is currently underway, and those voices, and they are diverse, and it's a very important part of our continued engagement of people living without housing, that we understand that everybody has their own journey in and journey out of homelessness, but that we focus on still the fundamentals that they're missing. The evaluation and accountability of the system currently, in the next slide, it's kind of looks a little bit messy, but I hope it leaves you with the understanding that we do have engagement of over 60 coordinated access points. So we do try to connect very much across the city of Edmonton, libraries, other sites, provide training, and ensure that people have no wrong door into being referred to supports. And this is some of the touch points to illustrate where our accountability and where our analysis for the funds that we administer and the programs that we complement goes into through some of the public-facing reports, as well as the performance reports that we share with agencies. And I think I can wrap up and take questions.
Well, thank you very much for that presentation, and I think there will be questions. This was selected by Mayor Sohi, so I can start with Mayor Sohi.
Yeah. Oh, first of all, let me start by conveying my deepest gratitude to Homework Trust, your team, Susan, and also to our administration. I think it's a fact that without your work and the partnership with the city and the agencies, the situation that people experience in Edmonton probably be worse than what it is today. It is worse now, but I think it will be much, much worse. When you look at the data, 8,500 people housed since 2017. That's remarkable. That's a remarkable part of the story that needs to be repeated often to convey the hard work and appreciate the work that you're doing. So really want you to know that I deeply appreciate the work you've been doing. I'll start with the coordinated access partners in Metro Edmonton. That's 60 points. This is about like if somebody somewhere in Edmonton may come into contact with some of these organizations, then through that they're contacted to services and programs that are available in the city. Am I reading it right?
Yes, so the by name list is comprised of folks that have identified as having no housing, and part of the assessment of their housing crisis is a kind of a pre-screening. So those organizations are trained in doing that pre-screening to ensure that they are then on the by name list, and we can identify certainly risk in terms of prioritization. For instance, folks who may be living outside, unsheltered, are immediately prioritized. And it allows us to engage with those folks and also, in some cases, connect them to not necessarily the intensive case management, but we now have several organizations that provide supported referrals. So they are then, with the engagement, able to access startup dollars to get them into housing really quickly, where long-term supports are not necessary.
Got it. Okay. On the, despite housing 8,500 people, more and more Edmontonians are falling into houselessness. You touched on some of the reasons. Poverty is one of them. Lack of adequate housing, another one. So when you come back with the updated plan, I think sometime first quarter of next year, would you elaborate more on what are the reasons that more and more people are falling into houselessness, and what the solutions are to close that? Because we will continue to struggle to house people until we look at the reasons and stop working on solutions, which is mainly provincial responsibility and federal responsibility. We have an advocacy role in that. Just want to understand better, would you have some ideas what we can as a council do in order to stop the flow of people into houselessness?
Certainly, the engagement and folks telling their story will contribute a lot to that. There's also some confusing statistics. We have folks who are evicted and go straight to an encampment rather than any of the other opportunities that we would normally try to divert and have them work with other supports. So some of that is really needing more of a deep dive. And so one of the things in conjunction with the plan update we've initiated is it's action research on chronic homelessness. The federal government has funded several communities across Canada, and Edmonton is one of them. And we are specifically focusing on the unsheltered and what their journey into homelessness and encampments is, and that will complement the work. And it isn't going to be certainly easy to identify very, very specifically for everybody, but we do know that some of the challenges with the folks doing the work, we need more of those health and other systems involved very early on in assessing the needs of individuals. There's more complexity. Those are, I think, apparent to most people every day. And certainly the plan update will identify some of the stories and some of the things that with some precision, and we will dig deeper as well.
Okay, got it. When is that federal report you said that work being done? When would that be concluded?
It's an action research project, so we have a steering committee. It's honestly a year and a half study because of the nature of the methodology, but we will be learning constantly as we are doing that, and it'll provide some additional resources to have those interviews and to look at also, we are all aware that encampments are nationally and across North America, if not elsewhere, a really more complicating nature right now.
Yeah.
So it'll allow us to look at those.
Thanks. I'll come back for more.
Thank you very much. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Chair Knack. So thank you for this report. I read it a few times. I was stuck on a desert island. I had nothing else. No, it was actually fascinating. A couple things, a lot stood out with me, but a couple that I'd like to touch on is you've got a whole paragraph on the housing first approach on page 22. And in it is some wording that I definitely appreciate, but maybe may not fall into line with the general understanding of homelessness and the factors that weigh into it. And one of the things you said in this paragraph is that you will sort of tailor your approach to each individual's unique needs. And this could include mental health services, addiction treatment, employment assistance, and more. So right now, we've got a provincial government that is focused mostly on the addictions treatment aspect of things, at least publicly, in the form of recovery. And while I think that there's merit to people recovering, one of the other things that you mentioned in your presentation is this need for supports. And so I'm worried that this conversation about recovery means that someone goes into an institute or a facility, if there's even a space available, of which there's a massive dearth, then they come out and they still have all of the underlying issues that led to their addiction in the first place. How do we square those different concepts up?
Typically, those who would be engaging in treatment within a recovery framework, the treatment is one part of it. Interestingly, the language around recovery-oriented systems of care really echoes with a lot of what Housing First is about, which is ultimately having connection to community, and so that continuity of support for the individual and walking that path with them and having them feel confident throughout that path. I mentioned rehousings. What isn't necessarily in this slide is from a Housing First perspective, it's not so much failure. We rehouse folks. Sometimes people move into a place that they think was the best place for them, maybe connect close to somebody or a location that wasn't ultimately the best choice for them, and we help them with a relocation and the support. And I say we in that it is very much a community of 200 plus staff doing that. But the staying with somebody through that journey is a really important part of any successful treatment intervention, and knowing that people will need support in the future. So I think there are folks seeking treatment and not able to get into it in terms of their pathway and where they're at. We can focus on doing the best job possible with that, but we also need to be there before and after. And so often it's the after that people end up back into a houseless situation.
Right. Okay, so just so that I'm clear, so we can get I'm worried about getting communication right for the public and for intergovernmental work. And so do you feel that this concept of recovery that we heard about a year ago is maybe in that time evolved to understand that when someone goes into recovery, they are essentially getting housing first because we are housing them in their, when they are in a institution or a facility, but that housing has to continue afterwards as well, along with the supports?
Yes, absolutely. The messaging around the treatment first versus housing first, and recovery has been polarizing. Some examples, though, I will say, for instance, folks in housing first programs, we've maintained their housing so that they could go back to their apartment after they've gone through treatment, rather than have them lose that housing, which they otherwise would for sure. They would not be able to retain a house and go into an apartment, go into treatment, and then come back to the same place. So being able to do that, it's some resources, but it's very small compared to the trajectory of somebody ending up back on the street.
All right, so concepts are more aligned than they are misaligned.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Rice is next.
Thank you, Chair Luck. So before I ask my question, I just want to say, and if during my 5 minutes, if I have some coughing, and then please bear with me, and because I do have some very bad coughing. I got some wiser. So my first question, I just want to say thank you for Home Trust doing this work that is really important for our city, and also the good presentation as well. My first question, I heard some very tangible outcomes or outputs, and with this specific data to show the progress. So my first question is about, since 2017 to now, what is the biggest challenge and what in this lessons learned, and for us to address this issue more efficiently and effectively?
I think the point in time we're at is a bit of a reset based on the amount of changes that have happened in the context of how the work is done. And that's very, very important. I can't underscore more the complete disruption that the last few years has had on so many aspects of the work. We were still, teams out of Expo when everything else was closed. We're still housing 120 to 140 people a month. But with all of that said, really, really challenging and different work. So the work was different then than it is now. So taking the best learnings that we can out of that period of time and relying still on the learnings that we had when we reduced homelessness by 48%, I think is I don't want to call it, reset might not be quite the word, but we're really at an important intersection of opportunities with that.
So what I heard here is that the challenge could be some resources challenge, and then is there any challenge about the policy integration, and also from programs provided by itself and a procedure sense. So for the report will come back, updated plan will come back in 2024, and as mentioned in our report. And was something significantly different, and how we address this compared to the past 5 years, 6 years since 2017?
Yes, I think there will be, and I think that accountability that I mentioned would, I think, be a thread throughout. There is, I think, in that accountability, a need on, we've talked a lot about product and just available housing, but rental assistance and the ability to pay rent when you're on income supports and sustain that long after the Housing First teams are no longer engaged with you is really, really significant. It's also significant in our ability and the entire sector's ability to achieve really, really ambitious housing goals. So if people can't pay rent, the lights don't stay on. And so even if the performance work based on some grants and some financing, being able to ensure long-term sustainability through some income augmentation. And rent is not income, it certainly is to the landlord, but it is something that definitely prevents people from maintaining their housing. That's just an example. But there's also, you know, the ability to maintain relationships and connect to people who have, who require, I don't want to say clinical supports, but just more ongoing supports. The type of supports that a typical housing first worker is not trained necessarily to provide, but ongoing counseling, accessing that regularly is very, very challenging for folks, and it will rely on those other systems.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a last question here. Is about the investment and community investment. So in the slide, it shows our city provided $1.1 million. That is ongoing operating budget for 2023, 2024. Do you have the data for the since 2017, like how much investment and from three orders government?
Certainly, yes, we have all of the, so I can certainly come back with the specific numbers about each year and what the cumulative investment has been. And those numbers also reflect the operating funds from the city, but the city has also contributed differently and in different ways to homelessness, and I think it would be important to acknowledge and reflect that.
And I would just note, excuse me, Councillor Rice, that memo, that information has been provided to you in a memo and to all of Council in a memo previously in terms of how much money the City of Edmonton has spent addressing homelessness more broadly since
2017.
Yes.
Thank you. That's your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess that leaves me on committee. So again, just thank you for all of this information. It was a really great report to go through. Appreciating that we have a plan coming in the new year, and so I don't have a ton of questions this time around, but high level, just a few things. Because that report is coming after probably the provincial budget, I wanted to just get a sense of, so if today, the province, you know, because we just had the announcement about a $5.5 billion surplus, and if today they wanted to start addressing some of the gaps in the number of units that we need, do we have a sense of exactly how many units we would need today between recovery centers, beds, supportive housing, what we need to address where we're at today?
So there's been really a lot of deep planning around affordable housing, and we need all of it. And I know that when I speak to the issues around, for instance, modeling, when we did the 2017 plan and estimated about just over 900 units that we needed.
That's right.
As we've done the analysis, and we've worked on a few different ways of modeling, it in total is, I will say it's closer to 1,300 is what we are modeling now. One of the things about that number that plays a significant factor is the surrounding supports that may be available, and it's probably much more so than perhaps any other type of housing stock. That's why it's so important that when we do our planning, we kind of future-proof it, because it may be give or take that, in that people do recover and they do rely less on those intensive supports if the rest of the system's working. So it is a number we need to have precision around, but that big asterisk on what everybody else is doing.
So I just want to make sure for myself, as you mentioned, we had a previous requirement or number that we had identified of 916 units. We've built 644. The 1,300 you've stated would be the new number based off the current growth that we've seen and the challenges that have arisen. So even though we would have gone from 900 down by about 215, I just want to make sure I've done my math right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So we're still working that number because
we're not there.
Yeah. Well, it's just that there's and this is one of those things where and the means is an end in itself, because it's really important work to identify those variables that we see. Yeah. For instance, the folks that are really struggling to maintain their housing in the products that the 200 plus units that have just been opened.
Yes.
And so I'll put an asterisk on that.
Sure.
And I would also just add, Councillor Knack, that in the updated affordable housing strategy report that's coming to you in January, I believe, it was supposed to come here, but our agenda was packed, is we have quantified the cost of, or at a high level, of meeting the full housing need in Edmonton.
Yeah, and I just ask again because I want to make sure, if we're doing advocacy and the province has, through the shelters has shown a willingness to work with us, and that primarily relates to capital costs, and we have a significant surplus. I wanted to make sure I knew the high-level numbers so we could be talking about that. So I'm hearing, again, more to come, around 1,300 with some asterisks to make sure that we're going through that body of work. Fantastic. I think the only other question that I had is, we had done the study, or AHS had done the study, I think in partnership with the city and I believe Homeward Trust around Ambrose Place. Now I think that's a 2015 study. Is some of the work you're doing going to try to take a similar approach to the new units that have been built in the last few years, or particularly the ones in the last year, to try to quantify both the health impact savings? This report showed some of the health impact, or I think the provincial report last year had a showing of how much they're impacting the healthcare system, but being able to actually show the dollar amount, I think also can sometimes help for those who maybe are most focused on the dollars and a little less focused on the individuals.
Certainly. So within the system planning framework, which is going to refer to a bit on like just I mentioned earlier, the amount of analysis we're doing, having system numbers in terms of the cost of what is a lot of activity has been part of that work, and just drilling down in terms of the actual costs of different programs. And for instance, some of the supported referral, much lighter touch, but very effective as well in terms of cost avoidance. So when you look at any particular specific program, it's a little easier, but we're trying to expand some of that analysis and the cost of the programs overall.
Great, and that's information we would have coming in the new year as well, with us a more wholesome or holistic approach on cost savings. Awesome. Those are all my questions. Really appreciate all the work on this. Thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much. Wanted to echo comments of my colleagues, just in terms of, the report alludes to it very briefly, but just to the incredible shift that was made during the pandemic to emergency response, and just how profoundly that helped our community, and how profoundly I'm sure it impacted your organization as well. But thank you for providing that in our community. I really appreciate the report. I think there were some really fantastic findings and lessons to build on. I think just in terms of the recidivism, that really speaks to some key challenges when we're looking at it as a system. And you alluded to, for some folks that's maybe when the supports go away. For others, it comes down to sort of strictly just an income issue. Do you have an idea of the proportions of each of those groups, in terms of is it mainly just an income issue? Like if we could provide a $200 rent sup for 1,000 people, they would be fine forever, or or is that not quite?
Certainly, I wouldn't estimate that. I think it's a really important question. I think in the question is an acknowledgement that I think that we have more folks struggling with issues in community and lack of natural supports, and how that just as a fundamental has changed what we would have maybe 5 years ago looked at differently, just in terms of, because once somebody has had that experience of loss and the compounding aspects of other losses, it's been accelerated, I guess. So I think it's a really important question and something that we should be reflecting on in it.
Well, yeah, and I think because my mind goes to two different directions. So one is just that if we can have that data, I think that allows us to be really precise in some of the advocacy that we do. But then the other side too, I think maybe a broader question in terms of the overall strategy, are we assuming that we're going to have the same resources that we've had all along? Because the really terrible question that raises in my mind is, do we do less better or more kind of the same? And just wondering how you're balancing those tensions.
Awesome question, because we never assume anything, and we model 5 budgets every year just on if this happens or that happens. I can say that some of the increase that we have had during the pandemic from the federal government is one of the less confident projections that we have. We do know that we will maintain that level of funding next year, but reaching home is under review, and so that's a significant amount of money. So we do model a lot of variables, and also that rental assistance number, a lot of the rent that we're paying in the Housing First program is paid within the Homeward Trust Housing First program model. And the more folks you house, the more you have to forecast, and it can get up to $10 million. That's funding that would come from go towards other programs if we could augment our budget with more reliable sources of rent subsidy.
Yeah.
So spinning plates and moving all of those things around is always a really important part of the modeling every year.
Yeah, well, and absolutely, again, something I think we can potentially work with in terms of the, oh, I apologize.
Sorry, just hang on. I saw a note online here. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford, that the audio has cut out. Hang on tight. We'll freeze your time. You'll have 1 minute and 45 seconds once we figure this out.
Test, test, test. Testing audio.
Oh, it looks like folks are saying they can hear us again. I see at least one saying the sound is back. Okay, there we go. 1 minute 45, you're back. Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so, I think recognizing the uncertainty around some of that funding, but great to be thinking about that. Just wondering if there's other models of Housing First in terms of, like maybe more of a group home model. I don't know if that reduces the overhead costs. Will those be explored as part of the update?
So again, I think that Housing First's philosophy and program model is something that we're trying to nuance better, because the housing without barrier or precondition or requirement to meet some additional standard is super important. But there's lots of housing that we need to consider. I mean, I think we have also, as we struggle with the safety of folks who are right now unsheltered, we've lost a lot of SRO, single room occupancy housing, because it wasn't deemed safe.
Yeah,
and so we've lost stuff that used to be, at one point, what somebody actually was really looking for and wanted.
Yes.
And we don't have an approach to replacing that. So there's a range of product, I think, that we need for individuals who that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and it also seems that, maybe different from when the first community plan was developed, that we have seen a lot of successful models emerge. So, of course, Ambrose Place, the John Humphreys, in terms of folks coming out of. So it also seems like there's an opportunity in this strategy to really focus on sort of scaling up some of the solutions that we know work. We don't have to invent them. We just kind of need to build on them.
Yeah.
It's exciting. Okay, well, I'm just about out of time, but I'll come around for another round. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you so much for this report. So much great information. I have so many questions. I guess one of the things that stood out to me is I know that there had been a move to that scattered site approach, and what I kind of read in the undertone of this is that we'd be moving more to, because there's a focus more on that supportive housing, that there would be a shift away in this new report from the scattered housing. Am I understanding that correctly, for a focus on more like supportive wraparound supports in a concentrated area?
It's not I would word it a little bit differently.
Okay.
I think it's not so much a shift from and then to, but that we have a significant unmet need in terms of those higher levels of support for folks still. And the housing sector, and it's been really kind of a bit of a black hole around a continuum where those supports are adequate and for the folks who would otherwise be. But we still have about 1,000 people tonight that are being supported in scattered site, private, individual
and this
suites.
is the thing.
So,
I think that there's definitely the need for supportive, but I keep thinking to myself, and I read in the report, that increase in the inflow into housing, and I keep thinking about housing breakdown prevention. How do we have people that are vulnerable to, let's say, getting an eviction notice or just missing some payments, getting them stabilized before they're unhoused to prevent all of those other negative outcomes that come with that? And I saw the prevention didn't really touch so much on that, and I wanted to get thoughts on that.
So, Councillor Rutherford, I was going to jump in on Mayor Sohi's question earlier, but then when he asked a similar question around prevention, but Council actually approved $1 million in homelessness prevention funding for us in the last 4-year budget, and so we're working on a program piece around that. Administration is obviously extremely closely with Homeward Trust, but we're seeing that's under development right now, and we actually just finished commissioning some research around a jurisdiction scan of what exists currently and what in Canada, what exists in Edmonton's ecosystem, and we're really looking to see how we can shore up those resources, because there are some programs that exist currently, like the Community Bridge program at Bissell, which the city has been instrumental in creating and starting, and continues to fund to this day. But we think there's an opportunity to really build off of that and expand it into a more fulsome service, and we're also considering that in light of the tenant support services that we have currently in my section as well.
And do we have any context on one of the things when we were at the housing symposium with the EMRB that they talked about, I think you were there as well, Susan, but is the significant loss of housing that's affordable. So not affordable housing, but housing that's affordable, and how that's eroding in Edmonton. Or do we have any scope and scale of what's progressing there in terms of creating this strategy going forward?
Yes, we have that information, and yeah, it's not pretty.
It's not pretty, yeah.
I don't have the number in front of me right now, but it is in our updated housing needs assessment, and I'll get it for you. But for sure, our affordable housing strategy going forward, we call that naturally occurring affordable housing for what it's worth.
Yes, naturally. Okay, I like that term. Yeah.
But we are looking at a strategy in our affordable housing strategy coming in January, trying to address that.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be very keen to see what comes out of that, because that's something that's definitely on my mind. And then, the other piece I always think about, and one thing that really struck out to me in this report, is the amount of people that are on some sort of income support that are still having trouble being stably housed because it's not enough. So, I often think about, rehousing people into poverty still doesn't help with a lot of the health outcomes that you see in homelessness. Any thoughts on that, Ms. McGee?
It's, it really is ultimately one of the most, I think, challenging factors of long-term success.
And are you seeing any progress with your advocacy to the province on some of those things? Like, I know there have been some policy decisions, and you mentioned some provincial policies that have affected or exacerbated the issue we're in now. Have you been able to share any data with the province, or had discussions with the province on the impact of those policies?
Certainly with respect to the rental assistance and the access to it and the prioritization of folks when they are connected with supports. So it can be, just the systems that determine who gets into what process. Sometimes when the primacy of policy is if we do it, for one person, we have to do it for everybody. And yet there are things that we can, I think, really responsibly tie to an individual's support, treatment, recovery, access to housing first, where they are already doing the really hard work of making a difference in their life. So if we can find faster and access to those approvals, that's one of those spaces.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tang.
Great. Good morning. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this report that illustrates a very systemic view of this issue. There's obviously lots of, and I can appreciate that today, we're talking about how are we going to move towards the next update and the next plan. But I'm thinking about some of the questions and around, various individual and systemic reasons for homelessness. I'm wondering for the update, how will, say, trauma or disenfranchised grief or shame and sort of those elements that we know from research kind of is part of many reasons why people do relapse back into homelessness even after, receiving housing. I'm wondering how they would show up in this upcoming plan.
So one of the things that we've talked about and the team kind of leading this is the importance of, when we talk about this accountability framework, really putting specifics to it, because just naming the need and naming those experiences as you have, Councillor, and not saying specifically what kind of skills and support and services are necessary to respond and move somebody. We actually, it's one of the challenges that we have a lot of information, and we keep kind of, it's almost an echo chamber of the desperation and the need and the challenge of this issue, and moving to a plan that names what other systems would need to do in order to address those needs is what we hope that this plan resonates with this plan, and that this plan resonates with having some of those solutions.
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly naming it is important, and sometimes when we can move people to a different place, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, that they feel worthy of receiving help, or worthy of staying in the housing, and I think that piece is often not missing from various strategies and plans. And your presentation talks about the importance of centering on lived and living experiences. I'm wondering, how will this work reflect the research that's already been done, particularly last year as part of the needs assessment from the ethnographic research? Perhaps administration.
Sorry, I'm trying to connect dots with Crystal, sorry.
Yeah, so I'm referencing, the dozens of individuals who shared their lived experience, their stories. And I think at the time, perhaps the relevance is more towards the homeless prevention plan than perhaps affordable housing. So I just want to know, how will those work reflect this community plan?
So one of the things that when we engaged early in this process, we started a couple of, the pre-work was to look at all of the many reports that are out there, and some of them, there's Venn diagrams among some are providing new and additional information, and some really resonate with what's already in. So there was pre-work to look at all of the different things that have occurred in our city since the last plan, and build on where it ties to the solutions of that are housing specific, certainly, but so that work is there. I think it would be reflected. How it will be reflected, I'm not sure yet.
Okay, but you are aware of what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Right. Okay, and then
Crystal reminded me.
Yeah. So your reference to it in your presentation, are you for this upcoming community plan? Is there going to be more ethnographic research? I just don't want work that has already been done and folks who have already shared their stories. We know what some of those factors are. We know, and I guess I just want to make sure that research is not forgotten.
Certainly, we certainly won't. I think what you might, to scale, we will see that some of the research where we have had the opportunity to engage a group of community members to scale, when we look at the thousands of folks that end up in crisis, some of them experiencing long-term homelessness, but not all, is that the scale of the supports needed are much more than would be achieved through the housing intervention dollars, and naming that and putting some scale to it would be something that you can expect in the plan.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Knack. I do have a question. I've heard a lot about helping folks finding financial assistance. Have we looked into organizations such as Trade Winds to Success, engaging with them to help those who are able to get training for employment?
So with the dozen or so Housing First teams, and particularly with the scatter site model, a lot of the case management and identifying with folks throughout their year of support is to look at, and those housing workers are connected to and aware of various training programs, certainly including what Trade Winds would offer and others. And part of that case management and setting goals, supporting them in going through processes of making those connections is part of the work. There's a really, really strong correlation to self-determination and doing and kind of making those relationships for the individual. So the housing worker is there along the way to assist and to be a resource. And so that's part of what that case management through that period is all about, is connecting to those resources. And there's several organizations that they would connect to.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, it got moved around. It's actually Councillor Paquette next, and then Mayor Sohi.
Okay, thank you. I've got a lot of scattershot questions here. I'll try to organize it. I just would like to, right out of the gate, sort of dispel some myths. One thing I hear and get correspondence on is why are we spending so much money on this? People don't even want to be housed. They don't want to be helped. But I think that ignores a myriad of different factors and contributing experiences that lead to maybe someone saying they don't want to be housed, but I think what they mean is they don't want that particular type of experience that they assume they're going to have. Is that about right?
I think that's a good summary. I mean, if we imagine, and it's really part of my work to just, think about my own experiences, my family experiences around, times of chaos. And when people are in chaos and they are really struggling just to survive, and they've perhaps for good reason have lost hope. I mean, we've let people down over and over again. Sometimes that is the most logical response, really. But getting and building that hope and that confidence that not only, can we help them for a day, but we can actually get them into housing and see them through to their furniture is something that requires like really kind of persistent outreach. But sometimes that response is actually quite logical given the way that the rest of the system has let them down.
Yeah. So it's more of an issue with the system or the institution or the circumstances.
And the circumstances that they're in that we sometimes treat each other that way. I don't need any help. I'm not being flippant about it, but I think that sometimes we just really need to make it personal and understand how we sometimes make poor decisions for ourselves and empathize with those that are struggling with much bigger decisions.
So ironically, on the flip side, in the exact same messages, I might also get an opinion that, and if we provide housing anyway, all you get is freeloaders. People will not want to work. They won't want to do anything that changes their life.
We have such inspiring stories of folks that have moved into housing and have really done, gone back to school, done things to reconnect with their families, and frankly be able to be in a position to love and support their own family more, which is ultimately a really important part of their trajectory. That's ultimately the most important prevention strategy we can have, right? Is to deal with trauma early on. So I think that we have way more stories along those lines, and then we still have work to do, and we still fail people, and we still need to do other work better.
Yeah. And by the way, I can understand the frustration of people who are writing in or making comments because they look at this massive, complex problem, and they just want simple solutions. And it is complex, but solutions overall, I mean, if we go high enough level, they are simple, aren't they? High enough level is you make a plan, you understand that there is complexity within the system, and then you fund it and approach it appropriately with a whole system thinking. Is that not?
I think that's a very good summary, and I would just add that there's a dimension of time. That it doesn't open over, and it's taking generations for some folks, and it's going to take us time to change the trajectory of our systems. Right. So we have to be diligent and keep our eye on the ball and not react to, there's some things we need to be reactive to, but really be diligent.
So sometimes things can take days, or they can take weeks, months, years, or even generations.
That's correct. That's my...
we got to get Christopher Nolan on that one. But so, and then just a quick question. In the report, it said one of the factors that affected the assumptions of the 2017 plan were changes in government policy. And I guess the question I would have is what changes can we make on a city level? Because we can't tell the province what to do. We can't tell the federal government to reinstate a national housing program. What can we do as a municipality that we're not already doing that can help a little bit in this regard?
That's a great question. I will make sure I answer it better when I contribute to some of the plan. It's a plan written by many. But I'm actually going to answer it with saying that there's been, in my career, I've been in this issue in community development and generally since around the early 90s, and there has been a lot done by the City of Edmonton in the last few years that set a standard for other municipalities. It's not unusual to be in another city and have folks refer to the changes in the zoning bylaw or changes in reduced parking requirements in the city that really help facilitate the development of housing. So those are very, very positive things. And they may take a while to realize the impact of them, because capital takes time, but I think those are very positive things, and we will definitely think of other policy changes.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think there's a lot of things that city is doing to support people who are struggling on the street, but also preventing people, such as low-income bus pass is a good example, or leisure access program is a good example how actually helps with affordability for many struggling Edmontonians. I want to come back to the caseload capacity. You said has increased to 2,366. That you can manage that many cases, right? How is that? Am I reading that right? That you're able to manage that many cases now because with increased capacity?
I will answer the capacity because I'm not quite sure which part of the report, so I'll answer it in two different ways. We have increased staff to increase overall capacity of housing first, and so we would calculate that at a ratio of so many housing outcomes per month per housing worker, or so many a typical caseload of a team, and follow-up support workers, and the number of folks that they would carry. So we've increased capacity by adding those staff within the Housing First system. The other side of capacity is that we've had a lot of turnover in the sector in the last few years, and lots of folks who are new to this work, getting training and getting more seasoned around the work, and also the prioritization of some of the folks in highest need makes it difficult to maintain a high caseload. So some of the caseloads are lower than we would model typically.
Okay, and Crystal?
I think we do have a number though for in terms of how many at any given time Homeward Trust is financially supporting so many people through the program.
I think that's the number I saw, 2,366 cases.
Please,
but
test
okay.
I'll get that for you.
No worries about
From
that.
Susan's report.
I just trying to understand if even though your capacity is increasing, but the work caseload is also increasing because more and more people are falling into houselessness. And I think just want to understand that. Wanted to understand that better. I also wanted I think 72% of people remain stably housed after initial placement. That's a very good success story. The 28 that don't, we know why? Like, what are some of the reasons?
Yes, it's called an unsuccessful exit or exits within our program, and some folks leave the program, we lose track of them. Some folks, we track deaths within the Housing First program, so we have a number of categories in terms of individuals that have left the program or left contact, and sometimes it's their first effort to work with an agency, and it can be for a period of time, and then a different agency or different changes in their life will reconnect them back with the program. So we do track that, and we track the reasons for it.
Okay, and so because of that broken trust, first contact is not necessarily that people will carry on with that support, right? Because there's a lot of broken trust within the system, or people don't trust the system. Not the system, but the society overall, I would say.
Yeah, and individuals have their own challenges. Individuals have, they're reconstructing a different situation for them. Changing relationships, building healthy relationships takes time. Sometimes moving out of unhealthy relationships takes longer. So people have a lot of things that can prevent them from, or can interrupt their process. But if we view it as an interruption and we continue to have a program that can meet them where they're at again, I don't think that's those are really to be anticipated. I think I would be shocked at any program that was 100% successful for sure.
Particularly when there's so many complex needs and challenges individuals facing. On the people that you track people like staying 1 year, right? And what happens beyond that? Like, do we have understanding? I know you talked a little bit that more and more people, some people are actually coming back into houselessness who were housed for 2 to 3 years, right? So are you keeping more?
We do a follow-up at 6 months. That's part of the data.
After 1 year stay,
After 1
then
year,
after,
yes,
okay.
yes. And there are folks, we have a graduate program where for a variety of reasons, and it's kind of a coordinated case approach, folks may stay in the program for longer. There's different factors, but it's a much smaller percentage than the whole. And that's usually because them being in the program, they may be in the process of securing AISH. They may be close to, so just, maintaining some contact with them. We'll see them through to the end of another process.
I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you very much. Well, appreciate some clarification and in terms of my last questions. I did read the memo, but the memo is only from 2019 to 2022. My question is about from when planning started 2017 to 2023. So for that window. So I do want to get clarification, is that we are on the same memo or not? So because this memo provided the funding about the 2019 to 2022.
Councillor Rice, so just prior to the pandemic, the city's only contributions, regular funding contributions to homelessness would have been that 1.1 million provided, or 1.2 million provided to Homeward Trust on an annual basis. So we can get you an updated memo that includes 2017 and 2018, if that's helpful, but it would primarily be that.
And also 2023 is not included as well.
2023, sure, no problem.
Yeah. So my next question is about the housing related. I do appreciate the specific number, and then for the 12,000 and housing praised, and then 8,500 successful house. And is this sorry about that. So is this 8,500 number only cover the permanent housing, or is a combination of supportive housing and shelter or permanent housing, and is the result of the housing first?
That's a combination of housing programs, which include Housing First, which has models such as the ACT Pathways model, intensive case management, rapid rehousing, which is a lower length of support, youth programs, which are critical time intervention, as well as supported referrals. So amongst all of the programs, those are the housing outcomes across them, and it does include the supportive housing, but it would not include and reference the funding that we do provide to outreach. That we really are quite diligent about identifying those housing outcomes once a lease is secured and an individual has followed through into a housing placement.
Were those people go and between the 8,500 and 12,000 people, and we still have like about 4,000, or those people are?
I'm going to try to answer that as best as I can. I think that the numbers that, and earlier when I mentioned there's a counterintuitive numbers, is the activity, the connecting folks and referring, and the volume of folks that touch the system, if you will, and that not everybody, and many people resolve their own homelessness by being, through diversion work and connecting people to other resources, that we would not attribute those to housing outcomes of teams per se, but they were supported through the housing worker connecting them to other supports. So I will dig more into that, Councillor Rice, if I can do a better
Thanks
answer.
very much. Yeah, thank you very much. My last question is about what I heard over and over and talk about how we address this complex issue from root cause perspective. I do understand we have some program in place, we have housing first strategy in place. And moving forward, what do you think and something not working? Something not working.
Something not working?
Yeah, something not working and something we could do differently and for the next plan circle.
A concern I think that I have is that we moving resource run and being like it's about thinking, and I'm thinking of Councillor Paquette's comments about, you know, if we can optimize the work, the implication is that we can make decisions for it to be more effective, and that sometimes those decisions, if they're laggard or if they aren't responsive, or if they're too soon, it's in the planning work of the allocation of resources so that we have the right response. And with the crisis that we see and so many people with really high need, we have perhaps, we risk putting more resources into things that are really crisis management and not long-term supports.
So why I'm asking this question, because I really try to find a solution from policy integration perspective and the policy level, and then move forward, and for the next cycle, we want to have the new plan, how we address this. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson. No, he's, yeah, so.
Great. So just circling back to some of the data, I think the last time we spoke, it was highlighted that the by names list, you know, excellent resource, but it may not fully capture folks whose acuity is beyond 4, let's say, who may have acuity 5 or 6, and there just aren't adequate housing options for them. Is that the case?
No, they would be reflected on the list. I think that, and with the transparency of agencies that may be drawing and working with coordinated access for referrals, they may not be we may not have the right level of supports for them, and agencies are not, the intake isn't there, rather than whether they are on the list or not. If they're, so they wouldn't be excluded from the list for sure.
Oh, okay. I thought I had heard that the last time we met, that a certain, I'd understood that by names list folks are folks who are, you know, ready to be housed or can be housed, not necessarily the folks that can't.
No, well, we would never think anybody can't be housed. So, I do think that probably in the communication of that, and in the context, if I recall, some of the work on encampments, is to identify, you know, within the by name list. It's a very long list, and to identify targeted approaches to folks, and with the encampment response, and having some really targeted efforts around folks who have already got ID or have had some of the barriers removed to facilitate and expedite the housing effort, is sometimes about targeting a particular initiative within all of the other programs, as opposed to whether or not we would be identifying and considering that individual within the houseless folks in our community. So they would be on the list, but there are other, you know, kind of in the referral pathway. And I think it was in the context of the encampments where we've really tried to facilitate targeting you know, situations where the housing effort can be expedited.
Okay, so there's no need to sort of qualify in terms of like the SPDAT assessment. Just anyone can go on there regardless of their ranking. Yeah.
Yes, the assessment tool is being reviewed. It is kind of a horizoning tool, and there is work being done on that. And as we look at the by name list, we almost have the unintended consequences of a list that now is really large and has a lot of turnover in some aspects of it. So getting more sophisticated about the analysis of the list for that purpose is really important. And all of Canada is really struggling with, you know, we've kind of, the early adopter of this process means we're also the early adopter of some of the challenges with having so much information on so many individuals.
Right. Okay, and that was actually the key thing. So just so we do have that information, and that information could be communicated in terms of, you know, 10% of the by names list, we don't have adequate housing solutions for these folks, and be able to kind of quantify those.
Yes, I think what I will do is take away the way we would describe that. Because it's about sometimes the multiple barriers that they have.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And just maybe specialized types of accommodation that we don't currently have. Mm-hmm. Great. Then just, you know, appreciate the discussion around reconciliation. It talks about fostering partnerships with Indigenous-led organizations. Just wondering the ways in which we're sort of supporting and shifting towards sort of more of that decision making and autonomy, and how, you know, recognizing the new role that the Red Road Healing Society, I believe, is going to be playing, just how you system coordinate in that ecosystem.
So we've been reciprocating around some of our processes, and they're developing their processes for sure. We continue to have, and it's part of our governance model at Homeward Trust, that we have an Indigenous Advisory Council that reviews and informs all of our work, including continuing to fund Indigenous organizations directly and Indigenous individuals through rental assistance. And some of the more emerging discussions and partnerships are some nations that have, with supported referrals particularly, where they may have their own projects that are not necessarily requiring, again, like wraparound supports or full-time supports. So we've had the Indigenous Advisory Council has begun having bi-monthly circles of different kind of targeted and focused discussions around challenges that we can be a supporter in addressing. So that's another mechanism through which we'll continue engagement and expand engagement.
Okay, well, I'll come back around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I just have sort of 3 buckets of questions left that I think are outstanding. One that I didn't get a clear picture on is the city's plan, how this is going to, this plan and that one that you're creating out of the audit recommendations, which whether I agree or disagree with whether you need to do that or not, it's being done now. I'm not seeing how those interplay and interconnect, or do they? Like, I'm just not seeing that.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So they do, for sure. Basically, the way that we would see them connecting is the community plan speaks to all the things that need to happen in Edmonton around ending and addressing homelessness. And the city's plan is, what is the city of Edmonton as a corporation? What is our role, and as municipal government, what is our role in that broader community response? And so we are working on that right now and the way that we're doing our own corporate plan is to look at, okay, here's everything we're currently doing. Does it make sense for us to keep doing all of these things? Is there a space that we do have an advantage that we should be helping in that we're not? And that's really what's being considered. And for what it's worth, like, the same person in my team is leading both efforts. So okay, it will be integrated.
But it's kind of like if you were to use like a pie chart, it's like the bigger community response is the whole pie, and then a more deep dive into the city's role is a piece of that pie.
Exactly. We want to take a piece of that pie and say, we got this, the city's leading this segment of the pie.
Okay, good. Because one of the slides that was up here from Homeward Trust on the background community investments, I know, we talk about 1.1 million in municipal funding, but it kind of struck me, for example, that, it says drop-in warming centers. It doesn't have municipal funding attached to it, but I know we're running the warming buses, we're leading, like, how much is that going to be also covered in kind of that thing is like what we as a city are spending that's not directly a transfer to Homeward Trust on these kind of pieces?
Yeah, so in that system planning framework, we presented back to community, because we have a lot of performance work going on right now, just actually how much that has shifted in terms of stacking the different complementary, coordinated, and perhaps we can improve on coordination, but there's different actors, and substantially so.
Yeah.
So, and prevention is one of those areas where it's youth supports are a really significant environment and determines a lot of the future of impact on housing and homelessness. And what are those resources? But specifically with respect to the city, and winter emergency is a really great example, because historically there wasn't the level of investment that the city has directly, and particularly
or I think about
areas.
the gaps
Exactly.
in day shelter service that I know that this council is directly funded, right?
Right. Yeah. So just we tried to kind of like acknowledge and map that and show, and some of those areas I think.
So we'll see that clearer in the next iteration.
Yeah,
and it'll be in our plan too.
It'll be in your plan. Okay. And then one of the things that I still wonder about is the coordination regionally and some of those inflows and outflows regionally. What municipalities or organizations outside of the city are linked with the ETO or the SPDAT or any of those kind of things to help get connected to services, or are they?
There's just been a couple of programs that were program-specific relationships, so not so much from a system perspective. So we wouldn't have that, like ultimately, if that was the case, we would be looking at those numbers also potentially on a by name list for the region, so it's not anywhere near that scale.
Yeah, because I just think that is that something that's being contemplated in the next iteration of this? Because I do think that, like, we think about so many things now, we're thinking about them regionally, and I just, having worked in both Strathcona County and Spruce Grove, I know there's a real deficit of services, and so there's a lot of movement in and out. You know, maybe coming to the city for a service, but then wanting to find an encampment in Spruce Grove because it's safer than what they perceive Edmonton to be. So just trying to get a sense of that regional picture too, or are we just really focusing still on the Edmonton picture?
So Homer Trust's resources are Edmonton specific.
Okay.
I think the opportunity that we've always committed to is being able to invite and like offer training, and you know, we have information flow back and forth, and for us to understand what's happening in those communities, particularly now versus 5 years ago, because we're seeing encampments in those communities where they never existed before, and there are people from those communities. So kind of getting into some of the myths as well about, you know, whether people come or go.
And is that another provincial advocacy thing that we need to think about this regionally?
I think so, but I would also just say quickly, because I know you're running out of time, is that with the EMRB's focus on housing, one of the things my team is doing is looking at trying to see how we can bring together the region around housing and homelessness, because in the region, a lot of those people are the same.
Perfect.
So we will include Homer Trust in that as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Chair Knack. So I would, right out of the gate, I'll move that the Community Service Report CS01661 be received for information.
Yeah, thank you. If you have more questions, go ahead.
Just a couple. So when we're talking about by names list, there can be some confusion about what that means and how extensive that is. Do you want to touch on that a little bit?
So it is, when the by name list is, we have confidence in it because it is by name and by birth date, and that's the amount of information we can typically gather right away. There's some of the narrative around it is that it is, some folks can be on it and be on it for a long period, and they may, you know, feel that they've been on a list. There's challenges sometimes connecting folks, so we track how many people we are able to connect with, and sometimes those numbers, it might seem, for instance, we've done some analysis around a specific period of time, and about 50% of the folks that we've been trying to maintain contact with and losing contact for long enough that they end up off of the list, as an example, that might feel like, wow, why bother? But the fact that we maintain contact with 50% of the people living in a very chaotic, unhoused circumstance is pretty amazing. So those are, you know, when we look at it, you can look at that number a couple of different ways. And so we know that sometimes that lack of contact or being able to follow up with somebody and get into the story about what happened between the last time they were engaged with a housing worker and today, I mean, that's really important work, and it's just to understand. It's to understand where we can do better, but it's not surprising that it happens. It's actually pretty awesome that we're able to maintain contact with the folks we do.
Absolutely. Okay, so shifting gears really quickly. You use two phrases here that not everyone who reads the report might be familiar with, and one is Kiokewin and the visiting way, and the other is the two-eyed seeing approach, and I'm just wondering if you can expand on that a little bit.
So in the community and consultation and the plan development, we specifically wanted to have an Indigenous lead organization on the consultation and working with Y Station. Pepeguan has taken that approach of the visiting way, engaging in conversations and letting those conversations take shape and be longer than one might anticipate sometimes in how we have, you know, like quick surveys and whatnot. So that's been very important. And then the two-eyed seeing is that we are a community with shared responsibilities, and an Indigenous lens on all of this work is really important, as well as settlers being able to work with and together and to be able to look at the whole and problem solve together with really informed and thoughtful recognition that we need both of those perspectives.
Great, thank you. And just to circle back to the by names list, I mean, it really is, in its own way, a census, is it not?
Yes, yeah, I will. It's an enumeration, it's a census. One of the things that the reason that I hesitated, one of the things that we're really starting to hopefully be able to get more awareness of is the churn on it. It's the folks that come on and off of it. And as I mentioned, those like little micro spikes, sometimes why are we seeing so many more people during a short period of time, like 6 weeks? So it's a census, but it has that behavior that can be observed in it as a community is also really important.
Yeah, interesting. A movable feast of data almost. Yeah, okay, so I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sohi.
So is it fair to say that people who are forced to find shelter in an encampment do so because they have no other choices? Maybe to administration, like in your experience, talking to folks with lived experience. Because I hear this often that people are staying in encampments by choice.
It's a very, very important question, and it's kind of in some ways creates a bit of an emotional response for sure. To earlier comments about what do we mean by choice and what is kind of how do we make decisions in those circumstances.
What I hear is that people have other choices to stay at shelter or a house, but they're not making those choices because they either for community or whatever reason.
Yes, certainly, Mayor, and I don't mean to interrupt, but that is one of those dimensions that I'm reflecting on. Is like community. Yeah. So maybe of their choices, there's connection that they're
not finding
they're finding that some of the other choices that may be safer for them are not immediate.
And I'm seeing, the reason I'm asking is that I'm sensing a victim blaming. Like we would not blame victims for the circumstances that led to that victimization, but in case of houselessness, I see that people are blaming the victims of society. Houseless is caused by society. Houseless can be ended by society. People are there because they've gone through the pain, trauma, and marginalization, poverty, and everything else that people experience. And I'm really concerned that because of compassion fatigue or whatever other reasons, that people are starting to blame the victims. And I don't know how to respond to that. I just struggling. That's why I think these conversations are so important that we hear. And I also hear that people, and maybe let me ask this another question, like the data that you collect by talking to people, the by names list, people who live in encampments, probably majority of them are on the by names list.
Outreach is continually adding folks, and we do have people that, that's where I was saying when people go straight from eviction to an encampment, it's a different trajectory than we would have seen historically.
And I also hear, in my mind, kind of troubling assumptions that people have a house, but they come to encampments anyways, right? They don't. I know they don't. Any person, why would they do that if they have a decent place to call home? But there's a blame going on. There's a blame going on out there somehow that people are making these choices because, or they're knowingly or consciously making these choices.
Can I offer perhaps something? That happens. It does, and so I think refuting or saying it doesn't happen kind of feeds the binary. Because if they're doing that, they're also doing that for other reasons, that they're doing it for lack of any other social support or connection. Okay. So it's being really kind of being comfortable with the very uncomfortable aspect of this ultimate failure of our community. So I also, there's a hopelessness in where we're landing in some of this discourse, and some of it being, cities are going to have to live with encampments for years until we manage to, build all the product. And I mean, there's going to be a lot, it's going to take time to change what circumstances we're in. But I really hope that we can maintain a hopefulness and the possibility of solutions every day. And it's hard to do that when we have these very kind of like resigned positions. So I saw that, or I saw an article in Star last week, and I thought, I just can't. I don't know how you get out of work every day and try to change this if that's actually what we're resigning ourselves to. So it's definitely important to accept that there are statements that get made. People do things, but that's like there's so many other systems where people don't make great choices because they don't see any other options.
No, your work gives me. Your work, community's work, and city administration work gives me a lot of hope, right? And I just get frustrated when people blame the victims for the circumstances they're in. So that's what the reason I just want to ask those questions.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Stevenson.
Great. Yeah, I really appreciate that commentary, and I think important, as you say, to sit with that complexity and not shy away from it. Recognizing too that. I think Councillor Tang alluded to some of the, again, maybe shame that prevents people from accessing services, just the very, very layered piece there. And the need to not victim blame as well, as being so critical. So just touching back on my last question, sorry, and I apologize if I missed it, but just, again, recognizing that Red Road Healing Society is becoming, I think, a channel for some funding coming through. Just wondering how we're working on that relationship with the systems level planning?
Yes, it's within the federal government structure, for instance, that as a community we work together and report on our work. There are, as you can imagine, it's been early days just in terms of like data we've collected, forms we've had. We're not allowed to share data that we've collected for, so there's just some things that we need to work through that are just really much on the logistics administrative side of what that looks like to share the information that we have, but on a planning side and in working with the organizations, because Red Road also assumes some of the contracts for Indigenous-led Housing First teams. So those agencies still relying on the coordination of a sector community of practice, really. So working closely on that and them developing their planning approach.
Great, and yeah, so then maybe just like from a governance level, so these are sort of two independent organizations, both with similar mandate, functions. So is there a convening table, or what's the vision there in terms of?
So we've engaged Red Road in our community Indigenous Advisory Council meetings and the circle. They presented at our circle a couple of weeks ago and are invited to attend that. How their planning approach is, how they approach planning, I think is something that the idea would be that they would involve us in that as well. So there's some pragmatic aspects of that. And looking to, we're in the last several years, there's been changes. I'm aware of organizations like Namarin in Regina, who is led by somebody I've known for several years, and they're an Indigenous organization that also kind of has worked through some of those the important level of coordinations so that we actually ultimately have the best impact for community, which is ultimately the goal. But hopefully relying on some of those other kind of organizations that have gone through those changes as well.
Great, yeah, and I think that's the tension there too, in terms of sort of having an autonomous organization, but still coordinating broadly. So exciting that there are some precedents and that you're continuing to work through that. Maybe just as a last point, something that came up was just in terms of some of the challenges of, particularly for frontline staff who are working in this space on an ongoing basis. I think when we were speaking about the municipal drug poisoning response, this idea of, maybe extending the city's employee family assistance program to external organizations that are operating in this space, maybe even just as much. I've also heard the suggestion of maybe just providing access to some of the online training, wellness training that the City of Edmonton has developed already. Just wondering if you think that would be meaningful in the sector, if that would be sort of welcome resources to help the overall health of the sector?
I'm sure they would be. One of the things that, and I appreciate, Councillor, you coming to the community update last week. It really, a couple things about this update and this particular report is it really underscored again that it is a big community with a lot of organizations, and some of them quite small. Like I was running into folks I've known for many years that are in a different organization, and they're working on some small projects, but they're really awesome. And how in crisis we have larger organizations that have stepped up and done so much in the last few years. But we're a very diverse, large sector, and it's going to take a lot of different players. And some of those organizations are small and would really benefit from any of the kind of structured assistance that they can get, because they can't do their own training courses in those things. And we have to remember that some organizations are large and have their own
HR departments, and okay, great. Okay, well that's maybe just a seed to plant with my colleagues, but potentially for a further motion or discussion at a later time, or if my committee members really want to run with it. Something to consider at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we do have a current motion on the floor, but there's always opportunity for subsequent now or partway through the meeting if we'd want to work on whatever that looks like.
Yeah, something to follow up with administration, maybe offline, to get more information before we do that. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions, so now we can, and with the motion on the floor, we can move to speaking to it. And I'll maybe jump on the board real quick. There we go. I'll click on. So again, just wanted to start with a big thank you to everyone involved in this work. It's been complex. It's been something that's been complex for a very long time, and I know you've all been involved in it for a very long time. And some of the questions I asked, again, sort of relate back to the provincial component to this, and there's been some good progress on the provincial side, and I think about the work that's been done on shelter beds as an example in the last year and how that's in progress, and I should actually take a moment and just acknowledge Minister Nixon. There was a post he made about 2 hours ago. One of his family members was in a serious accident, and just want to wish his son a very speedy and full recovery. Just note that our thoughts are with him and his entire family, but really appreciate the work that he's been doing to help advance some areas. And so I hope we can build off that, because I think as I think about this report, the challenge, and maybe this has been the challenge from the start, is that when it was named Edmonton's plan to prevent and end homelessness, this goes a little to Councillor Rutherford's questions, it's not Edmonton's plan alone. Like we can't prevent and end homelessness alone. We have a role to play with the region, and I really appreciate those questions because there's a lot of interconnectivity there. But there is a major role for the primary order of government who is responsible for this, which is the provincial government. And my hope is that with some of the shifts we've seen in the last year, that there is an opportunity to really meaningfully tackle the outstanding gaps. I heard the number today, and I appreciate that there will be an updated number, but I'm hearing around the need of 1,300 spaces. And my hope is that when we look at things like a $5.5 billion provincial surplus, that can go a long way to addressing the gap. It will take a couple of years to build those units, but realistically, that's probably more than enough money needed to build all of the recovery beds, supportive housing units that we need across the entire province. And I know that sounds very easy to just get that all done. You just put money in and start building. But at the same point, we have seen the success when that level of investment is made. The 644 units that primarily were funded through the City of Edmonton and the federal government, with some provincial funding, I think, on a couple of them, have had substantial impacts and have helped address some of that complexity a little bit. I was thinking about Mayor Sohi's question when we got a tour of one of the newer buildings, and actually we had a story. This goes to your point, Ms. McGee, which is that one of the stories that stuck with me was that somebody who had been sleeping outside for, I think, at least 20 years, they didn't move into the building 7 days a week on day one. They actually moved in. They have a permanent space, but they were actually sleeping outside. I think it was 4 or 5 days a week to start, because their network, their community, their life had been outside. for decades. And so this is part of the complexity of this. There's no one-size-fits-all approach to preventing and ending homelessness. Recovery centers are great. I'm glad the province is building them, but I'm also glad we have these supportive housing units, because if we didn't have that for that particular individual, they wouldn't have been able to go into a spot that they needed to be in 7 days a week to start. So we need the whole spectrum of solutions, and I appreciate that there will be a more fulsome plan coming early in the new year, but I also just wanted to make sure we acknowledge that when that comes back in January, that'll be about a month away from the provincial budget, and we'll have a more clear indication of where their surplus is going to be. But if they are still projecting that kind of surplus, my hope is that we can work with them in partnership with them to take a really significant, meaningful leap forward on this, because that money can help address the capital needs, which in turn helps address the healthcare needs of the individuals, and then in turn will actually save them money on the healthcare side, as we've seen on the other piece. So, and I know this is a repeat speech to anyone who's sat in these meetings every time we talk about homelessness, but I think we do need to repeat it again and again and again, because we're going to continue to do our part, and frankly more than what is typically within our jurisdiction. And I am hopeful. I will retain cautious optimism as we go forward, that we have an opportunity before us to really see this change in a positive way going forward. Thank you. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, very quickly again, deep appreciation to Homeward Trust, many other agencies in the city who are helping the most vulnerable Edmontonians, and also very grateful for our administration's work. It's not easy work. It's very hard, draining emotionally. So, Susan, I could hear you. I could hear that in your voice, like how difficult it can be to talk about this as well, right? And at a time when recognizing that the pain that we might be carrying is nowhere comparable to the pain that close to 3,000 Edmontonians who are houseless experience each and every day, the trauma they experience, the violence and the violation of their dignity that they experience every day. As I said, the work being done in the community gives me hope, because houselessness can be ended. It is doable. And you have shown that it can be tackled. Housing 8,500 people who were houseless, giving them dignity since 2017, is the reason that I'm hopeful that we can do it. But it requires will. It requires will from the society. It requires will from political politicians and every order of a government. And I'm becoming more optimistic, because we are seeing movement from this provincial government recognizing the unique challenges that Edmonton has faced, and stepping up to recognize and resolve those unique challenges. One of them was inequity in funding for Homeward Trust. The $12 million funding that our advocacy was able to secure in October of 2021 gave more money and resources that were needed. Now we are doing the same work with Minister Nixon, and I wish his family the best out of this the tragic incident that has happened. He's stepping up. His department is stepping up to provide that necessary support on the shelters, and also recognizing that shelters are a temporary intervention. And he recognizes that, his department recognizes that we need to work toward more housing. I think that is a very positive step in the right direction. I hope that Edmontonians will continue to show compassion, because people who are living rough are not there by choice. They're there because they have no other choices to find accommodation. So again, look forward to the updated plan for community and from the city as well, right? And look forward to continue to advocate and do our part in making sure that people have a decent place to call home. And finally, I think it's very important recognizing there was a number quoted in the report that it costs about $21,600 to house, and so to house a person in a coordinated way in support of housing with the wraparound services. That number may seem very, very big, but the cost of keeping that person houseless is much, much, much higher. It goes to 100,000. And that doesn't even count the human cost and the pain and the ability of that person to give back to the community, because we all want to give back. And every person does. And giving them dignity is you can't put a dollar value on that, right? So I think, so good luck and thank you so much for the work you do. Deeply, deeply appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. No, my colleagues have spoken very well on this, and I would maybe just highlight two additional thoughts. You know, I came to this position very much from a housing background, and really recognizing the extraordinarily terrible experience that houselessness is for the individuals experiencing it. And I think what has been really reinforced to me over the past 2 years is that there's that deep suffering among those individuals, but that none of us are insulated from that impact. Other residents and businesses in Edmonton are also impacted. None of us can thrive until all of us can thrive. You know, I think sometimes I hear a tension that, oh, we're prioritizing the needs of people experiencing houselessness more than those who are housed or have businesses. And it finally crystallized to me that I don't think it's about privileging one group's needs over the other, because the solution to everyone, for everyone, is that each Edmontonian has access to the housing and supports that they need. That is the solution for everyone. I think that where the tension exists is, you know, how much we're emphasizing short-term versus long-term solutions. So I really appreciate, again, the you know, very rapid approach, you know, necessary, urgent reaction that is needed, but that we haven't lost sight of the long term. And it's really great in this conversation to hear that recommitment to that long term piece, because you know, again, we have the solutions, we know what works, and it's just doing more of it. I thought today as well, just that great reminder of the need for patience with people, that they are coming out of a deeply traumatic experience, and likely behind that are other deeply traumatic experiences as well. So having a lot of patience and recognizing that shifting from houselessness to housing is not a linear path, and creating a system that can hold them within that journey. But then also just the importance of persistence and urgency with the system. Again, we have those solutions, we need to move rapidly. And I think balancing those two things will lead us to success. So again, thank you to all of our partners. Thank you, Susan, and to Homeward Trust for all the work you're doing in this direction, and to our staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Paquette to close.
Thank you, Chair Knack. So it was touched on about the fiscal implications. How if we put an eye to fiscal prudence, what we will find is that housing people costs all of us less than not housing people by about 4 times. So every unhoused person you see, if they were housed, would mean more money in our system that we could use for other purposes. So just from that metric alone, if you want to take out the human factor, the social factor, and just look at the financial factor, we should be housing everyone if we want to be fiscally sensible. Unfortunately, a municipality can't do it on their own. We need the participation of the federal government, which we have, and the provincial government, which we have, but we need a clear and consistent goal to get this done. And we can get it done. We literally have the money to do it. I know that Minister Nixon is committed to this. He can only go so far as his colleagues and his leadership and his caucus will allow. And so if any of them are listening today, we strongly urge you to do what is right by Edmontonians and Albertans from a fiscal perspective. It's literally that simple. Or we can keep burning money while human beings suffer. Those are literally the options that are on the table. There isn't much in between. Now, for those who have presented and for those who work in this sphere, my deep thanks. It's hard work. And especially on the front line, when you get to know people and they die, or something even more tragic happens to them, more trauma, all of these things that could have been avoided, and the toll, the emotional toll that takes as that adds up, because it's not just numbers, it's human beings, it's people with stories, it's people with families. We've got, at latest count, 86 youth, young people, houseless, living on the streets. 47 more that we think we know about. And then even more that we have no idea about whatsoever. Children in Alberta, in Edmonton, living on our streets from 6 years old and up. 6 years old and up. If you have a little one in your life, think about that. My heart breaks. We can do better, we will do better, but we strongly urge our federal and provincial partners to really get familiar with this information and then make the right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and please vote to receive for information.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Next item on the agenda is item 6.2, the Community Property Safety Team Pilot Program. This is also laid over from the meeting on October 30th. Good morning.
Good morning, members of committee. Thank you for having us today.
Thank you. Do you have a presentation?
We do.
It's coming up, I guess.
Yeah, just 1 minute here.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, if I can start off while the presentation's being loaded. Today I'm here with Deputy Chief David Lazenby and Assistant Deputy Chief Justin Lalamon to share the outcome of the Community Property Safety Team pilot. We are also joined today by Leela Ramaswamy from Legal Services and Stephen Leroux from Taxation and Bartos Jaroki from Real Estate. The Community Property Safety Team, or CPST, is a pilot program that works alongside the Problem Properties Team and the Residential Inspection Safety Compliance Team as part of an overarching Problem Properties initiative. This project was undertaken after, in the fall of 2021, when 2 community members died and a firefighter had a near miss in fires involving an unsecured vacant property. After community consultation, the program was designed to reduce fires that occurred in vacant and unsecured properties caused, either intentionally or unintentionally, by illegal occupants. The pilot has been in operation for approximately 18 months and has shown measurable improvements to the targeted communities. Today's report is for information, and I will turn it over to Assistant Deputy Chief Lelamond to share more about the pilot and its impact.
Thank you, Chief Satilny. Unsecured vacant properties were identified through our community risk assessment as the most dangerous fire problem facing Edmontonians and firefighters. Fires that occur in unsecured vacant properties are overwhelmingly caused by illegal occupants, either intentionally or unintentionally. These fires are extremely dangerous for neighboring properties as they often go unreported for long periods due to a lack of smoke alarms and the tendency for occupants to flee and not call 911. They are also some of the most dangerous for firefighters due to a lack of information upon arrival, exposure to buildings that are not structurally sound, and dangerous conditions inside, such as improperly stored propane vessels and biohazards. Next slide, please. The team uses the Alberta Fire Code and Municipal Government Act to ensure vacant buildings are secured and prevent unauthorized entry. Fire prevention officers conduct site inspections, gather evidence, and issue orders to property owners when they receive a complaint or when they have proactively identified an unsecured vacant property. If owners are non-compliant with the directions of the order, the city will conduct the remedial action work and recoup the costs from the owner. The pilot has operated for approximately 18 months, mainly targeting its efforts in Alberta Avenue and downtown. CPST follows an escalating enforcement model. The model includes extremely thorough boarding, perimeter fencing, intermittent on-site security, and up to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on-site security, all billed to the non-compliant property owner. If a property owner fails to pay the invoice, the amount owing will be added to their tax roll account. Property owners have the option of boarding up the properties themselves, which the city will accept as long as CPST standards are met. If an owner has complied with the order to secure the property will be placed on a monitoring list to ensure that compliance with the order is maintained. Demolition may occur at any point during the process if the building meets criteria for demolition. The expected result of the escalation model is that voluntary owner-initiated demolition or securement will become common, as property owners will likely want to avoid the cost-intensive security options. Next slide, please. From the pilot start date in April 2022 to the end of September 2023, the program had received complaints for or proactively identified 593 properties in need of assessment. This resulted in a significant structural fire risk reduction to 320 properties that were secured and monitored by fire prevention officers. The demolition of 111 unsecured vacant properties and the redevelopment of 18 properties. Most importantly, we are pleased to share that based on 2023 data, we are projecting a 31% decrease in structural fires in the Alberta Avenue and downtown neighborhoods as a result of this pilot. The CPST pilot has been a successful addition to the Problem Property Toolkit. The program has realized a significant reduction in structure fires in targeted neighborhoods, which translates into reduced pressures on emergency responders, increased sense of safety and well-being for residents, and improved firefighter safety through reduced exposure. I will now turn it over to Deputy Chief Lazenby to share more about the next steps.
Thank you. The team's now receiving 3 times as many referrals per week compared to when the program began, resulting in increased timelines to board and secure properties. We're at 80 days now compared to the initial turnaround time of 25 days, and we're experiencing an increased timeline to complete regular maintenance inspections of the 346 properties currently in the CPST secured status. At the 2023 fall supplementary operating budget adjustment, administration committed to transitioning the pilot to a permanent programme that will grow progressively through 2024 to a full staff complement of 4 fire prevention officers without additional operating funds. And we're working to manage this within our existing budget. We thank you, and we welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. We will go to the board. It was selected by Mayor Sohi, so we'll start with Mayor Sohi, and others can click on.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the hard work. This is very promising, and the results are so good. So you will carry on with at the same level as you have been over the last 18 months within the existing resources, right? Even though the service package was, I think, less than what was initially given, or was it equal amount?
Correct, Mr. Mayor. We will proceed with the current pilot as an official level, but then we are adding the 2 other fire prevention officers in the new year, working with the vacancy savings program.
Okay, got it. And is there a way to quantify? Like, I don't know if you have this. Like, what is the average cost of a response to a fire? I know these are more complicated fires than you would normally see because of the structural issues and the risk to the firefighters, risk to the occupants. And so I just want to understand the value for money, right? If you're investing close to $800,000, you avoided 320 fires? Like if you were to say...
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we can't stand before you and say definitively 320 fires were prevented, but we know we reduced the risk significantly in those properties that we have made secure that oftentimes are subject to fires. You know, typically we charge out at the rate of nearly $1,000 per vehicle per hour per the bylaw. So if you use that and said we're on scene average an hour or 2 per fire, and we have a number of vehicles per fire at each incident, it adds up very quickly. We did do a calculation, but we didn't want to include that in this presentation because it's hypothetical. But it was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we'd avoided in terms of emergency response costs.
Okay, and you would avoid more as you're able to respond to more, right? So I think that's a very good example of being proactive. At the same time, I know we heard a lot from particularly Alberta Avenue and downtown Chinatown, Macaulay area, where there has been a high concentration of problem properties. So I know you share the number of some of those, the impact on those communities. Are you engaged? Like, are you hearing from community members? Are you hearing the positive impact? Are you getting, what kind of feedback are you getting?
Yes, that's been the feedback, Mr. Mayor. When we have engaged informally or attended meetings, the feedback has been quite positive. You know, I think this program also offers a level of feeling safe to the community. And to answer your earlier question around the fires in these locations can be quite dynamic and high risk because some of these locations already have had fires in them, so the structures are weaker. There's more risk to the occupants inside. There could be other materials in there because they're being stored in there without anyone's knowledge improperly. And so this program does address that as well.
And
if I may just add to that as well, we have received a few emails from residents who are incredibly thankful for the work done, you know, to neighbouring properties. I think that the statistics as well that we didn't include in this that go beyond our realm are in relation to other emergency services and the calls that have been avoided on their part too.
Like EMS,
you know, because police, you know, the antisocial behaviour as some of these properties become hubs for gathering points and the behaviours that may follow. There's a whole aspect there, so the ripple effect of that goes far beyond us.
Got it. And maybe you may not know the answer to this. Maybe this would be a question to, I'll ask offline to the planning folks. The properties that have been demolished and sites cleared, are we seeing redevelopment on those properties? Because that'll be good. Another good thing happening in these neighborhoods where derelict properties are being developed into new housing.
That's absolutely what should happen,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, and I'd look online if there's anyone that.
No, it's okay. I'll follow up offline. Maybe they probably didn't expect to be here for this item, right? But I think I'll follow up offline with them. But thank you so much for your work. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much, and my deepest gratitude to the team for their ongoing work on this. Just a few more questions. So, I guess I understand that the remedial actions and the costs associated with that remedial action, that's placed on the property tax side. Do we know if those bills are being paid, or if that's the point where properties are just being disposed of? Are they ending in tax sales auction? Is it too early to tell? Just trying to follow sort of what that path typically looks like with the escalating model of enforcement.
From a taxation perspective, we don't have any current stats on those. I think in the broader sense, if you look at the tax forfeiture process and the tax sale process in general, most properties eventually, by the time they reach the end of the sort of legislated time period, have paid off everything. But in specific relation to any current charges, I don't know.
Okay. Just a curiosity on my end and something we can monitor going forward. I also had questions around demolition. So happy to hear that a number of property owners are taking that voluntary demolition path to avoid the costs associated with CPST. Are there any further steps that we can take on the demolition side to accelerate that process? Just trying to think of all the tools that we have in our tool belt within fire rescue services to accelerate demolitions.
Thank you, Councillor. I would say that as part of the long-term approach to problem properties, we did create our DARC committee, which is our Demolition Assessment and Response Committee. And so problem properties from CPST, and the other agencies that are doing this work are submitting addresses to this committee for an assessment. The committee is made up of senior leaders that'll decide if it meets the criteria of showing significant signs of physical deterioration detrimental to the surrounding area. And we can also issue our own orders under the Municipal Government Act to expedite the process by having the owners demolish the property. And if they don't, we would step in and do that work ourselves.
Okay, and are you able to give me a sense of how often we're doing that? Or I'm just trying to determine sort of the ratio between voluntary demolitions versus when we're taking a bit of a more firm approach through DART.
And so I would say it's new. It was part of the long-term strategy. So the committee has been stood up for about 6 months. And thus far, they're working on, I think, 6 demolitions that we would be doing ourselves. So that's not as great as the 111 that we've referenced in the report. So it seems like our work is having the indirect effect where by us being involved, issuing orders, working with property owners, we are demolishing, 111 properties are being demolished versus the 6 we are looking at with the committee. But that said, if we do 6 this year and we build a roadmap, we may be able to double that for next year and double that the year after, as long as the demand and criteria for demolition is there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really helpful and exciting work. Maybe just to follow up on some of the earlier questions from Mayor Sohi around resourcing and the ability for your team to grow moving forward. Just hearing the scale of complaints and how much that's increased, even on a weekly basis. I mean, both concerning to me, but also excellent that people are identifying these properties and tapping into the program. With the scale of growth that you're seeing, I mean, do you think, is it sustainable? Are we going to have a conversation about additional supports in the future? What are your thoughts there? Or is this a situation where eventually we'll see a tapering off and we won't have to continue ramping up the problem properties teams?
Thank you, Councillor. I think at this point, we'll get the team up and running to the level we wanted to have it up and running, which is 4 fire prevention officers out there. And then we need to evaluate. I would like to say this could taper off at some point, but if we see the demand continue to increase and it's the opportunity to make the city safer, we'll come back and look at some of those options to improve it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I go to Councillor Tang, if nobody else goes on the board, and I don't want to stop you from going on the board, I'd like to see if we can finish this so we don't have to have our leadership from Edmonton Fire Rescue come back and then wait for the 1:30 item, however long that goes, and sort of be here. So I'll go to Councillor Tang first, and then we can do a motion to extend orders. If nobody else jumps on the board, I think that's a reasonable ask. So Councillor Tang?
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Yeah, I actually thought, this is a good news story report, and glad to see some of the funding issues mentioned in this report. It was resolved during the budget adjustment. And I was particularly impressed with engagement results in the community insight. 94% reported event increased their understanding, 88% reported that this is giving them higher confidence. I'm curious from a sort of a fire perspective, have you seen this level of confidence building with other initiatives?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is one of the kind of main headline grabbers, and we're very proud of it. But there's lots of other work that we're doing as well that, we're equally proud of. And I think we are working with outreach organisations who engage with people in encampments. And one of our public educators has trained 217 outreach workers to provide fire safety education on our behalf. And I think, we're very proud of the work that she's done in that regard. I think that's something that immediately springs to mind, Councillor.
Oh, that's great. And then, that some of the meet and greet and some of the surveys was done sort of at the beginning of the pilot. I'm curious if you have anything sort of towards the end to kind of give you that comparison to the baseline.
I would just comment, Councillor, that we ran the meet and greets over the summer of 2023, and so we just gathered that information. I personally attended the meet and greets and fielded questions from the public, stayed afterwards and had them fill out these surveys. And so our goal is to conduct more assessments, surveys, meet and greets next year, and then we'll be able to report kind of that the scalability of, have they seen 88% said that the presentation gave them confidence, and did they see the work come to fruition?
Yeah, no, I look forward to that results.
I think as well, sorry, Councillor, to butt in, I think some of the rise in the number of cases that we're dealing with is actually a backhanded compliment in that people feel confident that their concerns are going to be addressed. So, maybe they've suffered in silence in the past, and they know that, thankfully, with council support, we can resource these things and make a difference. So I think some of that is what we're seeing as well.
Yeah, appreciate that. And, earlier in the presentation in the report, you talked about how you're receiving 3 times as many referrals. Can I just clarify, or where are the most of the referrals coming from? Is it from the pilot neighborhoods or across the city?
The data that I was looking at showed that most of the referrals actually came from our partner agencies. So for fire services that are out in the community, Edmonton Police Service, other government agencies that are out in the community doing work. And so we're receiving, I think it was something like 90% through referral and 10% through public complaints or 311.
I see. Okay. And then you don't necessarily have those kind of mapped out geographically, but if it's partner agency, I'm assuming they're mostly in the downtown core or adjacent.
I wouldn't have that exact number, but I would say that a high concentration of our properties have been in the core communities, so they would be the partners that we're most connected with through our interagency collaborative working groups.
Just a couple final questions here so I can finish my round. On the tax piece, can I just clarify, like, at what point will we get that information in terms of, how many people are, whether or not they're paying their invoice and whether or not they're paying the taxes? Would it be after after June 30th?
We'll certainly have better information at that time about who's paying. There's right now, I don't believe as part of the committee, there's any sort of like structured reporting mechanism. So that would have to be on an sort of as requested basis.
Okay.
Analyze that.
Good to know. And then finally, I apologize if I missed this question, but are we providing like strong, warm handoff, referring folks who might be staying some of these properties?
I would say that because these are unsecured and vacant, we've identified, we've identified that there are the odd times where we may come across vulnerable populations that are staying there. And part of the overall approach to problem properties was to stand up the centralized office, and in that office includes social development resources in the form of a community safety liaison officer. And so we have direct links where we can contact these resources and whenever we find anybody that needs support.
Thank you very much. I'll take a motion to extend orders to finish this item.
I'll move that we extend the order of the day to, extend the order to deal with this item.
Thank you. Please vote. Oh, I'm in the wrong meeting. Yes, sorry. I'm trying to track multiple meetings.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the votes. That is carried. I know Councillor Stevenson is just to speak, and Councillor Jan said he had 1 minute of questions. So, Councillor Jans, 1 minute is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wondering to whoever's here from the city manager's office or administration, this is a phenomenal success story. Is it possible that this could be profiled in the upcoming, city comms and sharing the successes of this initiative with the rest of the city?
Yeah, I think the mayor wants to answer that actually.
Yeah,
sure.
Just quickly, yes, we will be working with the city manager's office to highlight this through some form of media, some sort of engagement with the community and then media availability.
Okay, excellent. And just confirming, if complaints are coming in now from other areas outside of the two primary areas, they're still being followed up on?
That is correct, Councillor. If sometimes we receive emails and complaints directly, and we send them into the system to make sure that they get addressed.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Phenomenal work.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi, do you want to move the recommendations received?
I will move the receive for information.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Councillor Stevenson for speaking. Please go ahead.
Thank you. No, just really wanted to take a brief moment to say thank you so much for this outstanding work. The success is incredible. Yeah, I'm just so proud of the team. I certainly hear from residents about the increased confidence and gratitude for the steps that are being taken. I look forward to continue to see the program grow and go from strength to strength. So thank you again so much for the incredibly positive impact you're having in our community.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll be brief as well, but I just want to, of course, thank the entire team for their excellent work on this initiative. As has been mentioned a few times, this is a good news story, and I'm really proud of the positive impact that CPST has had on the lives of community members in a number of the communities and areas that we've been focusing on. And not only is this first and foremost about community safety, but it's also about cost avoidance. The drain on emergency services is immense, but from what I've seen, I've just been so impressed by the evidence-based approach that we've taken. It represents a proactive approach to community safety and well-being, and a financially prudent one as well. And just speaking from some of the experiences I've had in attending, a number of the meet and greets. They were very well attended, well received, and beyond the fantastic stats that were included in the report. Just wanted to share that community members are sharing with my office how successful this program has been and how it has changed the feel in their communities. So at the end of the day, this is a program that is building confidence in the city. It builds trust with community and represents tangible, concrete action that we're taking to directly address a pressing issue. So my deepest gratitude to everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take 10 seconds and again just echo my thanks to both everyone involved from the city's fire rescue, from all the staff that's involved in that. And I just also want to give a shout out to Councillor Salvador for her work on this and for her helping to champion this from the start as well between them and all the city staff. It's been incredible. So, Mayor Sohi to close.
No, you just closed the things we were going to say. Again, thank you to everyone and thank Councillor Salvador for her leadership. Absolutely phenomenal.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you, and display the vote. That is carried. Just as a quick agenda, letting everyone know where we're at. So we are going to be entering our lunch break. We will be returning at 1:30. We have a time-specific item. That is items 7.1 and 7.2, which are being dealt with together. So if you're listening, if you're somebody registered to speak on items 6.3, 7.3, and 7.5, the order of operations is that we will do 7.1 and 7.2 first. We'll go back to item 6.3, then 7.3, then 7.5, and then 8.1. I don't want to give too much of an estimate because while there are no speakers registered on 7.1 and 7.2, it is a large delegation, I believe, that is coming from city administration, and that is an important topic, so that may take time. So stay tuned for those online, but we'll do those two items first upon our return at 1:30 and then to 6.3 after. Thank you. We're on recess.
We are live from River Valley Room.
Good afternoon. It is 1:30, and I guess I should actually open up my Google Meet so I can see all of the councillors that are attending, and to do a proper roll call, and to make sure we have quorum. Here we go. So I will call us back to order, and we'll first start with a roll call. I'll go to Councillor to see if Councillor Principe is here. Councillor Principe is on the line, I see. That's okay. And, we'll save her voice. We have enough for quorum either way. Councillor Rice. Can anyone hear? Councillor Rice. Just checking. Okay, can you hear me now out in the world? Councillor Principe?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. I guess I was talking to myself before. That's wonderful. Councillor Rice, are you here?
Yes.
Thank you. We have Councillor Paquette.
Present.
And Mayor Sohi.
Here.
Thank you. And then joining us in the room, Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And let's go to the board and see who else we have. Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
That's delightful. Thank you. Excellent greeting. Appreciate that. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And I think that's every member of council. Yes. Okay, well, that brings us to our first item of business at 1:30, which are items 7.1 and 7.2, which are cross-referenced. So I'll turn it over to everyone else.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Flaman. I'm the Deputy City Manager for Community Services here with the City of Edmonton. We're here to present an information report outlining ways in which the city currently supports and can continue to work on addressing missing, murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit individuals. This report is for information only and does not require a decision at this time. With me today are a number of folks who will help with this presentation and who are also available online. Next slide, please. I would ask that everyone would join us as we ground this presentation with a moment of silence to recognize and honor the victims of gendered and colonial violence. Thank you.
While honoring the work before us and around us, there are many acronyms these days that address the complexities of this issue. Using missing and murdered Indigenous relatives of MMIR is gender inclusive, that while acknowledging the ongoing gender violence against Indigenous women and girls, expands out to recognize the missing and murdered Indigenous men and boys, as well as the violence perpetrated against Indigenous trans, non-binary, Two-Spirit relatives. It also recognizes the humanity of the people who are missing and murdered. They are not just numbers or stats. They are our neighbors, our family members, our kin, our relatives. And moving forward, we plan to start using the acronym MMIR in our communications and work to reflect this. In November of last year, the Indigenous Relations Office presented the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Action Plan to Council. It focused on how the city has also made commitments to advance the calls for justice as well. There are 4 pillars that the action plan is built on. awareness, addressing, resurgence, and advocacy. The awareness pillar includes public education and training to enhance awareness and understanding of the impacts that colonial violence have had and continues to have on Indigenous communities. Examples include partnering with the Edmonton Public Library to host a monthly MMIWG 2S Plus reading circle, where participants were invited to read and chat about the calls for justice together. Support and fund and attend community events to raise awareness for missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit LGBTQIA peoples, like the recent Walk a Mile in a Ribbon Skirt, Red Dress Day, and Moosehead Campaign Day events. Supported the naming of Okisako Way in collaboration with the Stolen Sisters and Brothers movements and other grassroots community partners. We updated our MMIWG 2S Plus webpage to share resources, highlight organizations doing this work, and spread understanding of the impacts of colonialism on Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit peoples. And we're also developing an audio awareness project that highlights the stories of missing and murdered Indigenous relatives by those with lived experience and expertise in these issues. The addressing pillar includes specific actions and changes to the system to support positive outcomes and lived experiences for Indigenous peoples. Examples of actions of the city will commit to include supplying core operational capacity building funding to nonprofit organizations through our operating grant for Indigenous-led organizations. We also support the affordable housing and homelessness section in the areas of Indigenous housing, including collaborative Indigenous-led permanent shelter, Indigenous-led transitional spaces, Indigenous housing grants, Indigenous low barrier shelter support, and supporting Indigenous housing strategy, which is embedded in the affordable housing strategy. Supporting alignments within the community safety and well-being strategy and anti-racism strategy, and we support and fund organizations such as the Edmonton Aboriginal Senior Centre, Creating Hope Society, Canadian Native Friendship Centre, and Yellowhead Indigenous Education Foundation. We are currently working with community partners to develop an Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit internship program as well. The Resurgence pillar focuses on funding and partnering with Indigenous communities to support the reclamation of culture, knowledge, language, and autonomy. How this will be actioned includes working with community partners to create safe spaces for the reclamation and celebration of women and Two-Spirit ceremony and understanding, Two-Spirit ceremony and understanding. Promoting the use of Indigenous languages, art, and cultural symbolism in public spaces, ensuring that funding is available for revitalization of Indigenous cultures, languages, and celebrations across the city. We supported the cultural and operational development of a heartland space, work with our Elders and Matriarchs Circle, which is a crucial part of our relational work. We typically meet once a month, involve Indigenous elders and knowledge keepers in learning opportunities, such as elder and knowledge holder kinship gatherings with 90 city staff, executive leadership team, and mayor and city council. We support, fund, and attend priority programs such as Orange Shirt Day Walk and Run, Indigenous Peoples History Month, Moosehead Campaign Day, Red Dress Day, Walk a Mile in a Ribbon Skirt, Sisters in Spirit Vigil, and access to Fort Edmonton Park Indigenous Peoples Experience. We are also working on advocacy pillar in partnership with the Intergovernmental Relations Department. Advocacy is the last pillar and represents many of the calls to justice that are outlined that are outside of the jurisdiction of the City of Edmonton. However, it's important to recognize our role as advocates and one of the key partners to respond and commit to change. This can be done in areas such as child welfare, education, health, and justice.
Thanks, Andy. We would like to pass it over to our community partner, Lana Whiskey-Jack, who will speak to the work that she does and how it aligns with MMIWG 2S Plus Action Plan. Lana?
Danza, thank you kindly for this opportunity to speak about the good partnership work that we are doing. Currently, I'm involved with leading a Tapate Mokamik, a Two-Spirit, also known as Humpalaj, and it is a Two-Spirit rites of passage, co-creation with our city organizational community partners like Edmonton Two-Spirit Society. We work with elders intergenerationally, connections from elders to especially for youth and families and extended families of gathering monthly within language, high tanning, cultural, many different cultural gatherings and education and building capacity and co-mentorship within our gatherings. We also do a lot of land-based education and ceremonies within the heartland that has been wonderfully supported by the city. And so we're addressing a lot of our work by, of course, working with our Edmonton Two-Spirit community organizations or service providers, as well as our Two-Spirit youth and their families, and as well as with our elder support in nurturing language and cultural teachings, especially in the land here within the heart of Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you, Lana, for joining our delegation today to speak to the important work of missing and murdered Indigenous relatives and our partnership to address the 231 calls to action. The city knows this work cannot be done in isolation, and working together is our best opportunity to respond to the needs of Indigenous communities in Edmonton. The TRC Municipal Response Plan Q3 update is cross-referenced with this item. The Council report outlines many ways in which efforts are being made across the corporation to bring the Indigenous framework to life through these commitments. It is critical to note that responding to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action, specifically Call 41, includes addressing the 231 calls for justice outlined in the MMIWG 2S LGBTQIA final report. There are inherent connections between our response to supporting missing and murdered Indigenous relatives and directly progressing the municipality's commitment to the TRC. To ensure we practice this integration, we've chosen to present together today with a few highlights from the last quarter of our work. You have already heard about much of the great work underway, and we would just like to highlight a few more actions we have advanced from the TRC Municipal Response Plan. So, from an awareness perspective, the City of Edmonton continues to make learning and unlearning a priority as part of the awareness pillar of the TRC Municipal Response Plan. The act of learning is our responsibility to the truth component of Truth and Reconciliation. The City has had multiple learning opportunities with the Indigenous Framework Elder Circle throughout 2023. From City Council to executive leadership to frontline staff supporting the Indigenous framework, we have learned from them that the truth stage of the work has not yet been completed, and it is absolutely required as part of our journey in reconciliation. We continue to advance the commitments to awareness through both internal and public-facing opportunities to learn about and from Indigenous culture and worldviews. Some examples of this include the Community Recreation and Culture Indigenous Framework Department Committee worked with 2 students to create an Indigenous Framework Toolkit training session. This session was very well received and attended, with over 1,200 staff from that department participating in the workshops. Sessions are continuing to the end of the year, with some offerings extended beyond the branch to others interested in developing their own workshops. The team is continuing to explore train-the-trainer models for opportunities like these. As many of you are aware, the city partnered once again with the 3rd annual Orange Shirt Day Run and Walk to bring programming to Kinsman Park on September 30th, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. This event was officially sold out, with proceeds benefiting those impacted by legacy of residential schools. The event was well attended by city staff and Edmontonians. There were multiple booths around the site that provided opportunities for learning and reflection. From this work, partnerships continue to flourish and grow, an essential part of our commitment to the TRC. The addressing pillar is where the city's commitment to integration is more important than ever before. The work of this pillar requires partnership and commitment across the corporation to address the calls to action that call upon the municipal government to actively address the needs of Indigenous people in the Edmonton region. A few examples from the last quarter of this work include working with our partners at the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations on a letter of intent to work together to address the housing needs of Indigenous peoples and to advocate for the resources and supports needed to address the drug poisoning crisis in the city. We also acknowledge that one of the strongest and most powerful levers we have to advance our commitment to the calls of action is working with community partners. As such, the city launched its first ever Indigenous-led operating grant, ensuring that funding is available for grassroots organizations to prioritize the work they need to support Indigenous communities in Edmonton. With council support, an additional $500,000 for a total of $1 million will be going out to community-based organizations annually to ensure funding is available for these groups. A second intake will be occurring soon for the additional $500,000 from the CSWB funding. Recruitment continues to be an important action in our equity work. The city is continuing to explore the best ways to diversify our workforce. Throughout the past quarter, where applicable and suitable, there has been an increase in including knowledge and experience working in and with Indigenous communities as an asset for employment at the city. There is also an increase in postings that indicate knowledge of topics such as the TRC, MMIWG, and UNDRIP, as well as training in equity, diversity, inclusion, Indigenous awareness, and anti-racism as assets for employment. This helps to make a statement that the city's position on base knowledge of equity-based approaches is a priority. Last but not least, administration is working on the development of a public-facing dashboard, which will hold updates about our progress on the various actions and initiatives we have outlined in the TRC Municipal Response Plan. This work will always be evolving and adapting as we make progress and continue to receive feedback from Indigenous communities and partners. But finding ways to share our progress, no matter the status, is a priority for our teams. We look forward to rolling this out in the coming weeks and continuing to update it on a regular basis to honor our commitment to reporting on progress. The Resurgence pillar continues to focus on the supporting Indigenous communities in reclaiming culture, knowledge, language, and autonomy. The work of this pillar is particularly reliant on working very closely with and amplifying the work of Indigenous community partners. There continues to be excitement and inspiration with the increasing artwork and visual representation within city spaces. In the last quarter in particular, this has included publicly displaying the Indigenous framework artwork in City Hall, increasing the amount of artwork in city transit spaces, such as on the trains, bus shelters, and murals, and the artwork created on crosswalks and utility boxes for the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. These continued partnerships and outlets for creative cultural expression continue to bring vibrancy to public spaces across the city. The Indigenous Relations Office continues to support and fund community-based events, gatherings, and traditions that create the conditions and opportunities for cultural expression, ceremony, sharing, and learning. The partnership with the Indigenous Knowledge and Wisdom Center celebrated Kichikiaski's Sacred Land grand opening this September, a space dedicated to land-based teachings and knowledge development in the heart of Edmonton's River Valley. Other celebrations included powwows, the Alberta Indigenous Games, and inaugural Master Indigenous Games, and the Belcourt-Brosseau Métis Awards. Our work related to Resurgence is not just outwards facing, but internally as well. Increasing the access to opportunities for Indigenous people with the City of Edmonton is an ongoing priority. As mentioned by my colleagues, the Internship for Indigenous Women and Two-Spirit People has begun planning for a 2024 intake. The Council internship pilot in 2023 also included working with the Indigenous Student Centre at MacEwan, and we will continue to do so in the 2024 intake. And Camp Inspire also hosted a specific event for Indigenous people to explore what a career in fire rescue services looks like. These types of initiatives are opening up the opportunities for more Indigenous people to learn about careers at the city, as well as gain valuable experience for future employment. In all of these cases, we also learn from those who choose to participate in these programs. It's a collaborative learning experience, and we are proud to continue doing this work with our community partners. To wrap up today's presentation, I just want to highlight where we are headed and a few key projects and initiatives that will be taking place over the next year or so in these files. City Council has funded multiple key priorities over the remainder of the budget cycle. These actions provide funding to activate projects and initiatives across the corporation to put the Indigenous framework into practice and advance our commitment to the TRC calls to action and the MMIWG 2S LGBTQIA calls for justice. The work continues to be integrated, where we are taking careful measures to understand the unique needs of Indigenous peoples while also remaining diligent to responding specifically to what has been asked of the municipal government. We move at the pace of community and with community, and at times these projects and initiatives will ebb and flow, but we remain dedicated to advancing what community has asked of us in terms of prioritizing awareness, addressing resurgence and advocacy, and using the Indigenous framework as our guide to do this work. And with that, we are happy to take any questions, and I just want to express my deepest gratitude to the community members and leaders who have been alongside us for this journey.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's greatly appreciated. We're gonna, there are questions, I know. Mayor Sohi had selected this, so I'll start with Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you so much for the work to everyone, including Indigenous Relations Office. You know, everyone takes this work very, very seriously, and thank you so much for providing the leadership and also guiding the work with Council as well. On the awareness pillar, I noticed that some of the events that we support and the sessions and the funding for community waste awareness programs is kind of one-time funding, right? Like how do you make them more of how do you sustain those for the long term?
Yeah, for the awareness, so we would categorize these community-based led events as like awareness building, as they are usually annual. And so they happen on an annual basis and really encourage community to kind of a ripple effect of awareness and knowledge and inviting people into those spaces. So really that's, I think, the...
Are we able to support these activities and awareness programs on a regular basis through support through the Indigenous Relations Office or the funding that is required to do so?
Yes, yes. So that's a really big role that the city, that the Indigenous Relations offers to community in these events, the community-based events and awareness events is in terms of funding, in terms of coordinating and navigating the system in order to have safe spaces for folks and figuring out what they need in order to have these events happen. So that is something that the IRO does do and is encouraging across the city through the Indigenous framework for folks to do as well in those 4 roles.
So the capacity of IRO, I know in the last 4-year budget discussion, we did provide additional resources. So where are you in that capacity, hiring of more staff?
We are still looking for, I think there's 4 positions that we still have to hire. And so actually a posting went out today, and then a posting will come out later this week. And then there will be plans in January for 2 more. So we are building slowly, but we do still have some roles to fill as well. Yeah.
So by timelines, like when you will be fully staffed?
Fully staffed, I think the projected timeline is by March. If everything goes well in our internal processes, and of course, if the right candidates are at the table, then March is projected to be fully staffed.
Okay, you know how many people we're looking at altogether?
Altogether, we're looking for 4 more additional.
Okay,
roles,
so that'll be out. How many together?
I think it's 16 would make us, right?
16?
Yeah, I think it would be a team of 16.
Good. That's good to know, because
Yes.
then you'll have more capacity to support community organization and the work. I also had another question under the address pillar, right? There were reference to partnership with Roots for Trees, right? And like that's kind of more of awareness, right? So how does that fit into addressing some of the systemic challenges, right? Or maybe just speak on more broadly about some systemic changes that are necessary in order to, move forward on reconciliation. Yeah. Maybe I'll give you an example. Like how do we, city corporation, there are systemic barriers for people from Indigenous communities, from racialized communities to either get a job, right, or move up within the organization, right? So what is being done in that area?
Oh, do you want me to start on that one? Sure. Okay. Well, I think the employment services review, Mayor Soe, that that Employee Services is embarking on, one of the goals of that is to start looking at some of those things. So from a racialized and an Indigenous perspective, what are some of the barriers in terms of gaining employment at the city? Or if you're already at the city, what are some of the...
How you move up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What are some of the issues that we're facing in terms of ensuring that we are representative at the senior leadership level?
So with that, when is that work undertaken, in 2023 or like it'll be almost under 2023 now? 2024 is that part of the work plan?
2024, correct.
That's part of the work plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
well,
correct.
I'll stop here for thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate the work. I'm going to try to stick within one round, but just building off the mayor's comments, so, really exciting to see the full build-up of the team. Just wondering, too, what strategies are being taken to, because it's still a lot for that team to carry, right, for an organization of 10,000. So just wondering how we're maybe tapping into our full corporate resources. Is there some of the I've been noticing, the IRO team, doing a lot of delivery of events, which is excellent, and they've been phenomenal events. But we also have other staff members who can do that work. So is that underway in terms of looking at those options to sort of expand the capacity by spreading it out further in the corporation?
Definitely, yes. Thank you for that question. I would see that as really the main function of the Indigenous framework. And so the Indigenous framework is really to answer that question of how City of Edmonton staff can build relationships and work on reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And so the Indigenous framework, at first, there's I think, levels and layers to this, right? That's about changing the hearts and minds. But with that comes with changing that system and making those systemic changes. And so really we need to build the capacity of our City of Edmonton staff in order to do this work in a good way with the right intentions and with the right knowledge. And so these are all building blocks in order to get that. And so ultimately the Indigenous framework, in my view, is the systemic leverage points. And so how do we integrate those with other strategies like the community safety well-being strategy, all of these things. And there's a lot of excitement for these integrations and how do we work together. So that's really exciting to see how these are interconnected. So
great. Well, maybe on that theme of sort of getting that breadth of the work happening, I'm, really appreciate all the commitment to internal training and awareness raising. And apologies if we've talked about this before, but are we looking at potential training requirements for contractors, for other agencies that we work with in the community, or even making some of our training available to other organizations that may not have the capacity to develop their own?
As far as I know, that's not something that we have fully looked into yet, but I think that's definitely one of the core things that's interesting about the Indigenous framework. Kind of gives us that leverage into those spaces where the folks who are in charge of that, maybe that is something that department could look into, and how do they do that, right? And so really that's what's great about the Indigenous framework, is really empowering folks in their own specific roles of the city to do what's needed for those systemic changes. So
yeah, because I think our living wage policy has been an effective way to again kind of go beyond the boundaries of our organization, and so maybe thinking of that from a procurement perspective. Just touching on, I appreciate the move to an annual reporting cycle. I see, again, I know it's always a lot of work to prepare these coming to council or committee. I guess my question is, so no concerns around that. I think that makes sense. Just how do we help keep reconciliation top of mind in council's work and our decision making? Are there other touch points that we could have that are maybe not formalized reports, but just wondering if there's been some thought given to that?
Thank you, Councillor. I agree, and I think throughout the year we still have plans to communicate with Council regularly through memos and other forms of communication, just like we have in the previous year around different events and opportunities for Council and leadership to get out to. We'll continue those communications on a regular basis, so anytime we get the opportunity to actually, accomplish big milestones and things like that, that communication with Council will remain open all year long, especially as we hit those milestones, and then we'll have a nice comprehensive annual report at the end of each year.
Great. And I think complementing that with some of the other events that have been organized as well will be a really great opportunity to continue that conversation. Yeah, maybe the last one, advocacy, I'm wondering what the work plan is for kind of building that up over the next year.
I could maybe start with that. So one of the postings we actually have up right now is an Indigenous lead for advocacy. But we're looking right now, for example, at our Government of Canada budget submission, Councillor Stevenson, that's going in, and there's a whole section in there on reconciliation to match up with the work that the federal government is doing. So we've committed both from an anti-racism and a reconciliation angle to our community partners that we will leverage our advocacy power in taking forward the needs for community. So that's just a baseline in terms of any of the advocacy we're doing.
Great, excellent, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you very much. And thank you for this presentation and for your work. It's fantastic and amazing. I have a question. So I was thinking about how the Edmonton Oilers organization, they have a treaty acknowledgement before each game They came out with their special jerseys. As a corporation, they've been sort of trying to show leadership in this sphere. And so I'm just wondering if we are actively seeking out partners in the corporate Edmonton to also help, raise the standard and to engage in this sort of thing. And so not just the corporations, but also like the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, Downtown Business Association, for example, all our business associations, Downtown Recovery Coalition, things like that. Have they expressed interest? Are they looking to partner with us in this endeavor?
So from a TRC perspective, Councillor Paquette, that is part of our action plan for 2024. Now that the high-level office is getting built out, it is conversations we want to start having. One of the things that the city manager does is get together with all of the presidents for the post-secondaries, for example. That's going to be like a key item at our next meeting. So yes, and it's a 2024 priority.
Okay, so yes, so like next year we'll hear all about it.
It is definitely part of our work plan, because I think how we frame the TRC commitment is that it's not a City of Edmonton corporation commitment, it's a city commitment. And
Right.
we want all of our stakeholders at play, because I think to move the dial in a significant way on our TRC commitments, we do need everybody there. So yeah, I think I can easily commit to the fact that you'll be able to see some of those partnerships come to fruition next year.
Well, that's great. And I understand it's early days, and I'm sort of
No, it's
jumping
great.
ahead of a hand cart here. But so next question is, with other orders of government, have we made them aware of the efforts we're making and the approach that we're taking, and saying, listen, like maybe we can be the example of how to do this? Do you want to partner with success here?
Yeah, maybe with my kind of intergov hat on, I can comment. I know when we've been meeting with various ministers provincially, that has come up. And I know that there's lots of administration conversations between the Government of Alberta teams and ours. And then even at the federal level, we had a meeting with the ADM responsible for all things kind of anti-racism and reconciliation. And so the answer is yes, definitely at the admin level. And I think after we put it into our budget submissions, we can continue that conversation politically as well.
Oh, fantastic. And that could help with funding.
Absolutely, yep.
Okay, so, and the next question is, of course, there are systemic issues, and we can't just overnight end racism or any of those horrible things that we're trying to battle. And we know that part of our reality right now is violence against Indigenous peoples and homelessness and, obviously generational trauma. These are very real things. But there's also other narratives that can be told about strength. Not that these are separate conversations, they're kind of the same conversation. But when people come into Edmonton, do they know they're coming into a place that values Indigenous people and Indigenous life? And how do we communicate that in a way that, like, we don't have to talk to people? They experience it. They know it.
Mm-hmm. No, that's an excellent point, Councillor. Thank you. And I think that goes into the resurgency pillar. The importance of that is really about making, as you said, making sure that folks come to Edmonton, they know that this has been home to folks for time immemorial, and it's not glossed over and repainted into something that it's not what the roots are. So that's part of our resurgence is looking at it as the importance of language, the importance of Indigenous-led spaces, of folks having cultural spaces. That's an act of land back, right? Having our names in the streets, having our art, our symbols, our culture represented all around us. That is, I think, a really big aspect of that. And so that's definitely a huge piece of this resurgence pillar. And so we cross department into, neighborhood renewal, we cross into like city ops, all of these things. And that's why the Indigenous framework, I think, is so important, because it really lends us into these spaces where folks may not have really thought about that as being something that they could have a role in, right? And so we're seeing really amazing leadership in these areas who are really trying to steward and advocate for these spaces to have that, a really, either Nahio or at least Indigenous-centric kind of feel in Edmonton, at least. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, I'm surprised that we didn't have any community members sign up to speak, and I'm just wondering if the relationship building sort of is enough. Are we really advancing reconciliation? I know we're bringing awareness and everything to the issues and that, but are we really making concrete changes?
I think that is a really great question and really hard to answer. And I think that's the ultimate question, is what is reconciliation? What does that mean, or what does that feel like for everyone? And I don't think we have a standardized answer for that. And so that's something we're going to be continuously striving to understand, how that looks, how that feels for folks, and what does that mean. On the part of the city, though, really it is, as a corporate entity or as a colonial entity, it is really our responsibility to move that needle and work and reconcile, right? And so that's going to look like different for us than it is going to be for each individual community partner that we work with. I am so honored that we do have community partner Dr. Lana Whiskey-Jack here to speak to the impacts of the Humble Lodge and all of the rematriation work that she and her community does. But something in terms of understanding where reconciliation is at and what that means for folks is really in looking at the ways that we measure that and not doing that in a typical city kind of way. And so that's actually why we're engaging, we're working with consultants to develop an Indigenous evaluation framework and understanding for how we do this work in the IRO, and then how does that work out for the Indigenous framework. And so it's not going to be necessarily an Indigenous evaluation methodology, because we're not an Indigenous organization, and so it truly cannot be that, but it can be culturally responsive. And really what that means is understanding from community what reconciliation does look like and feel like. And so really we have to take that into account before we can even say what really the effectiveness of what we've done. So
I mean, but wouldn't that maybe be a first step, is to change the way that we track these things and maybe look at it from an Indigenous lens?
It's definitely one of the most pressing ones, but it is also, I would say, one of the harder ones to deal with. Just in terms of the evaluative models of the city is very much based on quantitative measures and not a qualitative. And so really that means changing many of the frameworks of understanding that the city goes by in terms of funding models.
But if that's how the Indigenous community is sort of going to rate the progress in that, why can't we?
No, and I think we can, and I think that's the work that we're working towards on.
And I guess, is Miss Whiskey-Jack part of the delegation? Can I ask her what her? Okay.
She is.
And so what's your take on how we're doing on taking action?
Thank you. I've answered these questions in a few different conversations I had with Explore Edmonton, Indigenous tourism, as a business owner, as an artist, one of the artists of from the City Hall create displays, and then as a partner through the Heartland. I think just having taking those steps to make a presence of Indigenous presence through art, through these public spaces, even the Indigenous Art Park. Like, these are really important ways of communicating that change. So, Edmonton being the first to have like Kichikowski, and working in this land-based, the Heartland as a land base specifically for gender and sexual diverse Indigenous folk relations or kin has been such a big step, and just shows the great support and commitment to reconciliation. So I'm filled with gratitude. Of course, there's always lots to learn, and of course, hoping that the gratitude for the leadership to start that, and waiting for those waves to ripple and create more of those structural changes. So it's to me, I'm really grateful for the good work that's been done and continues to be committed to
Okay,
change.
my time is up. I might come back for a second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, I just want to follow up Councillor Wright's questioning as well, line of questioning. Like, I think, are we collecting data on, for example, how many employees of the city of Edmonton trace their have Indigenous background, or not just in the front line, but in all the different layers of the organization? Or are we collecting data around our Indigenous Edmontonians? I don't know if we surpassed Winnipeg, but almost 6% of Indigenous population is Indigenous. So are we tracking, okay, how many people are actually accessing our services and programs, and Indigenous procurement? I think there's a lot of going on. I think, are we kind of starting to track if those are being utilized? I think something to think about. I don't know if you're doing that or not.
When it comes to the makeup of our employees, they are able to self-identify, and that we would rely on people feeling safe enough to disclose their heritage.
Yeah. Mine
Certainly,
is voluntary, right? So
correct. It is voluntary.
Yeah. So I just kind of to demonstrate to the community that success is being that we are making progress. Kikiachki is a good example. Indigenous People's Experience Pavilion at Fort Edmonton Park, and a very good example of a physical piece of infrastructure that engages people on reconciliation and history. I think there's I think just trying to demonstrate that leadership. I want to come to GBA plus. Is it strong enough to reflect our commitment on anti-racism and reflect our commitment on reconciliation? Is the GBA plus lens broad enough or inclusive enough to challenge our organization when the reports are being prepared, policies are being developed? I know you guys chuckling about this, right? Maybe you have something to share.
No, I think it's a great. I think it's a great question, Mayor Sohi. I think it is a conversation we are having right now in terms of whether GBA Plus fully captures the commitments we have made as an organization from an anti-racism and a reconciliation perspective. So I don't think it is as robust as we need it to be right now. Is the goal to get there and relook at what a GBA Plus section could look like? Absolutely.
That will also inform our work, as Councillor Stevenson was asking. Like, what can we need to continue to be reminded as well, that these are very serious generational commitments that we are making, right? And we need to be aware of those. And are we keeping that lens in mind when you're making decisions?
Yes. So yes, there is a GBA Plus review going in in the city, and we've provided feedback as the Indigenous Relations Office and the Indigenous Framework. And GBA Plus historically has not been overly reflective of the experiences, of the true experiences of Indigenous women and Indigenous peoples in Canada. And really, there are Indigenous intersectional, like critical analysis and lens and things like that can be used in the city. And I think that's something that, yes, we can explore. And that is something that again, it's all part of this slow transformational process, but yes, they are definitely things that we can do to add to GBA Plus to really get that fulsome understanding of really of the impacts of colonialism specifically.
Okay, no, I'm glad to know that. And can you quickly, in my dying seconds, talk about the language change around missing and murdered Indigenous women, now changing that to Indigenous relatives? Like, what is the just a perspective on that?
Yeah, really it's it's about the inherent intersectionality of experiences within Indigenous communities. And so really the ways in which we understand ourselves, we look at ourselves, it's very interconnected. And so although there is a fundamental foundation of understanding that we need to not forget about the specific ways that in which gendered colonial violence have really devastated our communities, specifically against Indigenous women and Two-Spirit folks, the ripple effects of that have really negatively impacted Indigenous men, boys, and any other Indigenous peoples as well. And so the Indigenous, missing and murdered Indigenous relatives really speaks to the holistic nature of this phenomenon, of this violence, and really makes that it's trying to, I guess, understand or make it understood that we aren't really in silos, like the boxes that, you know, our society typically puts us in. We are relatives. We aren't, you know, as these little boxes of identities. And so really that's a lot of it, what it speaks to is that, that experience of collectedness.
Mayor Sohi, did you want to move receipt of information?
Yeah, I'll move that we receive both reports.
Yep, both reports are fine for information. Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Yeah, I see a few folks, at least one. Councillor Paquette, do you want to go ahead?
Sure, I'll start it off. Again, deep thanks to the team and those online who came out to share this with us and to spend time with us. One of the things that was raised was, you know, targets, metrics, and outcomes. How do we measure success and things like that? And it's a bit tricky in this conversation because it's like saying, how do you measure the success of a friendship or a family? It's always going to be going through iterations and changing and developing and growing. And I guess the one true measure is that it exists, that relationship actually exists. And whether it's in a gully or it's at a high point, will change depending on the circumstances. We've had over a century of circumstances, far more than a century, centuries of circumstances that have led us to where we are today, that necessitated a look at reconciliation, unless we wanted to go down a path of complete genocide, which I don't think anyone wanted to. And so here we are. We're in the early steps of this effort. The TRC did not even put its 94 calls to action out until 2015. That's 9 years ago, which in the grand scheme of things is so recent, so very recent, that municipalities and provinces and the federal government are still analyzing how do we get this done. In the city of Edmonton, we are miles ahead of anywhere else I've looked in Canada for what we're doing. In so much that I have had city councillors and mayors from other parts of the country ask me how we are doing it. And we're just starting. So it's actually really astounding. And I'm really proud of our team and of our city. My dream, well, before I get to that dream, I just want to say this. One of the things that has always been on my mind is that for some of my friends, if they want their kids to learn about their grandparents or great-grandparents' language and culture and immerse themselves in that history, they can go to their country of origin. And they will be surrounded by that. For my children, where do we go? All we have is here. And if it doesn't exist for the children who are being born today, we will create that. The richness of the history, the knowledge, the culture, the language is still here, like a small ember. We just have to allow life and air to get there. But we have to protect it. We have to help it grow. My dream is that kids born today will grow up in a city where they see that they are not just allowed to exist, but they're celebrated. And if we can get that right, we get it right for everyone. If we can say to the people who have lived in this land for time immemorial, we know how to exist and thrive side by side, we know how to celebrate each other, then we can say that to everyone. We can say that to every culture. But if we don't, I honestly believe this grand experiment of Canada could fail. When we don't love and admire and need our neighbors, our communities will suffer. I have a dream that everyone who comes to this city, as soon as they come into this city, they will know that they are in a special place. And I think that this team is the team to get it done. Hi, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Speaking to it, Councillor Stevens.
Yes, apologies for my absence there for a moment, but very pleased I was able to get back to speak briefly to this. You know, I so appreciate Councillor Paquette's words and just wanted to add, you know, in terms of the impact on the community, but just personally for council as well, just how much your work has meant for me and I think for many of my colleagues in terms of helping us to deepen our understanding in these roles and continue to guide our choices and our learning as well. So thank you personally for that as well. I mean, it's interesting. We're at a 2-year mark in our term, and I think reconciliation has been an important piece of that work so far. And I have to feel that, you know, have to share that, you know, I have seen us taking these steps, and I feel like in some ways it's just, I've been feeling like I'm just looking at the next step ahead. But the sense I have from this report, and I think it's reflected too, just in terms of where we've arrived is we are still taking those steps, but I'm starting to see the accumulation of those steps and just looking up a little bit further towards the horizon and where we're going, and that seems so much clearer to me now. And I think that this work is very messy and non-linear, but it's really coalescing in my mind, and so I deeply appreciate that work. And I think I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi to close.
Oh, I just want to add my gratitude to Indigenous Relations Office and the community partners and the elders and the knowledge keepers that I had the opportunity to engage with. It's been very enriching for my own personal growth in this role as individual, but also as mayor, that how critical it is that we continue to seek their guidance in this work, walk together on this journey. Yes, it's not a linear work, it's very complex, and there are many layers to that complexity and the challenges that community is facing. But I think the more we get on this path and getting into understanding, you know, the work we're doing, and the more we need to start celebrating, along with recognizing that this is generational work that is going to require decades and decades of commitment. I hope that by the time we leave these offices, there will be very, very strong foundation to build that work will not be reversed, right? So I think, but that is only possible if community has embraced this work. I think the work that IRO is doing and the community is leading is really grounding this work into the community. I think that's what will be I would, if we were to measure our success, maybe that will be our success, that we have embedded this work in the community, right? And that it will not be reversible. So look forward to more work, and thank you so much, really, everyone at the Indigenous Relations community and the rest of the organization. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. And display the vote. That is carried. So that is our two-time specifics, items 7.1 and 7.2. We will move on now to item 6.3, Ortona Armory Arts Habitat Funding Agreements. So we're just changing out the delegation. Before we do the presentation, we have a third speaker who has registered. Where's that list there? Brad. So I'll move that we hear from an additional speaker, Brad Gertz, I believe is the name, from the Ortona Armory Tenants Association. So please vote to add that speaker, and we'll hear from our speakers after the presentation, if there is one.
Just waiting on 2 votes. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Display the vote. That is carried. Next up, any presentation on our item here? Yes.
Just some speaking notes.
Sure. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Joining me today are a few folks from our Community Recreation and Culture branch to answer any questions that you might have. We also have Julian Main, the Executive Director of the Arts Habitat Association of Edmonton, also available virtually. We are here today seeking committee approval, as prescribed in the City Administrative Bylaw, to enter into a municipal funding agreement with Arts Habitat Edmonton to support their operations of the Ortona Armory. The rehabilitation of the Ortona Armory is expected to be completed in early Q2 2024. During the 2023 to 2026 operating budget process, Council approved ongoing funding for Arts Habitat Edmonton to operate the Ortona Armory. This municipal funding agreement formalizes the terms and conditions for use of the funding over the next 3 years. This report does not need to go to Council, as the authority to approve falls within the mandate of this committee. We would be pleased to answer any questions you have regarding this report. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go to questions of administration, we will hear from our speakers. So we have Patrick Ares-Pilon. Is that yourself? Sorry, I just want to make sure we're in order here. Yeah?
That's myself, Patrick Ares-Pilon. Yes.
Ares-Pilon. And Tim Folkman. There we are. And our third speaker, Brad Gertz, who had registered, and we just added. Is Brad on the, I should write the name down. Is Brad on the line, maybe virtual right now? I'm not seeing. So what we'll do is we'll start with the presentations from the two of you. If Brad joins us within the next 10 minutes, he's welcome to do his presentation as well. So as if you haven't been here before, and even if you have, as a reminder to everyone, every person gets 5 minutes. We hold fairly firm. You've got some lights right on the dashboard right in front of you there. Green. It'll be green for the first 4 minutes. When you have 1 minute left, it'll turn yellow, and as soon as it goes to red, I will respectfully make sure everyone stops, as we always like to make sure we give everyone the same amount of time. So please go ahead, Mr. Ares-Pilon.
And so I have a slideshow presentation. Here we go. So thank you, councillors and Mayor Sohi, for letting me address the committee. I am an artist addressing you on behalf of the Ortona Armory Tenants Association and artist community. we have serious concerns about the operational funding agreement with Arts Habitat. Next slide. Our society, also known as ODA, was established in 1998, and we are responsible for transforming the Ortona Armory into an arts building where we have hosted various events as films, concerts, dance performances, and art exhibits. Next slide. Upon the Ortona's closure for renovations in 2019 and a 2-year overdue completion, we were sidelined from the return process. The Ortona Armory Tenants Association only heard about this agenda item and proposed agreement by accident. We should have heard about it through official means and not by happenstance. Next slide. Recently, we had to reach out to Arts Habitat to gain understanding of their plans, as there has been no effort on their part to communicate with us since our eviction. We discovered our rent will triple, impacting the affordability crucial to artists' stability. Arts Habitat's plans to offer non-renewable short-term leases, a model we were not consulted about or agree with. This approach risks rapid turnover and contradicts the value of a core group of artists activating the facility and hinders art community building in Edmonton. Next slide. Arts Habitat short-term rotation model and inflated rental rates increased reliance on administrative oversight. This poses a threat to the security of artists in Edmonton. There is a significant discrepancy between what is to gain for artists versus Arts Habitat's substantial administrative budget. Next slide. ODA operated successfully with a minimal budget in 2018 with just over $16,000. Arts Habitat is asking for over $700,000 to fund a plan with heavy administrative handling. Allocating such resources to administration hampers artists and contradicts our previous grassroots success. Next slide. Over the years, we facilitated a thriving arts community and artist studios with low cost to the city of Edmonton. Our success was attributed to affordable rent, a dedicated group of artists, and versatile spaces for community use. Next slide. We propose a reevaluation of the current situation to align with our community's vision. We believe our artist-centric model is more cost-effective, viable, and proven. It prioritizes artistic engagement and community vibrancy. Next slide. Creating a successful artist-run building must involve artists in decision-making and maintain transparent communication for long-term success and sustainability. Next slide. We urge the city to consider adopting our proven methods. We have simple solutions. We propose to amend the agreement as follows. Lock in a rate of $6 a square foot per annum, as per the letter of intent that was provided to our community when we were evicted, which is part of the correspondence I forwarded to the committee. Number 2, provide renewable sub-leases to artists. Artists should be allowed to exist in this city for more than a year, to have an arts practice, to thrive, and to be part of a community that grows. Number 3, dedicate 20 to 50% of the operating budget to artists for artist-led projects and artist in residency programs. Next slide. Thank you for hearing me out, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Tim Folkman, please, next.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for hearing us. I'm an independent artist and have been an artist in Edmonton since the 80s. I've been able to function as an artist in this city, which has supported arts and created good environments to support. I would just like to point there is an incongruity between sometimes we're trying to do good and we don't do good, we do bad. And I think this is one of these instances. The Ortona building is a very successful arts building that was saved by artists taking it over and inhabiting that building. It was not perfect, as no community is perfect. But I really believe there's a moment here to realign the position of the city and this proposal in Arts Hab to better reflect, I think, the goals of this city to have a rich artistic community, not just a building, not just another gold brick, but actually a position and a standard that will raise the Edmonton city to a higher standard and create a good environment for artists to work in. So I've lived and worked in maybe 6 or 7 different buildings in the city of Edmonton over my career, as in studios or performance spaces. And most of those now are empty lots or condominium structures. It is hard for artists to function, as it is for all people that want to have a rentable space for living and for working. And artists, I think, take quite a big brunt of problems when it comes to the pressures that are put on by the economics of our situation. So I would just really like to stress, as an independent artist in this city, this building, the Artona, if worked at as a community, if we are respected and our voices are heard, can be a great building and can be a great art linchpin for this city, and I think the designs of this city. And our voices reach around the world. So I really think this council should consider some of the points brought forward in Patrick's proposal and move forward. And if not, at least open up a conversation with the artists you wish to inhabit this building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to see if we had our other speaker join us. Brad Gertz. Do not.
He said he was on his way, but we still see no sign of him.
Okay. Well, we'll start questions, and if by chance it comes in before we end questions of speakers, then we can sneak him in there. Otherwise, we'll have to have a separate piece. Mayor, so he had selected this. So, Mayor, so do you have any questions for our speakers?
Yes, maybe I'll start with Patrick. You're here on behalf of Ortona Armory Tenants Association, right? Can you tell me how many artists are here part of the association?
We have about 15 members,
okay.
Including 2 organizations, the Film and Video Art Society that has rehoused itself.
So all of you rent space, lease space before the rehabilitation work started?
Yes, that's right. We were in the Ortona Armory until May 2019.
Okay.
And that's including as well the Trincan Steel Band, Caribbean Steel Band, that was in the building since 1980, our oldest tenant member of our organization.
So are all of you coming back into the Armory or not?
There is interest under favorable circumstances.
Yeah.
We were presented with a first right of refusal with the letter of intent that we would have first choice. And so Arts Hab said that they would honor this. However, rent will triple in contradiction as to what our letter of intent indicated, that rent would be at $6 a square foot per year. And as well, we will not get renewable leases. And so we will be welcomed back only for a year and then evicted. And so that's why we strongly oppose or have reservations regarding this agreement.
So rent, not having a long-term lease. And what was the third one?
The third one is that there should be money allocated in budget for artist-led initiatives, projects, and artist in residency program.
Okay.
We had a wonderful artist in residency program before we got evicted. We included many artists throughout the city of Edmonton to have a time to make art in the Ortona and to have an exhibit. And it was a great way to lift up our community and see wonderful art.
And you don't see that included in the agreement, because I'm looking at the components of the approved expenses. There are eligible expenses, that's salary, training, and all that. Then 2.0 is ineligible expenses. Then goes down to saying the funding to be provided to Arts Habitat Association of Edmonton to provide affordable studio space for local artists, space and programming opportunities for Edmonton arts community, affordable assembly, programming rooms, multi-purpose spaces for artists, as well as broader community aid in preservation of the historical city building, ensure the continuation of Auton Armory building as a vibrant arts and community hub that supports flexible space for individual artists, and as well as community bookable space. So there's some, so third part might be addressed under that, or you don't think that's sufficient?
I don't think it's sufficient.
What would you like to see in that include?
There needs to be a commitment within the agreement that artists will be able to access some of these funds for operating the Ortona, and that it not just be put towards administration.
Okay.
And that's a big concern with the rapid turnaround model that they have, is that it justifies heavy administrative handling and not to the interest of artists in Edmonton.
Got it, okay. Is Tim Fallman, right?
Yes.
Fallman. So can you specify what you would like to see in the agreement reflected?
So what I'm not seeing is communication between the administration or the Arts Hub and the artists themselves.
Okay.
I think what's happening, what you see in the budget, is they want to hire 2 full-time staff and 2 part-time staff to operate the building. And then they raise our rent. So they're going to take space, they're going to inhabit space through the administration, which we think is very heavy, and they're going to increase the artists. So they're actually working against our interests, not for our interests. So
rent tripling is a huge burden.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Well, they think that the artists we can run ourselves. We're adults and we're experienced, but we're not being asked. We're not being part of the process. We were really sidelined from the whole process of this building, evicted and sidelined. So I really think what we would like back on the boat, we would like to have a voice. We would like to at least have a say or a vote on how these monies are spent on our behalf.
Okay.
And then I think it's going to be better for everybody in the long run. Thank you.
We'll ask those questions to when the administration comes back. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I think before I go to Councillor Stevenson, I think our third speaker was able to join us. Brad, is it Gertz? Brad? So Brad, you have 5 minutes. I know you just came in, but we were getting ready to do questions of speakers, but we'd love to have your up to 5-minute presentation. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks for your patience. Yeah, my name is Brad Gertz. Just a little bit of background. I've been involved with underground and potentially illegal art studios since 2009. My first 2 woodworking studios were on 112 Ave, 111 Avenue. I moved into unused, empty commercial spaces, and I think everybody's familiar with what that looks like in terms of blight. Moved in, built suites in the back, had a cast iron tub, refrigerator, stove, and for $750, I could be a woodworker. I could be a craftsperson. I could attempt my vocation, and I could survive in this town. And both of those spaces that I lived in, when I left, someone else came in immediately. And I think that's part of the power, part of the benefit to having affordable art spaces for people in this city. And afterwards, you just see the growth that follows this kind of activity. And the important thing about that was that it was affordable for me. I wasn't making income as a craftsperson or as an artist, but I was having a very good time supporting other people. People could use my space. About 2012, I teamed up with a number of other artists, and we opened a cooperative art space called Ficus. And we had graphic artists, we had a guitar builder, I was a furniture maker. The book covers for a Margaret Atwood collection were drafted in that space. It grew and evolved over time, and it was artist-run, artist-centered, and I think provided some people came and went. There were some standard people, but what we had there was community. And when I think about the Ortona, I think of the community that it supports, and I think the reason that it's successful is that it's artist-led and artist-centered and artist-focused. And I think when you look at the Ortona Armory Tenants Association, for 2 decades, they were kind of left to themselves, and they created a community. I saw dance there, I saw theater there, I saw artists from across Canada that I would not have been able to see otherwise. And I know for myself, as a as a craftsperson, if I wanted to set up a show there, there'd be people that would come to see my work that wouldn't otherwise be able to see it. And also, it was accessible and cheap. And I think that's really important. And I want to contrast that with large projects, well-intentioned, big scale. When my colleagues and I were involved with FICUS, we were kind of looped in peripherally to have conversations about what was going to happen with the quarters. There was going to be an art project. As far as I know, that never got off the ground, but as part of paving the way for this large project, which again, well-intentioned, it doesn't matter, it ended up that a couple of vibrant community spaces were raised. And if you go to the corner of 95th Street in Jasper right now, you see an empty parking lot where before there was band space for people to rehearse. There was dance studios. There was a small independent vintage clothing store, and now it just sits empty. I think the Orange Hub, I don't think that we can point to that as an example of a top-down, administrative-led project that is successful. I don't think it's meeting its goals. I think it's drained a lot of money, and I don't think it's serving the needs that it's meant to serve. And so there's this tension between artist-led projects, artist-centered, and projects that I consider to be more bureaucratic, more administrative-led, where you've got administrative scope creep, or you have, the Ortona never had a single full-time person who was doing the administration, but it was successful, and it ran, and it took care of itself, and it grew, and it created the groundwork for a lot of good things to happen. And I think what I see, and I should also be clear that I have a great fondness and affection for the Ortona over a long time, so I'm here as a personal, somebody who's benefited from it. And I think what I see happening, which bothers me and why I'm here today, is you had an arts organization that was successfully running a project, and then they've been removed from that process, and now it's being handed over to a different organization that has a lot of money and a lot of budgets and a lot of administrators, and now they're going to need a lot of money for administration. And so it's money that's not going to artists, it's money that's going to administration. And again, with this contrast between artist-led initiatives, which can be successful, nimble, responsive, and then you look at what happens when you hand it over to a larger organization, I'm concerned that the new Ortona project, that's my time. Thank you.
It is. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. There were two councillors who still had questions. You can ask questions of all three panelists now. Councillor Stevenson, I think, was next.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here today and sharing your insights. I was wondering if we could go back to the presentation. I just want to dig in the slide where you showed sort of the operating budget. So previously, before the renovations, was ODA, were you managing the leases and the building management?
No, it was managed, or the leases were gone through the city leasing department.
Okay.
Directly, and we had an angel with the city that was our champion. That was Barry Sawchuk.
Okay.
And so he was a wonderful supporter of our community, and we did not have any middle person or middle organization to deal with at that time.
Yeah, and I think one of the tensions, and I'll dig in with our city staff as well, is just sort of looking to take some of the administration of different spaces out of city staff. But I hear the tension that you're flagging as you're putting it out, and then who's running that. So just wondering if you at any point had an opportunity to, did you ever want to manage the building? Was that ever an offer in terms of your group actually taking over the management of the leases in the building?
During the consultation period we had with the City of Edmonton, that started in 2017 and that went to 2019, May 2019 till our eviction, we were given the opportunity to present a business case where we could manage the building. However, we just didn't have the resources to properly, fully develop that because our budget was quite minimal at the time.
Yeah.
We were operating at $16,000 a year, and almost half of that went towards artists. And so we didn't have the resources at the time to properly develop a business case for that.
Okay, no, that's really helpful background, and totally understandable. That's a big one to ask or to come up with. Just, I have a really strong understanding of different ways that we define affordable housing, for example. How do you define affordable artist space? And if I could ask, you mentioned it sort of a tripling, so maybe if you could just help me benchmark this in terms of what the previous rent was, and then what does an affordability benchmark look like?
Absolutely. Thanks for the question. And so I think one thing that's really important to understand is that the Ortona Armory is not a live workspace. It's
Right.
a workspace.
Yes,
And
yeah.
so people have to live somewhere else and work in a different space, which is a huge value to artists, because a lot of artists don't necessarily have the space within their home to do their art practice. And so our square footage rate at the time was about $4 a square foot a year, which was quite affordable. And so when the city presented us with the letter of intent for first right of refusal and quoted the price of $6 a square foot, it seemed reasonable for us because the city was putting in over $15 million to renovate this building that we love so much. And so we appreciate that the city took attention and wanted to invest within our community. And so, but also, it's important to have such an affordable rate of $6 a square foot to give us the means to be able to invest in our communities, to buy art material, not just to occupy our space, but to buy art material, to have a project-led projects. And so that's why, the over $700,000 is a wonderful figure to contribute to an arts community, but it has to go to the right places. As it'd be great to have a reserve or allocation towards artist-led projects and an artist residency program. We want to have new people coming through the building and proposing their art and having that exchange with our broader arts community. But we do need funds for that.
Yeah, no, and I think, I think the tension I'm feeling is, my understanding is that the 750 is really focused around, property tax, some of the operating, and I think a lot of that used to just be held internally in the city, so it wasn't necessarily as visible, right? We hadn't put a number to it, but I really take your point in terms of what that return on investment is, how it's supporting the artist community. So I'll have lots of other questions for our city staff, but thank you all for being here today.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. And thank you to all the speakers. I have to admit, didn't quite see that coming. So appreciate the openness in sharing your experience. Maybe I'll start with Patrick there. So if I can get a better understanding, sorry, there's a bit of an echo. So prior to the renovation, ODA was operating, and then was it kind of like a co-op model similar to FICUS that I think Brad referenced?
Yeah, well, the Tenants Association was set up in 1998, and basically it was a community initiative that brought us together to work together as a non-for-profit. And so we hosted and came together for different events, such as the Ortona 100. The building turned 100 years old in 2014. And so all our community came together to celebrate and underline our building. And so, yeah, it's the Ortona Armory Tenants Association. We would get together about 4 times a year and discuss about priorities. We hosted an artist in residency program that was very successful. And yes, it was a good way to, a good platform for us to share our priorities and to discuss what makes us thrive and
Yeah.
our interests, to align our interests.
Appreciate that. I wasn't so much asking about what is ODA, I was more asking about the operational model and what is it comparable to. Is it membership driven and everybody had a role and responsibility? Is it very collective governance? style, and maybe that is that one of the reasons why your operating cost is so low. You know, I see lots of you know, I think potential in a model like that. And I'm wondering if you have any feedback perhaps from your membership about how such a structure might benefit, for example, artists from diverse communities, BIPOC artists from marginalized communities who might need lower barriers to entry to kind of get their foot through their door in order to succeed.
Yes, well, the Ortona Army Tenants Association was a good organization, is a good organization as an advocacy group as well, and to advocate for different groups of the population and to advocate for the interest of not only our members, but our broader arts community in Edmonton. And so we have 3 levels of membership. And so we have an honorary level of membership that we honor our elders within our communities, that they've provided that they've committed, they've put in a lot of time within our community. We have a membership based on, our voting membership is based on who are the tenants within the society. And so when ideas are brought forward, like money for artists in residency, the tenants vote on it. And then we have an open membership that is open to anybody within the broader arts community as well.
Okay. I have to be mindful of time. I'm not sure if that answered my question, but maybe I can just like switch to Tim and Brad, perhaps. No, the outcomes that you're looking for. You know, I'm hearing as a first thing, you will ideally you will like the building to be artist run, artist centered. But barring that, you will at least to have a seat at the table, to have opened up the communication channels. Is that accurate?
Yes, thank you for the question. I see our place at the table is vital linchpin to the operations of the building, not just a sideline. When we started this originally, when finally the building was going to be renovated, we were invited to all sorts of conversations, people talking. And then as soon as we left the room, those things were pushed off the table. Our ideas were disregarded. Our voices were lost in the din of construction. So we want a hands-on, a voting membership. We think the building should be maybe not managed, but at least operated at a board level, a cooperative membership with community input that's real. Or, because if it's not real, then it's not real. Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you. I actually should have clicked on. I do just have a few quick questions then. So I appreciate the suggestion, Mr. Gertz, around, you sort of flagged Orange Hub, and I'm going through some conversations in my head around Orange Hub right now. So I guess, so I'm going to use the Orange Hub as an example, and I'd like your feedback on this, because I understand, having chatted with the folks and the tenants at Orange Hub, they would ultimately, at some point, like to move to a different model. The problem is, it feels like there's sort of, there's sort of this view that you have to be one or the other. You have to either be run by another organization. In the case of the Orange Hub, it's the City of Edmonton managing it right now, or it's entirely tenantly owned. And I think the challenge we are running up against, and I want to get your insight as to this, as to having the building that you've gone through, is that sometimes there are differences of opinions amongst even the tenants themselves around what the right level of standard is. So as an example, there had been complaints at the Orange Hub about the level of cleaning, because we have a fairly high standard for city buildings, as one can expect. Some tenants are like, well, why are you dusting as much as you are? Well, because that's actually our standard, and that costs money, and that requires that we have a certain amount of money being funded to cover the janitorial pieces that a tenant-run group might not have the same standard if they own that building and had their own set of standards that they created. So what I'm wondering about is, I appreciate you've raised the point about $6 and the $16,000, but I'm guessing that didn't include capital maintenance or anything like that. That didn't include, to Councillor Stevenson's points, like property taxes. So I'm wondering if we have I guess I want to get a sense of, do we have realistic expectations too if we're going to figure out how you go down to that model? I mean, we have to pay for capital maintenance. We have to pay for some of these things that maybe weren't previously included and might provide a very different budget conversation. So have you thought about that? Or since you haven't done a business case yet, maybe we're not at that stage yet?
That's a very good question. I'm not opposed to Arts Hab operating the building. I am for Arts Hab operating the building with the Ortona Armory Tenants Association at the table, making decisions with them collaboratively, and not being told this is what it is, things change. And so, and I think it's really important to have the interests of the artists that will be in this building be represented on a on the model of a thriving, vibrant arts community and how it works, and that there is active that they are active within the decision-making process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. And I guess the question is there, you know, because that's actually the exact same conversation we're having at the Orange Hub right now with the tenants. I have a tenant meeting with the tenants on Friday. And I think they want to get there too. I guess the question is, so has there been much of a conversation in the last little while about what that process looks like now? Because, you know, I have the same thing at Orange Hub where they want to have a decision-making ability, again, figuring out what can we actually make decisions on, right? You know, if there's certain safety requirements, if there's certain building requirements, the artist might be okay with something else, but if we have set standards, you might feel like you don't actually have a voice when there are certain standards we have to hit. So I guess I'm curious as to where is step one, just trying to start us down that path of so that you can get to a point where you're having that more of a say in it, because that's what you're looking for. I guess I'm trying to figure out how we get, yeah.
So yeah, definitely step one would have been communication.
Okay.
Since our eviction in 2019, we were sidelined. Arts Hab and the city didn't make any effort to communicate with us, even though with our letter of intent, we provided our up-to-date communication. And so, number one, communication. Number two, being at the table for decision-making. Because we made this building, this was an administrative building before. There was a fencing company, there was the Edmonton Minor Association that was in there, there was the National Film Board, which then made space for the Film and Video Arts Society of Alberta. And so there was a mishmash of different enterprises and businesses within the building. Throughout the years, artists took over, and then we set up our organization in 1998 to represent the interests of the artist tenants and organizations within the building. And so together, we took decisions together collectively to have our community thrive and grow. And so I think that is still possible with Arts Hab, but we need to be at the table making the decisions and be heard. I had a casual meeting with the folks at Arts Hab, and they were informing me how things were going to be. I provided feedback, and there wasn't much intake or much consideration for our concerns as a community. And so what has Arts Hab been doing for the past 4 years? I understand from looking at their 2020 annual operating budget.
And I'm going to jump in because I have to rudely cut you off because I'm
That's
out
okay.
of my 5 minutes,
Yep.
and I'd be doing a bad job chairing if I let myself
That's
continue.
fine.
So, but I appreciate that. There will be some questions for administration. So those are all the questions on the board. So thank you all for coming. You may take a seat back in the other chairs there, and we'll bring back up our administration to ask questions of them. And as they make their way up, feel free to click on the board, but Mayor Sohi had selected this, so we'll let Mayor Sohi start as soon as everyone has a seat. So. All right. We have Julian Main online, I think, from Arts Hab. Correct?
You do?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So we have.
Hi, good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Mayor Sohi?
Well, I'll start with you, Julian. Then you heard the concerns being raised by the tenant association and other folks about lack of communication and engagement, and the amount of rent being charged tripled from what they were paying before, and the lack of ability to sign long-term renewable leases, and the support for programming. Can you want to comment on those?
And just before you do, we're just going to get the mayor's time started. There we go. I think get a few extra seconds there. So go ahead, Mr. Main. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks very much, Mayor, for the question. Arts Habitat, as you know, is a partner with the city and has been for 25 years, managing art space. We own Arts Hub 118 Live Work Housing Cooperative. We own McLuhan House and manage those as affordable spaces for artists to live, in the case of Arts Hub 118, and to work at McLuhan House. And we work with the city, and the intent is to create affordable, accessible art spaces for working artists in Edmonton. This goes back to, we were first asked to come into this project in about 2018 when the project began, and the city was looking at the building after 20 years of not really doing anything with the building, and then realized it really needed renovation. And so we've been working with the city. We've been attending daily or weekly meetings with the city. Construction, of course, was stopped with COVID. The cost of the project has gone from $7.5 to $15 million capital. Arts Habitat was able, with the city, to secure $1.7 million to contribute to that capital rehabilitation. I think there's a few things. One is affordability and what affordability means. And if you ask 5 different people, you'll get 5 different answers. We deal with artists on a daily basis. We have artists connecting with us, looking for space. And we certainly deal with the Orange Hub because we do all of the vetting for the professional artists and professional organizations. So we were part of the congregation that came with the Orange Hub to speak in 2019 to try and get the pricing down for the Orange Hub and make it affordable for working artists. And it's around the $10 mark right now with the discount. You know, there is a reality of operating these buildings. The city has put $15 million into this building. It wants it operated, and it wants really to address as many people in the city as possible to use that building. So one of the messages to us when we were asked in 2019 if we would be willing to take on this building was to make it as accessible as possible to as many artists as we can. And we have a ongoing list, as I say, of people who are looking at it. So what should the price be for an affordable art space? Yeah.
So what should that price be? You said $10?
So we aim for around $10.
Yeah.
Harcourt House is at $14, is our understanding. When artists, we ask artists that connect with us what they're willing to afford. You know, the price of $12 a square foot is not unreasonable. And what we aim for certainly is affordable and non-market rates for any of the spaces, recognizing that artists need that.
Are you trying to recover?
So really,
sorry, Jyoti. Are you trying to recover some of the capital cost through these rents? Probably not.
Not at all.
See, no, because our
Not at all.
administration
Not at
nodding.
all.
Okay. So we heard from we heard from the society. Sorry, from the tenant association that the rent is going to be tripling. So if they were paying $6 prior to rehabilitation, now you're offering them at $10 to $12. That's not necessarily tripling.
It's not tripling, and $6 is, was what the hope was back in 2019. As you know, the world has changed a lot since then. But there's also a lot more expenses on this building than there were before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you quickly comment on the non-renewable short-term lease?
In an effort to make the building as accessible as possible to as many people, we felt that that there should be very much sort of a tenancy of, or a licensing, if you will, for up to a year, which is an individual studio. And at the end of that year, if there's nobody who wants that studio, we would be happy to renew the lease.
Okay,
but
I'm
I
out
think
of
our
time. I'll
feeling
come
at
back.
Arts Habitat, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Councillor Paquette?
Thank you, Chair Knack. I was ready to listen to two other rounds of questions first. Yeah, so I guess the next question is maybe Julian, was there a intentional and concerted effort to retain the original 15 members of the Tenants Association for the Ortona? Like to keep them as the residents, like an intentional effort?
My understanding from the city is that they asked how many of the Ortona residents would be interested in coming back. 8 of the residents responded that they would most likely return back to the Ortona Armory. 2 of those are Fava and Trincan, who are now leasing from the Orange Hub. So that leaves 6 artists, and we're more than welcome. They're more than welcome, and we put them at the top of the list, and they get first dibs at any of the space there. Certainly, it has always been at the forefront, adhering to the obligation that the city put forward in the letter was to ensure that they had first of line access.
Okay, but the stipulation would be no long-term leases, just a renewable, potentially renewable 1-year lease.
Yeah, because I think
what's the rationale for that with the original tenants?
Just the huge demand for art space in Edmonton.
Okay, so you feel that the demand is such that there are so many people waiting for art space or studio space that those would be snapped up?
I think that what you would potentially have is you would have a group of artists that would stay, and there would be no other access to those studios from other artists that are up and coming or new, or that would be sort of become a home studio to them.
Okay.
And if the city wishes that, we can go down that road. Yeah. But we felt that there was just far too much demand for studio space.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. So the 1-year lease, though, what are the stipulations there? What are the protections for the tenant if they want to stay? And there's no real reason not to renew the lease, but based on behavior or payment of rent or something, is there a case where that lease would not be renewed in favor of a different tenant?
I think, every community hub that's established through North America has its policies of running and expectations of behavior. But I can't imagine that anybody would go outside of those lines. So if there's nobody else that wants the studio, then of course,
what if there is a demand? Is there anything to protect the tenants who want to stay? Or do they get given like first opportunity to renew the lease, no questions asked, if everything else is on the up and up?
Sure. Our approach is that there would be a waiting list, and that once the license was done for the year, and it really is self-directed studio work, very much like the Leighton Studios at Banff and that sort of thing, where you have a an intention to do work. So it could be 2 weeks to a year where you have use of a studio. And at the end of that year,
No, I understand.
If there was nobody else who
I
wanted the
understand
studio,
how a lease works. My question is, if there is no other reason not to renew a lease, based on behavior, based on payment of rent, things like that, why not then just have more than 1 year lease for people who indicate that they would like to have longer than a 1 year lease if there's no other rationale? Because obviously if someone's not paying rent or there's behavior issues, that's breaking the lease anyway, so there's no risk.
Yes,
so I don't
exactly.
understand why it's only 1 year leases that are available.
To give us opportunity to as many artists in Edmonton as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson is next.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll just follow up on that thread. I think, Julian, what I think I'm hearing from you is that the model is really intended to shift to more of an incubator space. So artists have a chance to come in for a year, and then there's that turnover. Is that the intention?
Yes, Arts Habitat felt that in order to meet the expectations to serve as many people as possible, as many artists as possible in Edmonton, that a year lease and then going to the bottom of the list, and if there is nobody at the bottom of the list, if there is no demand, but the intent is to create a space where artists can do their work, and yeah.
Yeah, well, I think, my assumption, like I appreciate the desire to serve as many people as possible. My assumption, which you could correct, would be that the demand, there's a high demand for studio space. It's not clear to me that demand is for temporary studio space, though, and I think that's just what I'm struggling with. So is it meeting the needs? Is it truly meeting the needs of the community if it isn't an ongoing facility that an artist can invest in and grow their practice in?
Yeah. I think it is. I think it is meeting a need. I think there are many. I don't think we can use the word artist as representing all artists in Edmonton, because our experience is that through multiple disciplines, that there are many different types of artists. Some artists need a space for 2 weeks, some need a space for a year, and some would like to have a space like we had in Arts Hab 1, which was an ongoing space forever, and there was a core group of artists.
Right. So has there been consideration for this building of maybe having a mix of again, sort of the more permanent spaces versus an incubator space?
Yeah, absolutely, we could look at that. And the main floor really is, it's the 19 studios on the second floor. The main floor will be rental, and it'll have a mix, but of multiple spaces, because there's also the new courtyard performance space and performance area. So quite a variety and quite a diversity of. So if the city is happy with us doing long-term leases that are renewable, we're fine with that.
Okay, well maybe I'll just turn to our city staff. Do you see any concerns in providing those longer term opportunities, or was that an intentional stipulation that staff were making?
Councillor, we really looked at Arts Hab as part of the arts community to tell us the best way to manage the building. I think a mix might be fine. I think we've got a couple of vacancies at the Orange Hub for that kind of space, so some turnover is good, but we turned to Arts Hab to say what's the best way to run to serve artists, because outside of our realm to a certain degree.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think certainly from our speakers today, I'm hearing that desire, and knowing other facilities like Harcourt House, where that permanency is such a critical part. I could see having a split in again sort of that incubation space, but that longer term space as well. Just in terms of administration, do we have any criteria around what affordable is? Do we have benchmarks? Do we have a way to measure that?
Not really. We've got certainly the benchmarks at the Orange Hub for what we have for not-for-profit leases for professional artists, not-for-profit artists. So we sort of use that as some of the benchmarks, but again, really we turn to the community, to the Arts Hab to say what's affordable. And,
Okay.
And, considering the operating costs as well and the contributions from the city that would be required.
Yeah, and so the way the agreement is framed, if, again, not to suggest that this is the case, but if Arts Hab went rogue, they started charging $50 a square foot, the way the agreement is set up, that the city would have a way to intervene in that?
Yeah, there's certainly annual reporting built in, that we would look at that, the annual financial statements. It would be separate financial reporting for the arts, or for the Autonomous Armories from Arts Hab, so we'd be able to look and see directly, and as well as their annual reports.
Okay, and are we maintaining, the city will still own the building, and are we doing the maintenance?
Yeah, we'll own the building, we'll do the maintenance, and part of the operating budget does cover those maintenance costs.
They're paying it back to us?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. As I was reading this in preparation for today, I guess when I read attachment 2, I believe the actual, or attachment 1, sorry, the agreement key terms and conditions, and maybe it's further fleshed out, just not attached to this document, but I was a little bit wondering how you deal with the tension, and it's funny because this was even before the speakers, around the funding is to provide affordable studio space, affordable assembly programming, rooms and multi-purpose spaces. And then the last line talks about making sure that it remains financially viable. So how are you rectifying, like, first of all, how are we defining affordability in the context of this contract? That's what I'll start with as my first question.
So again, I think we looked to Arts Hab, and I don't know if Julian wants to try and answer this one around what is affordability. I think the overall rents and lease costs cover about 12% of the annual operating costs. So to your second question, it was about how much is the city going to invest annually and make sure that that's going to be there to offset what
Well,
is
it's
being
more
earned.
like if we're having a contract, like I know your answer to Councillor Stevenson was if it was
Sorry,
all 50.
a bit of a sound problem. I didn't hear any of the councillors. It was.
Oh, okay, sorry.
The microphone.
Hang on, everyone. We're going to figure out what's going on with the...
I'm like right by the...
Can you try the other mic just for fun here?
Test.
Yeah, sorry. It was sort of like Councillor Rutherford was underwater. I don't know if everybody else heard.
Okay, I'm seeing on the chat that this is better, so
Okay, I'll
go
stay
ahead.
here.
Yeah, stay there for a minute. Yeah, thank you. And we'll give you an extra minute there.
Yeah, so I guess just like, we're talking about approving a contract here, but if there's words in there that are fuzzy without clear definition of what our expectation is of affordable, that's my concern.
Ah.
And I'm not asking you, sorry, I'm asking administration.
Yeah, Councillor, when Arts Hab brought back the lease rates at $12 a square foot, we looked at those. We looked at the benchmarks at the Orange Hub, which is similar to what not-for-profit organizations are paying in the Orange Hub. We looked at the total cost of operating the facility and thought that was reasonable. Still needs a significant investment from the city, but it is a subjective evaluation for sure. And that's why we looked to the arts community to help us understand what would be affordable for artists.
Yeah, that's concerning to me that it's subjective. Like, subjective to who? Who has that final deciding? Is it Ortona? Is it city? Who in city? Where's the accountability in this built into this contract?
Hi, Councillor. So we review the business case, but we don't actually approve the business case. And in this case, we also looked at Harcourt House and understand they're between $14 and $15 per square foot per annum. So we felt that $12 as proposed by Arts Habitat was reasonable. If you'd like, we can consider whether or not we have to have an amount in there ongoing. However, with
or a
costs and
percent
increases-
ratio of the expenditures or something like that. The reason this is coming to mind is because I'm just thinking about the audit that happened, and while it was related to FEMCO, for example, or other things in terms of those agreements, what was pointed out by the city auditor in those audits was the fact that some of the language was very fuzzy and did not create direct lines of accountability. So I want to make sure if we're creating another contract that's overseeing these valuable assets, that it's clear. So what lessons have we learned from those kind of audits that have been applied to this contract?
I think the whole budget's built around that $12 per square foot lease cost. then the annual financial reporting will show that, and the balance of that is made up by tax levy. So we would review those statements each and every year to see what those costs were and base our evaluation
So,
on.
but what about for like the asset maintenance? So for example, in the contract, it talks about, you know, and you mentioned that like the city's responsible, but what about damage to this building that's above and beyond regular wear and tear?
Yeah, Councilor, these are the terms and conditions of the funding agreement. There's also a separate lease agreement that will have all the
Okay,
details
does-
about how Arts Hab will manage the building.
Okay.
Sorry, there's two agreements that will be in place.
And so this is just the funding agreement, which doesn't include anything for, because we're still going to retain the maintenance. So we're going to have more than one agreement with the Arts Hub on this building.
That's right. And this funding agreement also requires them to put $75,000 a year into a capital reserve that will manage and be used for future expenditures at the Ortona.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
Thank you. Councillor Tain.
Great, thank you so much for this report and update. I guess first I wanted to just check in on that timeline. It's slated to be completed for February 2024. Are things still on schedule? Yeah, everything's on track.
Yes, that's our understanding, that in early Q2 2024, it will be ready.
Okay, early Q2. Okay.
And then I don't know if Julian, if you want to have any comments on the amount of time you'll need to get the building up and ready to operate and then ready to open once construction's done.
You bet. Construction seems to be on track. And the concept is that we would take the lease for April 1st, and we have a couple of months of fit up and getting the building ready,
Okay.
and then probably opening. We're aiming for June 1st opening to the public.
Oh, wow. Okay. And then I heard you mention, 8 of the original members have responded, they will return. And do you have are you working on a bit of a marketing and attraction strategy to ensure the rest of the space is going to be leased out? A bit of a leasing strategy there?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's all part of the plan that we presented back in 20 and are just reviewing now. Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm wondering too, this question's for administration. When you were looking at a partner organization for the operating, was there like an RFP or is this like, we are gonna go with one of our 3 major arts organization partners?
Yeah, because I'm not sure, and Julian may be able to have the details, but my understanding is the organization that we have a service agreement with to operate arts facilities for the city, and we fund them to do that, that they were involved with the design of the building all through construction, applying for grants with the intent that they would be the operator at the end. So no RFP to my knowledge.
Okay, so it's a bit of a sole contract then. Yeah, and I'm hearing, go ahead, Julian, if you want to jump in on that.
No, that's exactly correct, Councillor Tang. Because we're one of the 3 major organizations that the city works with. Our focus is art space only. We don't do programming and so on and so forth. And I think the staff at that time felt that this was the best way to go.
Okay, thank you. And I'm hearing lots of comparison with the Orange Hub, but can you just clarify for me, if for the folks who are leasing out a space like Ortona, they're artists, in some cases they may or may not have a business license to operate as entrepreneur. Is that correct?
Yeah, at the Orange Hub, we have lease rates for professional artists and for not-for-profit artists. So I'm not sure how we make that distinction, but there are 2 different rates based on if someone is doing it professionally.
Yeah, because I guess I'm just, I don't know if it's entirely fair to compare because, artists often are individuals who don't necessarily have, say, charitable status that can diversify their funding sources. And if we're using kind of rates that we charge for typically organizations as sort of the benchmark to set the rate for this one, I guess for me that doesn't quite square.
Councillor, at the Orange Hub, we have not-for-profit rates, there's commercial rates, market rates. The professional artist rates range from $10.27 to almost $12 per square foot. And then there are some other spaces available for not-for-profit artists that are in around the $7.50 range.
Okay. And then when you say not-for-profit artists, like that includes, say, emerging artists, who are not quite
Yeah,
professional.
I'm assuming it's artists who are just looking for space and not necessarily doing it on a full-time professional basis.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that. But I do think that's a distinction there. And then I guess back to you, Julian, curious about this feedback around the artists want to be at the table. When you open June 1st, what would that look like to you in order to have that open communication channel, having, artists not just as tenants, but also be a part of, have a role in the governance or some of the decision, or is that just out of the question?
Certainly not out of the question, and it is part of our business plan that the tenant selection, there would be a tenant selection committee made up of Edmonton artists that would assist perhaps in the selection. But
Like a
so there's lots of opportunity here. Yeah.
Oh, like a bit of an advisory board for the
Yeah,
management.
exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We are at 3:30, so we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we will reconvene at 3:45 to finish this item. Thank you. call the meeting back to order and do a quick roll call. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Councillor Principe. Yeah, I think she's there. Councillor Rice.
Here.
Perfect. That is at least quorum. Just checking who else. Councillor Stevenson.
Oh,
Hi, Councillor Principe.
oh, sorry, I am here.
It's okay. We're saving your voice. Councillor Stevenson. She might be joining back in person. Councillor Rutherford. And Councillor Tang. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Jans. That's everyone I see here, and Mayor Sohi might be, I don't know if he's joining back in person. I'm going to go to Councillor Paquette to maybe on a path forward here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, it seems to me that we've got a lot of good information that could potentially create a motion that will answer a lot of the things that we heard today. So at this point, I would like to requisition this to council.
With the intent to work on wording of a motion at a council meeting for next week?
Motion that we can pass at council.
Okay, is there a second member of committee who's willing to requisition? I'll say it. I'll just say it. I'll save us a step. Requisition.
Councillor.
Done.
Perfect. So what's going to happen, just for those who are in attendance, we've heard from Councillor Paquette a desire to sort of work on some wording of a motion instead of trying to create it on the fly in the middle of a meeting, which is a terrible idea. He'll now have a week to work with staff to take some of the feedback he heard and to develop what a motion might look like at the council meeting next week. So stay tuned for that. So that item is then cleared. Thank you very much. Thanks everyone for being here, and thanks Councillor Paquette for your willingness to work on that. We're going to move on to the next item, which is going to be item 7.3, Edmonton Valley Zoo. And I should just, and I'll, as the, oh, do we have the group? Oh, we're getting some folks sitting down. As they're sitting down, just to members of committee and to city staff who are sort of patiently waiting for their items too, we are, I'm not going to get optimistic, but I mean, we have 5 speakers on this item. We have another speaker on another item, but these are all received for information reports. It doesn't mean there won't be motions, but I haven't heard of any yet. So I'm just sort of putting everyone on notice that if we feel like there's half an hour or 45 minutes extra of work, instead of taking a dinner break and coming back, I think we might just look to power through, assuming city staff are, I've already checked with the clerks. I saw a nodding head in the back for those who might have outstanding reports. So unless, we'll play it by ear, we would still have to make a motion, but just as a heads up to everyone, we'll see to try to respect and get our time done. So let's move on to item 7.3. Is there a presentation?
Yes, there is.
Excellent, thank you.
Today I'm joined with Roger Jebney, Community Recreation and Culture Branch Manager, Gary Dewar, Director of Arts, Heritage and Nature Experience, and Tammy Weeb, Executive Director of the Valley Zoo Development Society. And a special thank you to you, Tammy, for spending all morning and afternoon with us for your turn. We appreciate that. We're pleased to provide this information report that explores opportunities to reduce Edmonton Valley Zoo's reliance on tax levy to support ongoing operation and capital improvements at the zoo. We'll share a summary of initiatives that have been undertaken to grow attendance and improve cost recovery, an overview of the research undertaken in preparation of this report, outline how the zoo's engagement of partners has evolved, including an overview of our unique collaboration with the Valley Zoo Development Society, and finally an assessment of the zoo, of the areas where we may increase partner involvement. I'll now pass it over to Roger to begin with some brief background information about the zoo.
Thanks, Jen. Our zoo is an engaging place that inspires the protection and conservation of animals in the world we live. Our passionate animal care team is committed to providing dignity, respect, and the best care possible for our animals, striving to be a leader, an advocate, and authority on wildlife and human care. The zoo continues to evolve with an increasing focus on conservation, education, research, species survival, and preserving biodiversity. This year alone, the zoo will welcome almost 350,000 visitors, including 7,900 members, deliver over 900 school programs to 21,000 students, and engage with 214,000 drop-in program participants. We have 246 volunteers that will log nearly 6,000 hours and will host 215 birthday parties. We reach over 22,000 social media followers, and the zoo employs 33 permanent staff and 65 part-time staff, and the team ensures the well-being of 255 animals, representing 84 individual animal species in our care. And furthermore, we actively support 10 species survival programs. The Valley Zoo is accredited by Canada's Accreditation of Zoos and Aquariums, or CAZA. It's an institutional member of the World Association of Zoos and Aquariums, and is an Association of Zoos and Aquariums, or AZA, pathway to membership participant, with plans to apply for their accreditation within the next 5 years. I raise that as only 15% of the zoos and aquariums in Canada have achieved accreditation. Accreditation is a rigorous process that ensures our institution is meeting the highest standards of animal care and management, and a commitment to conservation and education. CAZA accreditation is recognized at all levels of government in Canada as the gold standard in animal care and safety, and supports our annual permit application with the province of Alberta.
In 2005, City Council approved a master plan for the Edmonton Valley Zoo that recognized the changing nature of zoological parks and their role in motivating the community to become advocates for conservation of both wildlife and wild places. With the support of partners and commitments from City Council and other orders of government, a remarkable transformation is taking place. In 2007, the first new exhibit from the master plan opened, Makira's Outpost, a purpose-built, leading-edge animal enclosure for our lemurs. Arctic Shores, the first phase of Polar Extremes, opened and was completed in 2012. In 2014, the Entry Plaza in Wander opened, featuring a new guest services admission area, washrooms, gift store, cafe, and the Adventure Lodge, which houses education spaces, and our 100 Voices classroom. Phase 1 of Nature's Wild Backyard, which rehabilitates the original 1959 Storyland infrastructure, created an immersive, child-focused experience, was completed in 2019, and provides an opportunity for the public to get closer to a wide variety of animals at the urban farm, and includes a magnificent new red panda habitat. Since the approval of the master plan, attendance has grown by 178%, and revenue has increased by 354%. Upon completion of Arctic Shores in 2012, attendance has grown by 58%. And since 2019, tax levy support for the zoo has dropped by 10%. Thanks to a generous financial contribution from the Valley Zoo Development Society, a new master plan is being developed and will be completed in the third quarter of 2024. It will continue the transformation and set direction for the next 15 years, ensuring the zoo's modernization of facilities keeps pace with evolving industry best practices. The zoo continues to increase our focus on conservation, education, research, species survival, and preserving biodiversity. In 2022, we hired our first dedicated conservation coordinator and have developed and are implementing a conservation framework that guides the zoo's conservation activities, both on and off-site, in 4 streams: endangered species breeding programs, conservation of wild species, green practices including site sustainability, and inspiring action by engaging the community in conservation to promote action.
The zoo's passion and commitment to making a difference was recognized last month at CAZA's annual Awards of Excellence. We received 3 out of 7 categories. We received awards in 3 out of 7 categories, and it really marks a significant accomplishment. Doug Warren was recognized for his outstanding work on the Conservation Carousel as the Volunteer of the Year, and that's a national award, not just the Volunteer of the Year at the zoo. And the Edmonton Valley Zoo was the distinguished recipient of the Conservation Award for our ex situ propagation of the northern leopard frog. Pay It Forward for the Planet, our innovative program, was the recipient of the Eleanor Oakes Award for Innovation Education Program Design. To date, 29 classes have benefited from the program, involving over 730 students. In that program, the kids get bused to the facility, their fees are covered in exchange for them doing a conservation program when they go back to their schools.
The zoo is located in Edmonton's River Valley on land zoned as River Valley Activity Node and falls under the jurisdiction of the North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan Bylaw 7188, restricting the use of this land. This zoning rules out private ownership of the land. Regardless of which entity operates the zoo, the city would be required to provide substantial financial support to the operations, maintenance, and capital programs. This has been the case for other government-owned facilities operated by a partner. Should consideration ever be given to ceasing operation of the zoo, there would be substantial costs associated with decommissioning, demolition, and restoration of the site to a park. It would also take several years to find new homes for the animal collection in our care. Edmonton Valley Zoo established a revenue optimization strategy in 2020 and has been successfully implementing it. The strategy includes adjustments to the zoo's membership structure and admissions pricing, improvements to the online ticket sales process and experience, improved animal visibility, programming enhancements, hosting popular touring exhibits, and the reintroductions of the zoo's volunteer program. This strategy's implementation has resulted in the zoo's attendance and revenue returning to pre-pandemic performance. Other initiatives aimed at reducing expenses have included the involvement of partners in delivering select services, the use of mechanical systems and equipment, reducing days and hours of operation during low demand season, adjusting staff scheduling to maximize efficiencies, and introducing automated admission kiosks. A review was undertaken of government-owned zoos and aquariums this July to assess the extent to which the facilities engage partners in the delivery of various operational areas and capital projects. 15 North American facilities responded to the survey, including 3 Canadian zoos, showing varied extents and areas of partner involvement. 2 additional Canadian zoos were subsequently interviewed. There is a continuum of the extent to which government-owned zoos and aquariums involve partners in the delivery of their services, from the experience being delivered almost exclusively by the government entity to the full spectrum of services and facility operation being provided by a nonprofit society. Most facilities use partners in fundraising for capital projects, the delivery of food and retail services, special events delivery, and bookings and rentals. Facility maintenance was a service provided largely by the municipality, and partner involvement was almost only occasional in areas including leading capital projects, delivering educational programming, security, and marketing and communications. 9 of the facilities had portions of their operations run by a third party, while 3 facilities had no third-party involvement. In all instances regarding the extent to which the partner was delivering the services on behalf of the government, the owner is required to provide substantial fiscal support for the operations, maintenance, and capital growth of the facility. As many institutions have experienced efficiencies and financial advantages upon expanding the involvement of outside entities, this report focuses on increasing the zoo's partner involvement incrementally over time. The zoo has a long history of partner involvement with entities including school boards, post-secondaries, conservation organizations, food service providers, and a strong network of accredited zoos and aquariums. Our most significant and long-standing partner is the Valley Zoo Development Society, who has been a major catalyst for the zoo's transformation. Tammy Weed, the Society's ED, will provide us with a brief snapshot of how they have and continue to support the Edmonton Valley Zoo.
Thank you. I don't think it's an exaggeration to state that the zoo and the Society's continually evolving partnership is one of the healthiest and effective ones in the city and in the other zoo communities. We just came back from CASA, where 3 other zoos have asked to send their people here to talk about how we work together. When I joined the board 13 years ago, at the time the board was very much interested in becoming more involved in the operation and management of the zoo, but it wasn't in a collaborative manner. The board recognized that that was a problem, and my tenure 13 years ago started with building a better relationship with you, City Council, with the zoo, and with how we work with the city to help support this important institution. I used to introduce the Society and myself as being this tiny but determined and reliable organization. Up until recently, we were 1.5 people full-time, other than some seasonal. We've grown a lot recently, and that's because our responsibilities and our successes have grown. The important part is that we've always grown in lockstep with the zoo and the city. Gary is the 3rd director I've personally worked with, and each change has brought an evolution. And interestingly enough, Gary and Roger and I were talking, I did work with Gary within my first year. He was just in a different role at the city. In 2010, we assisted with a primary donation to kickstart the construction of Arctic Shores. And then the city agreed to fund the wander in its entirety, so we skipped right over that and started working on Nature's Wild Backyard. And we did make you a $9 million commitment. I'm sure many of you remember that. And there was a lot of delays for both phases in getting things started, but by the time the first phase was done, we completed our commitment to you for that. And then, unfortunately, the next phase was canceled last December, and our commitment with it. In 2022, we completed a community-led project for you. It was our first attempt to do things that way instead of just turning over funds. and we built the temporary structure for the carousel building. And again, we worked with the zoo to complete something that had been started in a different manner. This past fall, I'm sure you're all aware, the zoo and the society were successful recipients of over $1 million for the Tourism Relief Fund. And we did that by recognizing there's things we're better at and there's things the city are better at. We're a little bit smaller, we can move quickly, but you guys have expertise in other ways. So we completed within 3 months $1 million of tourism improvements at the zoo, including modular washrooms, a kiosk, things that might not have been able to happen without a partner such as ourselves being a little bit more nimble than the large organization you are. The society was faced with some pretty major questions last year. And I say this with all sincerity, the society doesn't have competing interests. My job, and it has always been, the continued development of the Edmonton Valley Zoo. And I recognize that the City of Edmonton and Council has competing interest, and your employees that work at the zoo recognize that too. I have the luxury of not having to recognize that. My sole purpose is the zoo. We were faced with a lot of donor backlash about the cancellation of Nature's Wild Backyard 2, and we needed to find a project that we could redirect our funds to that could restore the donors' faith in us, in our ability to complete something at the zoo and not make empty promises. So in consultation with the zoo, we made another commitment to you that we haven't really even announced yet, and that was to fund a wolf habitat, a project that is small enough, about $2 million, that we could take on as another project that we are doing a little bit bigger than the carousel building. Doesn't have substantial operating effects of capital, so we don't have to involve the city too much. Was not impacted by the animal enclosure renewal and enhancement project, but it's still a priority for the zoo and something that our donors and the public really care about, and that's Tundra the wolf and bringing in new wolves for him. And it's importantly something we can try and complete on our own in lockstep again with the city. And then recently we made a commitment to fund half the master plan, or up to $300,000. And that was very deliberate. We want to make sure we have a stake in the future of the zoo and a voice and be able to continue to plan that. So I'll just touch quickly on our evolving collaborative partnership. The society prides itself on giving 100% of the funds we raised back to the zoo. And I'm very careful to tell our donors not to expect that from other charities. That's not something people have the privilege of doing. But we have operational revenue because of our partnership, because we operate the Zootique, with the events we do, and now with some stuff in the cafe that we get to be able to do that right now. In the past 5 years, the Zootique and event revenues have also provided a net contribution over and above our expenses of about $100,000 a year that we can put in that isn't donor dollars. Things like Adopt an Animal were originally run by city staff, and we took it over, and that funds enrichment, about $15,000 a year. Adopt an Exhibit and Zoo Builders are programs we run for the city and fund capital development. In 2020, when everybody was looking at saving money, the zoo thought about closing the doors in December, and instead we decided to partner with our fundraising event and not only be able to offer an outside activity for people during COVID, but also be able to continue to have our guest services and those staff that may not have had those hours, and it's been a wonderful success. You heard about the Pay It Forward program earlier. I want to mention one aspect that we don't talk about. We did it so that we could fund school trips for people coming down that maybe couldn't afford it, and we did it so that we could create conservation links in the community. But the third reason was that the zoo does 800 field trips in May and June, and only 40 every other month. And that is a ridiculous burden on your zoo staff to have to ramp up and then not have that. So we thought if we could double the number and have it come up the rest of the year, it's a way we can contribute to the zoo's sustainability. This past year, we took over the operation of the cafe. The leasing department of the city wasn't able to find somebody soon enough, and we'd had a few hiccups with restaurants in the past and some complaints, so we took over the cafe with the role of with the idea of just providing a good service. One of the things that I want to bring to attention to that is we all know that restaurants are hurting in the city, and we managed to run the cafe at the zoo without a loss. And I think it's due to two really simple factors that sum up our entire relationship with the zoo. I'm a charity. I don't risk losing money, and I don't have to line anybody's pockets. I want to provide a service and not lose money doing it. But secondly, we represent the zoo. And contrary to what you hear from people who don't live in Edmonton, people love the zoo. My donors, I spent 6 months talking to them after last year's decisions, and almost all of them returned the money to us in a different capacity because they love the zoo and they love what's happening down at the zoo. So they support us, and we don't lose money when we're a charity that's giving back to the zoo and contributing in the zoo's successes. And yes, those other organizations had a captive audience that we had, but they didn't represent your facility and the good that the facility does. I think that's it.
Thanks, Tammy. A selection of services including program and event experiences, conservation, education and research, capital project development and delivery, corporate sales and volunteer management are currently jointly delivered by the zoo and our partners. These areas have also been identified as opportunities for potential increased partner involvement, which may lead to additional revenues or reduction in expenditures. For each of these areas, we have started working with the relevant partner to assess the enhanced capacity it would need, including a timeline and resource requirements. Impacts related to collective agreements, accreditation standards, and industry expectations will also require consideration. One of the greatest opportunities to reduce tax levy will result from a joint commitment for partners to take on more capital projects through the community-led construction process. This work could result in less demand for the city's capital budget dollars to fund the planning and development of growth projects at the zoo, while still receiving support and oversight from the city. Given the complexity of some services, partner capacity, and union considerations, we have not explored partner involvement in the delivery of animal care and facility maintenance or operations services. These areas will, however, be explored in the future. This concludes our presentation. I believe there are a few speakers, and we'd be pleased to answer.
And you won't have to move, though, because all of our speakers are virtual, so you can stay seated there. And we'll move on to our 5 speakers, so I'll call out each of the names. I think I've seen them all on the Google Meet. Rebecca Stanton, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Perfect. I'm just going to go through all the Jenna Congdon.
Dr. Congdon.
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Yeah. There we are. Doug Warren. I see Doug's name. We'll get to Doug. That's okay if they're not.
Yes.
Yeah, there we are. And Mike Rogiani?
Yes, I'm here, Mike Rogiani.
Rogiani, thank you. And Lynn Novak.
Hello.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So I know you've been sort of popping in and out of the meeting, so just as a quick refresher, you're each going to have 5 minutes. Please keep a timer with yourself. There will also be ideally a timer on the screen. We'll hold very firm to the 5 minutes, as we always do. So we'll start in order here, starting with Rebecca Stanton for 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Rebecca Stanton. I work for the Wilder Institute Calgary Zoo on the Northern Leopard Frog Project, working on conservation and reintroduction of this species. I work in a pretty collaborative capacity with Edmonton Valley Zoo because they host one of the Northern Leopard Frog breeding facilities for this species. You can go to the next slide, please. Can I move the slide? No.
They'll move the slides for you, so you can, yeah, keep going. They'll figure out the tech pieces that's going.
Okay,
so.
Thank you. So just to give a brief background on why this project's important, Northern leopard frogs are widely distributed in North America, but they began to experience declines in the western part of the range in the 1970s and 80s. In British Columbia, specifically, which is where we do our work, there's only a single population remaining near the town of Creston. This population is genetically and geographically distinct from the other populations of the species in Canada, and so it has a federal status of endangered under the Species at Risk Act, and it has a provincial status of critically imperiled. As a result of this, we have a project working on captive breeding and reintroduction of the species in the province in order to increase the number of individuals and the range of the species. The Edmonton Valley Zoo joined as a captive breeding facility on the recovery team in 2019, and though they've only been on the project a short time, they've already made a pretty large contribution to it. Next slide, please. And so one of the contributions they've made is in 2022, they allowed us to use some of the animals in their facility to do some fertility research. This involved looking at things like the quality of the sperm in captive males, as well as ultrasounding the female frogs, which is what's shown in this photo here. This process allowed us to develop a grading scale for female readiness for reproduction, and this helps increase reproductive success by knowing when to pair them. Next slide, please. We also, in 2023, did some in vitro fertilization at Edmonton Valley Zoo, and this served as a proof of concept for this species to show that IVF is a viable strategy
for breeding the species in captivity and something that we know can be used in future if needed. Next slide, please. Oh, and also actually we were able to introduce 100 tadpoles through that IVF procedure this year, which was good. And so speaking of reintroduction, Wayne and Michaela, who work on the project for Edmonton Valley Zoo and are shown on the far edges of this photo, were able to join us for a release of their tadpoles at the reintroduction site out near Kimberley this spring. It was really helpful for us for them to be able to transport the tadpoles out, as that saved us 6 hours of driving up to Edmonton and back. And then it was also just great for them to be able to take part in this activity, see the reintroduction site, and release the tadpoles that they had put so much effort and care into raising. Next slide, please. And this photo just shows Wayne and Michaela releasing the tadpoles into the wetland at the reintroduction site. Next, please. So on this slide, I have a figure just showing the number of tadpoles released from the different captive breeding facilities on the project over the last 2 years. We have a captive breeding facility here at Wild Institute Calgary Zoo, Vancouver Aquarium, and then Edmonton Valley Zoo. And you can see the number with Edmonton Valley Zoo's contributions and without it on this graph, with being green and without being the reddish color. In 2022, the only captive facility to produce any tadpoles was Edmonton Valley Zoo, and in 2023, they produced more than half of the tadpoles available for release. So this really made quite an impact on the availability of tadpoles for release at the site and reintroduction outcomes. And then I also just want to point out on this graph, in 2022, one of the reasons that the other facilities, or that Vancouver Aquarium specifically, didn't produce any tadpoles that year was because they had a disease outbreak that impacted a large portion of their population. And with these possibilities of disease outbreaks happening at any facility at any time, this does demonstrate the value and importance of having these captive assurance populations present at multiple different facilities throughout the area. And next slide, please. Try to do this one very quickly. We just have on the left some tadpoles because Edmonton Valley Zoo also contributes to a head starting program where they raise tadpoles in captivity to increase likelihood of survival to later stages, and they produce really healthy tadpoles. And I will just wrap it up by saying, overall, I want to thank the Edmonton Valley Zoo for their valuable contributions to recovery of this species, and I look forward to working with them in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Jenna Congdon. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Are my materials somewhere?
I believe they are being loaded up as we speak.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, I'll get started. In the meantime, my name is Dr. Jenna Congdon, and I am an assistant professor at Concordia University of Edmonton. Myself and Concordia, we're one of an entire number of research partners with the Edmonton Valley Zoo focused on supporting conservation and animal welfare. If we could move to the next slide there. To introduce myself, essentially, I got my master's and my PhD at the University of Alberta, where I studied songbird communication, and then I moved to do my postdoctoral studies, working with the orangutans you see on the screen there, in that I was building artificial intelligence to be able to monitor their welfare, check their well-being, and see what we could do to further improve their habitats. My research is in comparative cognition, which essentially is looking at the cognitive abilities across a variety of species. And in studying these animals, then it also provides direct cognitive enrichment for the animals involved, as well as it provides these positive impacts in terms of potential welfare and conservation impacts as well. So we can jump to the next slide there. When I started at Concordia, I immediately contacted the Edmonton Valley Zoo and got in touch with the director, who then sent me over to the conservation coordinator. And they have been extremely receptive to my research and very enthusiastic as a whole. So starting off here, talking about my research, this is an experimental project focused on welfare and enrichment. And this is with one of my undergraduate students. And we're looking at the 12-year-old male white-handed gibbon. His name's Sulaway. He's currently solitary as his partner died around the pandemic. And what we're doing is generating a literature review on primate enrichment in zoos, and we're conducting a number of observations to investigate any sort of behavioral changes, looking at all of the different characteristics, the different variables that might be influencing him. Doing a great job with Sulaway. Our research is going to come in and see how we can add even more to it, and doing this from a data-driven approach. Ideally, next semester, we will be employing some novel cognitive enrichment based on the information that we collect. Next slide here. This research is some more cognitive-based experiments rather than welfare, and this is employing a touchscreen experiment. I won't go too much into the details, but basically the idea is asking animals how they perceive their world, how they process the information that they're dealing with. Do they do this on a very local way in terms of the finite details, or do they think more about the big picture and process at that level? And using a whole variety of species allows us to map both evolutionary and ecological influences of how we might be processing information. So if we jump to the next slide, it should have a video, and hopefully that's going to play. Let's see if you can request access, and I'll try to do it quickly on my end here. But what this video is going to show is essentially the emu using the touchscreen, what that looks like. And it's the female emu interacting with that touchscreen. Oh, here it is. Let's see if I can get it in time. Share. So you can try to open that up ideally. What she's doing at this stage of the experiment is trying to press the plus instead of the equals. When she presses the plus, then she gets food. And this is a really cool task, just a simple stage at this point. But you'll see that she's actually quite good at this, consistently choosing the plus over the equals, a couple times that last minute decision. So Trevor's in the video here, and I work very closely with Joelle as well. And we're working the emu through the processes so that we can get up to that higher discrimination and be able to ask those type of complex cognitive questions. So moving along in terms of slides, let's see if we can get that back there. Firsthand, I have witnessed the Edmonton Valley Zoo's commitment to the animals in their care. I've seen how excited they get around scientific progress and their conservation efforts. Personally, I've never met more positive, friendly, caring staff that are dedicated to their animals. The unfortunate reality that we live in is this requires adequate funding for a whole number of things: personnel, diets, habitats. How can we make these more species appropriate? Constant upgrades, including these types of enrichment that are supported by data, and of course these rehabilitation and reintroduction programs. So even though I bring my external
Sorry
funding,
to cut you off. We have hit our 5 minutes, but thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes.
I'm going to go next to Doug Warren.
Hello, there we are. I think I'm live. And I'm Doug Warren. I'm a mostly retired professional engineer. I started working on the project to restore, refurbish the 1959 Herschel Children's Carousel at the zoo a decade ago, and along with 60 volunteers, we put in 30,000 approximate volunteer hours over that 10 years. It started off as a project with the zoo directly, but it evolved in the later stages that the Valley Zoo Development Society took it over, particularly the funding. And I was asked to take over the on-site project management responsibilities for Valley Zoo Development Society in the spring of 2022. So I had the opportunity over the next 6 or 8 months to be on site almost every day and interact with both the zoo personnel, the contractors, and the children who came. And I was just amazed at how many children show up on a weekly basis, very regularly with their parents, and just loved the animals and came by to see what we were doing. As we completed the project, the children had the chance then to interact with the carousel as never before. Before it was strictly a rather, hate to say it, but outdated, very plain amusement ride with cast aluminum horses with just different paint jobs. Now that's been replaced with 20 hand-carved specific animals, all hand-carved wood and painted, and we replaced over 50 panels, all new decking, replaced the 12 fluorescent light bulbs with over 1,000 LEDs and put in a VFD to control the machine, and upgraded some of the safety aspects as per requirements by DARSA with a new machine. I would echo the comments that I rarely worked in a volunteer organization that was so well aligned with the people that they were serving. And the Valley Zoo Development Society and the zoo, to my eyes anyhow, proceed hand in hand. And I've had the opportunity to work in a number of volunteer positions and boards over the past many years. So I think on a value for money basis, the families, the people in Edmonton just can't find a better space than the Valley Zoo. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Next, Mike Rogiani.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mike Rogiani. I own a company called Rural Treats Limited. I'm a subcontractor to the Valley Zoo. I've been there for 35 years running the ice cream concessions, and now I run all the food services. I run Moo at the Zoo, Farmer's Kitchen, Wetlands Treats, and I provide support to the Valley Zoo Development Society as well as all the catering. As a long-standing supporter of the Edmonton Valley Zoo, it's become a very dear place to myself, my family, my business, and our city. I've operated the ice cream concessions there and food services now for 35 years. I've seen a lot of behind-the-scenes work that goes into maintaining this facility. It's more than just a zoo. It's an impactful hub for education, conservation, and community. The Valley Zoo isn't just entertainment, it's cultural and economic asset. It unites our community, provides jobs, and draws visitors to our city. Beyond the awe of seeing incredible animals, the zoo educational programs spark curiosity and brings awareness about wildlife and our planet's conservation. Additionally, the Valley Zoo contributes significantly to global conservation through programs and research, making a real difference in the understanding of animal behavior and health, benefiting both zoo animals and those in the wild. When the city of Edmonton invests in the zoo, it's investing in our future. Signaling care for wildlife, the environment, and our community, I urge you to continue to support the Edmonton Valley Zoo, a place of wonder, education, and conservation. I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to many more years being in the food services at the Valley Zoo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And last up, Lynn Novak.
Hello, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I feel very passionate about the Valley Zoo. My name is Lynn Novak. I've been an early childhood teacher for the last 35 years, and I'm in my 9th year of teaching 100 Voices pre-kindergarten at the zoo. I teach for Edmonton Catholic, but we've got a beautiful partnership, and so we have our classroom at the zoo. It's a really unique partnership between the school division and the city, where the students can benefit from the rich alternative learning environment. We run a morning and an afternoon program each day, and our program runs from September to June. This year we have 20 and 16 students respectively in our classes. Some of our children are funded for severe developmental delays. Some have mild, moderate speech delays, and some are English language learners. We also run gifted and talented programs. So we've got lots of needs and strengths in our programs. Our play-based program focuses on language and literacy development, numeracy, fine arts, inquiry in an indoor-outdoor setting, which the zoo lends itself perfectly to. The children have an opportunity to engage daily with the zoo staff, such as the vet services team, zookeepers, site operations, and the interpretive staff. Every zoo staff member is so incredibly passionate and has the potential to teach us something new each day. An important part of our program is observing animals over time and working with the zoo staff to create enrichments for the animals. And then we see how they react to them. These types of projects help to develop problem-solving, critical thinking, and an appreciation and compassion for animals. The transformative impact on our program on children is immeasurable. Through the time spent immersed in the wonders of the zoo, they learn and develop a sense of responsibility as stewards toward the earth. And just an example of that is when Australia was burning, we made these little stuffed koalas and magnets. We made $1,300 that we were able to send to Australia. And as a result, I have spoken to parents just recently in preparing for this talk, and former parents of children who have participated in our program report that some of their children have lemonade stands or collect money in place of birthday gifts so that they can send money to animal causes. Some volunteer at animal shelters with their families, and some plan to work as advocates for the environment. These might seem like small things, but if we consider the trajectory that these children seem to be on after falling in love with animals and just all of the learning that they've done at the zoo, who knows what kind of impact they might have in the future. Our Earth has never needed these advocates more than it does right now. The city's continued investment to the Edmonton Valley Zoo is paramount to preserving the invaluable educational programs that the zoo offers. These programs are the bedrock upon which our children build love and respect for the diverse ecosystems of our planet. As educators, we witness firsthand the metamorphosis that occurs within these young children. They are not simply learning about animals, they are internalizing a passion that will shape our future. Our goal is to nurture advocates for our environment and for the creatures that we share the planet with. By supporting the Valley Zoo, you're not merely allocating funds, you're investing in a learning opportunity for my classroom, for the children of Edmonton, and the children from the surrounding areas for years to come. As they grow older, they'll stand up for what they know and love. If we instill in them a love for animals, they will in turn become advocates, actively participating in the conservation efforts that are crucial for our world's delicate balance. In conclusion, I implore you to consider the long-lasting impact of your decision. Help us to cultivate a generation that cherishes the beauty of our natural world. The investment that you make today will reverberate throughout the years and shape stewards of our planet. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. And those are the remarks from our speakers. We'll see if there's any questions for them. Mayor Sohi had selected this. Do you have questions for our speakers?
Yeah, I just want to thank you, all five of you, for making presentations. I'm a big fan of the zoo as well. It's such a phenomenal organization, does so much good work connecting nature to communities and education that is so critical for young people and everyone else, right? So I don't anyone doubts the value that zoo brings to the community. I think the topic at discussion is around which I want to explore more is how much tax levy support is necessary for the zoo, right? At a time when there are so many other pressures in the city, right? So I think that's the matter of discussion that we are having. Maybe I don't know who will answer them. Maybe I'll go to, maybe Rebecca, maybe you can share some perspective because you also part of Calgary Zoo, right? As you know, like how much subsidies there from taxpayers' point of view and the And just want to, like, maybe we will start with you. Rebecca?
Is Rebecca still with us? Or did she?
Maybe we'll go with Jenna.
Okay.
Like, just a comment.
All
Like,
right.
it's nobody is. I am not. I think we all value the contributions, but just want to figure out what is the right level of support that is necessary through the tax levy.
Okay, so somebody else may be able to provide some exact numbers. What I was getting to at the end of my presentation there was just that although as a researcher I'm bringing my own external funding, both institutional and governmental, it is contingent on the Edmonton Valley Zoo upholding the highest standards of animal care. So having the best personnel, the most kind of enriched diets, enriched habitats, providing that kind of cognitive stimulation to make sure that their animals are at the highest standard of care is critical for me to, continue this partnership. And we see that, but of course, at the end of the day, these types of things, they do require funding.
So you mean so you worry that standards may go down, right? If the support decreases. Okay, I understand that. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay,
And I mean, the standards for those habitats are always increasing, and to keep up with these types of changes of what's expected, it costs money for these types of upgrades.
Okay. I know, Lynn, you run a phenomenal program out of there, right? Thank you for doing that, right? So maybe from your perspective, you want to share something around like what level of support should be, and how, I don't know if you know this, right? Like what support other cities provide to the zoo.
Oh, I think Lynn might be trying to say something. I just see that she's still muted there.
Thank you very much. Actually, I am not sure about how much funding we would need. Jenna, you're right. It is very expensive to run a zoo. And I mean, admissions definitely don't cover it. A substantial amount of money is needed to support what happens here. Food, animal care, the upgrades, it's never ending. And the zookeepers are incredibly passionate. They give the very best care, but funding is absolutely needed.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And the Valley Zoo Development Society has been a phenomenal partner with the city. Absolutely right. So, yeah, no, thank you so much for joining us.
Mr. Mayor, following the speakers, we can certainly provide you with some information on investments other cities make in their zoos.
Thanks.
We'll get to that. Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciated, whether intentional or not-intentional, how well coordinated you all were, and each bring such a unique perspective to the impact of the zoos. I really appreciate that. Did we say Rebecca is no longer online? Is that?
That is correct. Rebecca is no longer online.
Yeah, I don't know if Jenna, if you want to comment on sort of this question, but I was kind of curious about the structure of Calgary with a Wilder Research Institute, that's not the zoo per se or city. And I'm sure administration can kind of go into a bit of like the funding structure there. So much of what you're talking about is so research focused in that relationship with the zoo. Sometimes I wonder, is this a branding issue that are we always redefining what zoo means? Or is it about kind of rebranding and to actually line up with what the facility is doing? Does it matter if it's a zoo or if it's a research institute? You really come at it from that research perspective.
Yeah, so I mean, I haven't worked with the Calgary Zoo, but I worked very closely with the Toronto Zoo, which is also publicly funded by the city. It's run by the city. And at the end of the day, it's about reframing kind of the public concept of what a zoo is. Some people do think of it in terms of entertainment, but at the heart of it, what it really is focused on public education, right? All of the points that our speakers made there about the importance of what we can take away from what we learn from these animals, what we learn from conservation, what we can take into just a better community perspective of how we interact with the wild, as well as greater conservation impacts. And then my research is very focused on respecting these animals in terms of learning more about their cognitive abilities, which then can further impact welfare and conservation as well.
So when in your partnership with, say, the Toronto Zoo, do they have kind of a research institute arm?
So I worked on the welfare and science team, and it was a fairly highly funded arm that was focused very specifically on making sure that the zoo had the important personnel to make sure that they were making those communications with the connections with researchers, so that they had, you know, top tier research going on with their extremely wide variety of species.
Right, but not necessarily sort of as an independent arm that might, I don't know, potentially open up new funding opportunities with when it comes to research or university partnerships and stuff.
So I don't know. I don't know how much I can touch on that so much.
That's okay. All right. I'm just musing out loud here.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess I'll just turn quickly to Mike. As a food service provider at the zoo, you are. Did you say whether you are breaking even?
I'm doing better this year. We're having a better year, and that I provide funding to the Valley Zoo Development Society for the ice cream shops, and for the restaurant I've taken over, I pay a lease there now. But with that said, I have to pay the maintenance of the equipment and everything like that. So there's no stress back onto the zoo's budget. I look after all the internal equipment and everything like that. So yes, this year's been a better year than we've had. And the guests are coming back to the park, and we're having a lot better year.
Yeah, and to even pre-pandemic level. Yeah, that's good to hear. And thank you for that. And then Doug, if I can just touch, come to you briefly. You mentioned so if I heard you right, you're part of a group of 60 volunteers.
That's correct. There was a group of 60 that did the project over a decade. I volunteered with most of this group for over 25 years. But my background is project management. I was in the petrochemical industry, project development, engineering and design, construction, contractor safety and quality control. And from personal experience, if in facilities, if you're not planning to cover not only the fixed and variable costs, but you have to put aside some percentage of the total asset that you have in order to upgrade and maintain. And failure to do that has led, in my experience, to some very unfortunate consequences in various areas. If you're going to do project management and take that on as part of Valley Zoo Development Society, there's processes that have to be developed and implemented that recognize the unique character.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm out of time. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. There's nobody else on the board for questions of our speakers, so thank you all for taking the time to be here with us. And now we'll move on to questions of administration, starting with Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, I'll start with, first of all, I think it's very important that for us to acknowledge and appreciate the work that the society has been doing. So I want you to convey, please do know that we value the partnership that you have with the city, and we value the presence, and the zoo is a very important institution in the city. So any questions that we ask is not any way to question that work, right? It's more about figuring out the balance of how much is required from tax levy support and how much should be coming from the community or the visitors. So maybe you can share those numbers with me about the level of support that comparable zoos are getting through property tax and levy?
Sure, we don't have an exhaustive list, Mr. Mayor, but certainly many, it's attractions in general, science centers, zoos, museums, are all getting subsidies. In Calgary, the Calgary Zoological Society gets $8.8 million from the city of Calgary. And it's really, the Wilder Institute and the Calgary Zoo are really one and the same under the Calgary Zoological Society. They get additional dollars for maintenance of the buildings and additional dollars for capital. City of Winnipeg is about $12 million investment in their zoo.
That's just the operations, right?
Yeah,
and
just
not
operations,
capital.
and then additional on capital and maintenance. So, and then we have other numbers for other investments that they make in other attractions, but those are two right off the top of my head. I don't know if Gary, if you have
What is our city?
We're at 4.2 million to operations.
4.2?
Yeah, and the additional money, of course, into the capital and the renewal projects.
Yeah, got it. Okay. And you know, like 4.2 million, is that 20% of the total operating cost for the zoo, or 20? Like, what is that ratio of non-tax levy revenue to tax levy revenue? Property tax levy revenue.
If I could answer that, our expenses in this year are projected to be $7 million. Our projected revenue, $2.8 million. So the $4 million tax levy would equate to approximately 40 some odd percent.
Yeah. Is that the same ratio with others as well? The other two?
Yeah, the Calgary Zoo operating grant, their operating contributes to about 18% of their operating. Assiniboine Park Conservatory, they're reliant on the city of Winnipeg for 42% of their operating budget.
Okay, so we are on the kind of on the top end of.
As far as those two comparables, there are a number of other ones where they're entirely reliant on the government agency to fully fund their entire operations.
Okay. I know that city policy requires zoo, Mutard, and others to allow free access for those who have leisure access program, right?
That's correct.
Right. So I think there's some rationale to like if a zoo was self-sustaining or say run as an independent organization, that policy wouldn't apply. If it applied, there'll be some requirement for cities to pay for that, right? So I think it'll be logical to do that. So I understand that aspect, right? So some level of tax levy support would be warranted, right? But I just to understand what are the other potential revenue opportunities are for the operations of the zoo that we can maybe slowly figure out to, maybe get to the ratio that Calgary has.
So I'll let Gary take that over. Story. We're trying several things. In addition to the leisure access, we have sensory-friendly nights, and we have the dream nights where chronically ill kids get to come down. We do some things for Culture City. So we do lots of other kind of social programs that other zoos don't necessarily do. We're certainly looking. We started to bring in traveling exhibits, which have helped to drive our attendance up. Working with the society on expanding the number of events we do and the types of events to bring additional revenues, particularly times like this where we're not open on the same kind of hours where we've reduced the number of days a week we're open on our hours. So having the Zoom-in-essence in the evening is excellent for us. The capital fundraising, the project fundraising are all things that the society is eager to continue to support us on, as well as some marketing and promotional dollars, increasing communications to help us drive attendance to the zoo.
Yeah,
I should probably let Gary answer that because he works on this every day.
Maybe I'll come for the second round because you probably need more than 7 seconds to answer that question, Gary.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Oh yeah, Councillor Paquette's there now.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just picking up on that, I would assume that the Edmonton Valley Zoo is proactively always trying to find more partner organizations to help with funding.
Yeah, we have many partners, and we're constantly exploring more opportunities. And our partner, the Valley Zoo Development Society, is always in the marketplace, nurturing and growing new relationships within the community. We had an announcement actually just last week. Maybe Tammy, you want to speak to the newest partner, which is a little untraditional, Councillor Paquette.
Just recently, one of our Zoo Brew partners is now going to give 25 cents off every can of beer they sell. It's Red Can Distillery toward Red Panda Conservation, and the Red Panda is the Edmonton Valley Zoo. So those types of relationships are always looking for and kind of expanding on. I don't know what the dollar value of that's going to be yet, but it stays here and it actually helps the animals ex situ as well.
Okay, sorry, I missed that. Was that a brewery or a distillery?
Rig Hand Distillery.
Oh,
Rig Hand, yeah,
okay.
great
All right.
local community business and partner.
You can now buy Red Panda Ale for those favorite folks on your Christmas list.
Well, everyone enjoy responsibly and enjoy often. So the next question then would be that, so you are looking for different, whenever I think about like zoos, I think about, obviously everyone thinks about this sort of gold standard, the San Diego Zoo. And I guess the question would be like, I actually don't know the provenance of that zoo, how they got to where they got to, and what lessons are we learning from them?
They are the epitome example of what can become, and I know it's been a long, long journey. I had the benefit of attending a conference there and got to see a behind-the-scenes tour of both the zoo and the safari park. They have been at it many, many years, and it's nurtured over time. They obviously have a much larger footprint than we have, and they have they aspire for some pretty world-leading research. They're leading the world as it relates to conservation education, and we have actually in partnership with them that through their training programs, our staff are learning a whole lot through online endeavors. I would just suggest that given our size, given the footprint we occupy, we have great aspirations. We have been undergoing a transformation in many years, thanks in large part to the Development Society's support. Long way to go. We're certainly not there yet, Councillor Paquette, but we're well on our way and aspire for greater things to come.
Yeah, Councillor, I think one of the things we like about our zoo is we're not trying to be Calgary Zoo or San Diego Zoo. We do have a small footprint within Laurier Park. We want to stay in that footprint. We're much more affordable. Our admission's about half the price of a Calgary Zoo. So there are some benefits to sort of the model that we have, and we're really trying to embrace that model and not trying to be bigger than we are, but to be really solid on education and conservation and the care of the animals in our care.
We're proud of the 348,000 people we'll welcome this year. They will welcome 12 million visitors to their facility.
So we can be the Nintendo of the big three. So with that blue ocean strategy then of maybe niche and specializing, how fast can we dig into that, go deep, and make that something that the world takes notice of? Because really that's the lifeblood of zoos, right? People noticing and saying, I want to support that.
That's a great question, and we had made reference to the master plan that we've just started work on. So thanks again to a significant contribution from the Valley Zoo Development Society. We've just engaged the consultants on that, and that is really about setting our direction over the 15 years and those aspirations. It's been since 2005 since we had that real strong conversation. There'll be lots of stakeholder engagement, and I think what's important is the future is landing on a future that we all share, that we all want, including you and including our team at the zoo, and that will speak to our niche. Is it a focus more on cold weather climate species? Most definitely. Is it entirely Canadian? Maybe not, but that's sort of the future that we are going to be anticipating through the work on the master plan.
Right, and so one would assume that with climate change and with the loss of biodiversity, this becomes more and more important. So are we aggressively positioning ourselves in that?
Yeah, with that, I made reference to establishing or introducing a conservation coordinator position, and we've established a framework, and it is going to be the basis for which our master plan is going to be built on, and it is critical. It's basically providing a foundation, a justification for everything we do, for every animal in our collection needs to have a purpose and needs to connect to that overwhelming focus on preserving biodiversity, species conservation.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah. Thank you. I just decided to not even try that mic.
Thank you. I guess for me, one of my questions for the report is it's unclear to me what the next step. So there's opportunities that were identified, but there wasn't if this is received for information, there wasn't a next steps section of the report.
So our intent, Councillor Rutherford, is to grow our partnerships. We know there's a lot of potential to be realized from increasing our engagement with partners. It's difficult to put a specific dollar value or targets associated with that. It's been an ongoing effort for us to increase our engagement of partners and work with them. We have cited specific areas where there are certainly short wins, easier ways to grow those partnerships, to grow those involvements. There are some challenges, as I mentioned, with things like animal care and site services. There are certainly some, they're a little bit more complex as services that we deliver in terms of just labor implications and take a lot more time for our partner to develop the capacity. It is ultimately our goal to I'm not going to say have our opportunity, our experience fully delivered by a partner, but that is well within the potential of a future. It's just going to take some steps to get there and careful consideration and careful planning, so it won't happen overnight, but we are committed to further engaging partners to that extent.
Okay, but like there's this really great table in there in this report, and it has future partner involvement growth opportunities being explored, and it talks about conservation, capital project development, communications, sales, and it says for each noted area the relevant partner has identified the enhanced capacity it would need, including a timeline and resource requirements. So like, why were those not included, I guess, in this report? And what are those timelines? Yeah, like I don't get a clear picture.
Yeah, I guess part of it, Councillor, we're here, this is our direction that we want to go down, working more intensively with the Valley Zoo Development Society. There are some very real things that they've done, like the work that Doug Warren described on the carousel, the funding of the wolf conservation habitat and delivering that project and project management. So we're starting down the path. It's a dual thing. The capacity, or the society also needs to develop their capacity. So we can't just hand things over to them with the resources they have immediately. We need to work with them to build up that capacity.
Yeah, and I'm not denying that. I'm just saying, if you've already identified the enhanced capacity it would need, and well as timeline and resource requirements, how come those are not shared in this report?
I guess we haven't developed specific timelines or specific increases in revenue or expenditures or capital fundraising. That's work that, if this direction is supportive, this report's received for information, that's the path we're going to go down with the society.
So when would be the next check-in point with council on this? Then, if there is continued ongoing work in this space,
I think, at some point in 2024, we will bring the master plan back, and we can certainly get an update on the evolving relationship with the society when we bring that master plan back.
And Councillor Rutherford, this operating governance is one of the areas being explored as well through the master plan. So that we're giving some so that may have some impact as well. So it's just the timing is a little bit. We're here now. We're doing this master plan, and it's not an ideal scenario. I think we'll be in a better position mid next year to come back with a report. So keep
this table in the back of my mind for that master plan discussion and questions.
Certainly.
Okay, perfect. And I hate to pick on this, but I do love my animals. I get that like improved animal visibility would help with revenue, but how did we do that, and is that in the best interest of the animals?
That's a really good point. Thanks for raising that. So we do know we get a lot of feedback from our visitors regarding their experience, and it comes up consistently as a source of frustration. Gee, I went to the zoo today and I didn't get a chance to see animal X, Y, or Z. So our strategy isn't about like luring them out to the front of their enclosure, but it's rather they're often there. They're often the red pandas are typically up in the trees, and people aren't looking up to see the red pandas. So we have our interpretive staff, which were gone during COVID, who have been now brought back and play a great role in terms of educating our visitors, saying, you know, maybe you don't see them right now. This is where they might be. This is where we'd look. It's those kinds of things that support our animal visibility strategy. And those efforts pay great dividends in terms of guests feeling better about their experience and having conversations with our staff. It's so much more about just seeing animals in their enclosures, but it's getting to chat with staff about them and why they're important.
That helps provide some context around that from the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tane.
Yes, great. Thank you all very much for what I think is a very strong report and an excellent presentation. And Tammy, I really appreciate your comment earlier about competing interest. And I think that last round of question, because I had a very similar line related to what does receive for information mean. And I see this, so what I'm hearing is 2024 master plan is going to be the next major milestone. I'm wondering, as part of that, like, do you have an engagement plan to hear from Edmontonians as well in developing this master plan?
So our master plan consultants just got on board. We're having our first big workshop with them tomorrow and Wednesday. So they have been charged with a stakeholder engagement. We will be working with them to identify, well, we've already begun identifying many of our stakeholders, and so there will be opportunities for the general public, but our research partners, post-secondary institutions, yourself, our government, what have you. So it's a little early in the stages, but yes, I can assure you there will be extensive stakeholder consultation.
Okay, yeah, appreciate that. And then I was also just kind of some of my questions to the speakers. You know, has it over the years have had in the conversations between the society and administration, you know, what are some of the contemplations say related to like actually having like a proper research institute arm rather than constantly redefining, you know, zoo is now encompasses research and conservation and education and all that versus just having kind of under the banner of a research institute. Has that ever come up? I'm curious.
I don't know if I can answer your question directly, but if I may just make a comment that I want to make sure everybody is operating with the same knowledge that we in the zoo world have. The Calgary Zoo and the Wilder Institute is the largest zoo in Canada by far. They are an incredible institution, but the assumption often is comparing Calgary and Edmonton assets. We often assume things like Toronto, but Calgary Zoo eclipses Toronto Zoo, Assiniboine Park, which are both large facilities in Edmonton. Amazing work. And they are still very, very clearly the Calgary Zoo and Wilder Institute, and that is because like Edmonton, we recognize that all of the money to do the work on the research and the conservation is because people want to come and see the animals engage. We have this moral obligation to those animals to provide a good environment, but use that interest and empathy towards animals to further those causes. So Toronto Zoo does all of their research within the zoo. So did Vancouver Aquarium when they were a public body. It wasn't a separate entity. They formed Oceanwise. It is now separate because the Vancouver Aquarium was purchased. And because of our footprint, it is not possible right now, unless somebody wants to will us a large tract of land and some research centers, for us to have a separate organization. I don't know if that answers it, but I wanted to make sure everybody understands that Calgary Zoo is not a little bit bigger. They are a massive institution.
Yeah, no, that is helpful. I think it was more I was thinking about, you know, what additional fundraising opportunity could some of those different structures bring. And speaking of which, and thanks for bringing up the Calgary example, I think somewhere in the report and even in a previous presentation I recall, you know, they do have more fundraising opportunities, like including corporate, than we do currently. I'm curious, what is the thing about our current structure that is preventing us from accessing those additional resources? Or if that's the case.
It's size. I mean, it's size, and the corporations in Calgary, and they employ a team of researchers, they employ lobbyists, they employ an entire team of fundraisers. It's just volume. That's my personal opinion. I did spend 6 hours talking about this with the CEO of Calgary Zoo recently. It's a different beast.
And then also, over the years, I'm wondering, I guess from an administration perspective, when you look at the zoo structure and you look at something, say, for Edmonton, of course, there's lots of things to improve according to the latest audit, but did you ever contemplate, like, is that a viable option for the zoo?
Councillor Tang, are you referring to the sort of the Calgary model where they have a zoo and they also have a separate branded arm of the Wilder Institute? Is that what you're referring to?
I'm actually running out of time, and I think I missed part of your question. I was cutting out, so I can come back. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to do a quick check. So we did before we came back from the afternoon break, and I don't see anyone else on the board beside Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang might come back for a second round. I think what we'll do at least is take a motion to extend just to finish this item, and then we'll decide whether we'll extend to finish the rest. I've been checking with city staff, but we'll do a second check-in after we finish this item.
Well, I can't make a motion for all of that, but I'll make a motion to extend for this item.
Thank you. Please vote to extend to finish this item, and we'll decide what we do after that.
Just getting the vote loaded.
Should we just do a verbal? Oh, there.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. I will be as brief as possible. I just, I may have missed this in the conversation, but in reading the report, so my understanding is that 11 out of 25 zoos in Canada are owned by a municipality. So for the majority that aren't owned by a municipality, do they receive any tax contribution?
Yeah, so those 11 of the 24 are government-owned, so they're not always owned by a municipality. They could be like a territory, there could be a provincial body operating them. There are some commercial operated zoos and aquariums in Canada. Ripley's would be an example in Toronto of that aquarium. African Lion Safari in Ontario, another example. They do get grants to operate, but it's typically tied and connected to a research project, a conservation project. They're participating in some way, and depending on the project, different orders of government would support it. So that would be the short answer.
Okay, so those 14 that aren't necessarily owned by a government, do we know the breakdown of sort of which ones are for-profit versus non-profit societies?
I'd have to pull that information. I don't have it right here in front of me.
I mean, I guess where my question is getting to, and I apologize if the answer was given and I just didn't quite pick up on it, but are there models where zoos like ours are run by a private or nonprofit organization?
There are a number of models where so there is that continuum that I spoke about, Councillor, and so we're kind of in the middle. There are some that have further advanced, like Calgary, for instance, that has a partner that is operating the facility entirely on the City of Calgary's behalf. And there are others like Magnetic Hill in New Brunswick, Magnetic Hill Zoo, that are operating almost their zoo entirely by the city of Moncton.
Okay, and I guess maybe that's just what I wasn't sure coming out of this report is, are we moving, so I know that there's a few areas where there may be more involvement from the society, which is really welcome, but it doesn't seem like we're really significantly shifting along that spectrum.
I would so go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think we're looking for the society to take over the zoo or to turn it over to them 100%. We do have a number of models in Edmonton from the Telescope of Science and the Space and Science Center Foundation, FEMCO, which we're doing a lot of work right now on the operating governance model, and we'll be reporting back on that. So we're taking those learnings and saying, in this case, with the society, like that, maybe it's an evolution towards that, but it isn't a 5-year goal to have the society operating the zoo on our behalf. our 5-year goal is really around working together better and increasing the opportunities for the society at the zoo.
Okay, and so I'm just wondering how we arrived at that decision point, that we didn't want that to be our goal in the next 5 years.
Yeah, part of it is some of the learnings from when Calgary turned it over their zoo to the Zoological Society, some of the learnings we've had with Fort Edmonton Park, and some of the things that are for the Labour Board now, some of the union implications. So there's a lot to work through if that is our end goal, that we'd want to do it thoroughly and properly, and not just rush to that and try and implement a model that's substantially different.
Yeah, and I think that that's where I'm struggling, is I don't feel that I have the information about the pros and cons, and to kind of provide that direction, not provide that direction.
Yeah, part of the discussion with the society is their capacity to do that. And I think Tammy could say, their discussions with the board or their staff is they're not in a position to take over the operation of the whole zoo, but to continue to become more involved in capital projects and more events and more fundraising is certainly within their scope and their capacities. But they're still going to have to, even to do that, add resources and capacities and competencies to their organization.
Okay, and then maybe just in my last minute, just wondering, so the master planning work that's underway, what sort of assumptions are being made around future finances in terms of operating or capital? Is the master plan sort of working within the existing operating budget, or is it going beyond that?
Well, it's certainly a consideration, and we want to make sure that we're being practical with our planning and realizing that there is an unending supply of resources. I think part of it, though, and given the consultants that we have at the table, there'll be great opportunities to, one, cost out some of the potential future changes or developments and look at potential stakeholders that might be able to participate as funders as part of the scoping of any future opportunities.
Yeah, well, we haven't confirmed it in this process yet. As Gary said, we're just getting started. Our approach previously in the last few years has been around more landscape solutions to exhibits and not big buildings to house the animals, just to keep the capital costs down, keep the operating costs down. So there are considerations around capital and operating expenses as we go forward.
The one thing I just would need to make reference to is the capital piece, the actual owning a capital project versus just fundraising for it is a game changer in terms of the eligibility for grants and programs, and then the society has suggested that will make a big difference in their efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette, can you make a motion to receive for information?
Yep, so moved.
Anyone else for questions or wishing to speak? Noting that I think we heard the master plan is coming back, which will be our next check-in points from what I understand. Okay. I'm not seeing anyone on the board, so I'm going to just call the vote to receive for information.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. So let's do a quick status check here. We have 2 items left, one of which has a speaker who is still with us online right now. I've checked with some city staff, but not all, and so I'm going to look at the 4 at the back that I haven't talked to before first to say, if we were to extend versus taking a break now, how do you feel about that? Are you okay with that, or would you prefer, I'm seeing thumbs up, that's potentially even preference. I've checked with the clerks. The other thing I'd want to check, though, and I don't want to rush anyone, is so from a council perspective, as we still have a number of attendees here, if we think the conversations are going to be lengthy, that is fine, but then we probably should just take a break. If we don't think they're going to be lengthy, I've checked in with some of my committee colleagues, and it doesn't sound like my committee colleagues have a lot of questions, so I'm looking more to my other colleagues here. You have questions on, I have a few questions on 8.1 as well, okay.
I wasn't going to stay.
You weren't going to stay, so, okay. So I think then, having checked with everyone and the staff, that we are okay because the clerks had a changeover shift, so we're not doing any issues with labor laws, violating that, so they're following. So Councillor Paquette, if you're willing to make a motion to extend to finish the orders, we can do that.
Okay, well, it sounds like people want to take a 2-hour break, then come back, but I'll make that motion.
Thank you. So the motion is to extend orders to finish the entire agenda. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
And thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. We are going next to item 7.5, fine increase for bylaw 5590. We'll have our folks from administration grab a seat. I don't know if there's a presentation on this. There is? Okay. There is? Okay. Yep. And then we will hear from our speaker here who is with us. So to Mr. Geary, we will get to you very soon. We will have a presentation from administration. Once that's complete, you'll have 5 minutes. I'll come to you once that presentation is done. So the floor is yours. I might turn the chair over to Councillor Paquette for just a minute, and I'll let you begin the presentation.
I have the chair. Please proceed.
So at the January 31st, 2023 council meeting, a motion was passed that asked administration to provide a report on increasing fine for traffic bylaw 5590 offenses related to obstructions along the road right-of-way. With me today, I have Craig McEwen, Branch Manager of Parks and Road Services, David Jones, the Branch Manager of Community Standards and Neighborhoods, Shwikar Ibrahim, Director of Traffic Operations, and Kevin Tumulty, Operation Manager for the Peace Officer section. We also have additional members online to help answer any questions that you might have. And with that, I'll turn it over to Craig to start the presentation.
Thanks, Eddie. Okay, so the City of Edmonton operates and regulates our road network to promote the efficient movement of people and goods while ensuring the safety of all users. So this includes pedestrians, active transportation users, transit, and vehicles moving through the network, and those occupying or performing work on the road right-of-way, like construction or maintenance. So the On-Street Construction and Maintenance Program, also known as OSCAM, so that's OSCAM, On-Street Construction and Maintenance, ensures accountability for the safe use of road right-of-way through our programmed approach that includes education for industry stakeholders, providing permits, and managing the enforcement of traffic bylaw 5590. So levying fines for unauthorized obstructions is really just a small part of that larger program. So in recent years, the program's shifted its focus to minimizing the space and time that road right-of-way is occupied for construction and maintenance activities. So admin has done a lot of success in changing industry behaviors through program design. So for example, in 2019, the city began charging a small per-day fee for those OSCAM permits, which resulted in an annual decrease in the average number of duration of permits, the average number and duration of permits per year. So really what that means is fewer and less lengthy obstructions by permit holders on the right-of-way. So moving forward, admin will continue to identify and leverage opportunities, behavior change, and the program improvements to ensure that safety and efficiency in Edmonton roadway network. Really what we're saying here is we want to look at the program. So what we have is a $250 fine for violating the permit. That's really one aspect of the program. So there's fines, there's the daily $25 per day fee. There's also education, there's the whole program permit process, there's stakeholder engagement. We want to look at everything just to get, really what we're after is better compliance. So what we want to see is better compliance on the road right-of-way. Fines is one piece of that, the fees is another piece, but it's a part of a broader, bigger program that we intend to look at, really with the intention of decreasing obstructions on a road right-of-way. Next slide.
The city establishes accountability for the safe use of a road right-of-way by requiring that anyone performing construction and maintenance activities on the city road right-of-way obtain an on-street construction and maintenance permit based on the scope of work, the type of the roadway, as well as the time of day. So the road right-of-way includes sidewalks, roads, and boulevards as well. So anyone wishing to obtain a permit can apply online. Applications are typically processed within 6 business days. And as Craig mentioned, there is a fee of $25 per day, which discourages occupation of the road right-of-way for longer than what is necessary. And so during the permit process, applicants are provided with information and resources on safety, temporary traffic control materials, and other requirements. And as of September 18th, we had 7,400 OSCAM permits have been issued. Next slide. I'll pass it over to Kevin.
I'll just roll with it. So we'll this next one's on the enforcement side of things. The administration manages and enforces the road right-of-way obstructions through the city's traffic bylaw. The majority of the road right-of-way obstruction complaints and enforcement actions taken relate to Section 66, which is obstruction on a highway. However, there's no category related specifically to on-street construction and maintenance activities. So examples of obstructions under 66 can include all sorts of things. And so this could be like an extension cord on a sidewalk, heavy machinery, waste bins, fencing, vehicles, vegetation, all sorts of things. So it's pretty broad. Road right-of-way obstructions can be a safety hazard. So really safety enforcement officers focus on education and warnings to try to ensure the issue is resolved quickly to reduce the likelihood of repeat offenses. Tickets are issued usually when reasonable steps have not been taken by the offender to resolve the issue. In cases of repeat offenses or in situations where the bylaw violation is more severe. Enforcement officers can only conduct enforcement based on whether the obstruction has the correct permit or absent thereof. So this means that sites that have a permit but are not following all conditions cannot be ticketed and referred back to the permitting team for follow-up action. So then that will go back to the operations team to see how can we bring them back into compliance. Some examples of that are the peace officers see in their duties include permit holders not having the appropriate traffic control measures or reflective strips on waste bins. So as of September 18th, 2023, there's been 186 obstruction-related complaints. 150 of those, or 80%, have resulted in warnings, while only 29, or 16%, have resulted in tickets.
Administration as well surveyed other Canadian municipalities to understand and identify how obstructions are defined within the bylaws, but then also how non-compliance regarding roadway obstructions is managed, and found that while our fines are on the lower end, Edmonton's program is similar to other municipalities. Almost all cities use obstruction to classify a wide variety of possible violations. All cities use the combination of education and enforcement, which can include inspections by officers, warnings and tickets. Edmonton's fine is set at $250, while the majority of fines awarded in other cities ranged from $100 to $1,500, and several cities had the ability to award higher fines for more serious or repeat infractions. Most cities reported that increasing their education and enforcement activities, such as the inspections and warnings and tickets, did have a positive impact on compliance. And of the respondents, only one had increased fine amounts in recent years, and they reported that compliance stayed roughly the same. Next slide. So understanding that the goal is to improve compliance to increase to the traffic bylaw 5590 related to construction and maintenance activities on the road right-of-way, administration is looking to explore opportunities to review the overall program, as Craig mentioned. So over the next year, we will conduct an in-depth review of the OSCAM program to determine how the city can best deliver a transparent but also effective programmed approach, including what are some of the options for service enhancements. We are also in the process of updating our educational materials and implementing more proactive communications to stakeholders as part of the permit application process and then throughout the duration of the active permits as well. This helps clarify the responsibilities but also improve compliance with the terms of the issued permit. And additionally, administration in partnership with the SIP branch will be conducted a large-scale review and improvement project to look at how the city can collectively improve the delivery of mobility network services for all Edmontonians. And so while we were initially asked to look at the possibility of increasing fines, the results from the other cities in their jurisdictional scan did indicate that increasing enforcement and education is a more effective way to increase compliance. And so pending the results of the program review and the impact of the improved communications, we will consider further updates to the bylaw, which could look at increased fines, increased fees, but also other adjustments as well, such as implementing a fine that scales depending on the severity of the obstruction violation, or adding the ability for peace officers to enforce on-site when a permit has been issued, but its terms are not being met, rather than having to refer to the issuing permit team for a follow-up. With that, next slide, happy to take any questions after the speaker.
Perfect, thank you very much, and you can all remain seated there because Mel Geary is online. So Mel, you've been in and out throughout the day, so just as a quick reminder, you will have 5 minutes and you can begin at any point.
Hello.
Hello, yes, go ahead.
ironically, I'm speaking to you from a car driving down towards the 142nd area on Stony Plain. Anyway, thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Mel Geary. I live in the community of Linwood, so I fully understand the daily challenges of road construction and barricading that helps and hinders commuters. The LRT project is huge, and any inconvenience is understood and expected by the public. However, in regard to the OSCAM permit, when the Stony Plain area between 142nd Street and 156th Street was initially barricaded, we knew we were in for the long haul. Work started in the area of 142nd Street around December 2022. This included barricading the 142 intersection and blocks east, constricting all traffic moving north and east to the downtown. Every morning, traffic backed up to blocks, adding very lengthy waits for buses and vehicle traffic. But we knew the work was imminent because of the extensive barricades that had been erected. Months went by, then a dumpster arrived, which residents eventually filled over the few months. By May 2023, my frustration with this huge barricaded area evolved into a few walking protests with the associated signage of Free 142 Street, no work, no barricades. It was well received by the traffic that was parked on 142nd Street. Through Councillor Knack's very helpful email replies, I was able to get the message beyond City 311 and into LRT projects, Marigold infrastructure, and possibly today the OSCAM office. On October 23rd, construction in the area started in earnest, as did my emails about the ongoing free flow lane that needed to be open on 142nd. Good news is that after 300 days of unnecessary, mostly unnecessary barricading, the 142nd free flow lane is open to downtown, and every time I pass it, I smile. Today, after looking at the committee notes relating to OSCAM, the original city intent was to minimize duration and size of road obstructions. The result has been a consolidation of applications for similar work sites under one permit. My question, I have several questions, but this particular question is, did consolidating work sites make it easier or harder, i.e. a longer process for the contractor and city to make individual site changes like those that we're seeing with the opening of the 142 free flow lane? The overarching project seemed to cover a vast area, i.e. multiple sites, from 140th to 156th Street, with daily work really only happening east of 142nd Street. Is that also a symptom of site consolidation? What incentive does the contractor have to make one site change if multiple sites are under one permit? Also from the report, city staff work with contractors on a daily basis to address potential concerns. During that period, the 300 days when essentially maybe 10% of that time work was happening, during those regular inspections, did the city bring up any concerns with the contractor? I certainly did, and they were, Marigold was fantastic in answering how their process works, having to submit to their legal people what they want to do, getting it approved, sending it to OSCAM and the city, getting it approved, having that come back to them. Their decision was to remove one barricade and some fast fence and free 142 Street. Thank you, Andrew. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Perfect time. I will see if anyone has any questions. I'll just note, while I don't have questions, I'm going to be asking some of those questions that you've raised to our city administration. So I don't have any questions myself for you, but I'll see if anyone else does on the board. I'm not seeing any names pop up. So, Mr. Geary, thank you for coming today and for sharing that. And as mentioned, I've got some questions that will relate to the questions you've raised. So, with that, we'll move on to questions of. Yeah, thank you. We'll move on to questions of administration, and why not? Why don't I kick us off on this one? So, and I don't want to pick on any one specific example. I appreciate the LRT is a slightly different beast than even some of our other projects, but there were some good examples or questions raised in Mr. Geary's comments that I've been curious about, and so appreciating you've got more work coming, and I don't want to sort of preempt that, but I want to get a sense of, for example, where you have those long corridors like he's raised, and I'll pick on that particular intersection, which really didn't have work happening for, I would suggest his 10% is probably accurate. How are we going to look at that as part of this next review, and is to make sure that we're not sort of giving this carte blanche that you can keep the entire thing closed when you're really not doing work? And I appreciate that you're going to try to balance that against, you don't want to always be closing a road, opening it up for a month, closing it down for another month, but when you've got a large project like this, it did create a lot of frustration because there really wasn't work happening.
Yeah, I can start by saying, like, we know the process isn't perfect, so that's why we intend on kicking off some work. How do we relook at this? I think the Valley Line West is, in that entire project, like in its entirety, you know, managed by our colleagues in another department and how exactly they want to manage that contractor, and then we tie into that process as well. But I do think it speaks to a larger issue around Edmontonians don't like to see construction sites vacant. We also appreciate that not everything is visible. So sometimes concrete needs to cure, or materials need to arrive, or what have you. There's work taking place underground or in off hours. So we understand that there's a number of things that might not be visible. But in general, we plan on looking at this process, not just from like where our utility partners like EPCOR and ATCO that do these types of projects more minor on a regular basis, but on the larger scale like Valley Line West. So I think how we look at the process is going to be a part of the next year's worth of work on this.
Okay. And then maybe just a follow-up to that, and I guess part of it is also even just, I mean, if there are scenarios where it's curing of concrete, where there's underground work happening, how are we using things like the current traffic disruptions map to share that information? Because right now you sort of go onto that website and you see its proposed opening date, but there's not necessarily an updating of information, so you run into those scenarios, at least I find it, where I go to that map and I'm like, it says they're doing something, I have no idea what's being done. Are we thinking about how we have those tools and how they can be updated to provide better information?
Yeah, Councillor Knack, I think that's one thing that's going to be the focus on, like, how do you communicate better for folks, like, what the expected work is going to be. I think we just need to be mindful that we got to be a little bit nimble. Sometimes things come up that are not always planned, but looking at the traffic disruption process and or notification for the public is going to be a component that we look into as well.
And then I guess the other main question I have, and again, I don't want to focus on the specific example, but I'll use the example as the broader question. There was some road work being done on 140, or there was a new development, gas station development on 149th Street and 95th Avenue that resulted in the closure of 149th Street, a lane of it, through a fairly lengthy amount of their project. And there was a sidewalk that needed to be done, but that was a very small portion of it. There was likely a logical reason that had to be closed, but again, when you see this combination of the LRT construction happening, and then you have these parallel corridors that people might use, and seemingly nobody was ever in that lane that was being closed, it raised the question of, did they sort of take out a permit because at $25 a day to have a little bit more flexibility of where their crews can work, and yet we've shut down an arterial, one lane on an arterial road in a part of the city that has a lot of parallel construction taking place. So how will this future work look at scrutinizing those asks? Because, I mean, if you're doing a multi-million-dollar project and you shut down a lane for $25 a day for 2 months, that's nothing. And maybe we're letting folks off the hook a little bit with such a low cost. So thoughts on how we think about that going into this next body of work?
Yeah, Councillor, there's a couple of things. So there's one piece that we started already, which involved creating like a construction coordination committee with stakeholders, city staff, utility providers, to kind of see what's coming down the pipe for like projects within a specific area. That helps flag if there's any concurrent pieces that are going to be impacting traffic flowing through, and whether that's pedestrians, cyclists, or drivers, of course. So looking at expanding that and incorporating lessons learned from that on a larger scale. But the second piece is looking at also the permit fee, and what does it make sense for that to be a sliding scale? Does it make sense to have a different, like a variety similar to like other jurisdictions where it's depending on the equipment that you're using, the type of lane that is closed, the type of traffic that's going through? So that's all part of the review process.
So maybe we look at an arterial road different than we do a local road for.
Yeah, and I just want to add that those types of checks and balances do take place now, and I don't think it is terribly obvious in the example you gave, but always looking at arterials versus residentials, peak versus off-peak, and really trying to maximize the utility of that public space. We do verify and do check on those types of things. So it's not just, hey, let's close 4 lanes on the gateway or anything like that. There are verifications that it's absolutely required versus, so those checks do take place, but like everything, I think there's room for improvement in terms of how do we verify while not scrutinizing like the project and the work and the safety of construction workers on the side of the road at the same time. So we are trying to find that balance.
Appreciate that. I'll go to Councillor Stevenson next.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the report and conversation. Just this actually leads into some of the questions on 8.1. So just to clarify, so the peace officers that enforce these, they are in the community standards. Are they the general duty peace officers?
I'll just look to Kevin for that one.
Yes, Councillor Stevenson would be our general duty peace officers.
Okay, great. And do we have a service level expectation in terms of how quickly complaints are responded to?
As it relates to road right-of-way obstructions and on-highway obstructions, they're prioritized ahead of many other complaint types. So we endeavor to reach those in a day. Obviously, that's not always the case, but they are streamlined through our dispatching processes to be put ahead of the curve of other complaints.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. That's very helpful. I think just in terms of like with repeat offenses, how soon do we consider repeat? So can it be on a daily basis, or is it typically we give more time? What's the turnaround time, or when do we consider a repeat to be a repeat?
That's a little bit of a tougher question to answer. So it's really on a case-by-case basis. We do have a repository of the people that we deal with, including corporations, and we look at our model in an escalating fashion. So if they've been given violation tickets in the past and that doesn't seem to work, then we do have means of escalation. That being said, those are very few and far between.
Okay, great. My last question was just the report noted that waste bins or sea cans they're stored, they currently don't pay any fees.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that something that's going to be looked at in the update?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Great. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since there's no one else on the board, the last question I guess I'll just ask in a second round would be, since you're doing this review, there would be if there are bylaw changes, that has to come back to us. If there's internal things, you're not going to come back to us, because there's sort of different aspects of what you've identified as next steps. Some of them might be internal, but one would at least be a check-in with City Council, correct?
That's correct.
Perfect. Okay. And that's sort of a next year type project?
Yeah, we're looking at about Q1 of 2025.
Okay, so you'll go through the process over the next bit. Okay.
Yeah.
That's just wanted to get a sense of when we would see that again. Wonderful. Well, then I will, I think, just move receipt of information for this, having a better sense of where we're at. So I'll move that. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Paquette, you want to speak to that? Go for it.
Yeah, just very briefly, because I believe the questions covered most of it. But really, when it comes down to it, we're talking about a few really basic things: resident frustration, people who have disabilities or are getting around with different modalities, and they can't go because it's blocked, and that's really not the kind of community that we want to foster, even with our construction community, right? And then the third thing is the opportunity costs of those obstructions. Are we weighing out, okay, so you can't use that. What is the actual cost to the economy and the community in real terms and in social terms if they have to use an alternate route? versus what are we saving by not getting wear and tear on that spot? And these are sort of like the granular things that on their own seem kind of silly, but in the aggregate probably are meaningful. So this is a really fascinating conversation. I'm really interested in seeing where it goes, but primarily, hopefully we, especially for people who don't have other means, we encourage our building partners and even people at the city to ensure that we're always mindful that people can get around in a way that doesn't impede them overly much, or be mindful of pathways that folks with disabilities or seniors can only use, and if that's blocked, there goes their day, their medical appointments, and so on and so forth. So thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, you know, that just reminded me that I could take this opportunity to say I think I've seen huge improvements in terms of, you know, during construction projects, the accommodation that is made for active transportation, active modes. So, you know, I think it's been a great evolution of that work and something I've really noticed in recent years. So thank you, and hope to see that continue.
Thank you, and yeah, actually, I might as well now. I was like, do I really want to speak to it? Actually, yeah, I do. Councillor Paquette raised a good point. So, you know, appreciate this. This feels like a very specific type of thing. We're talking about permits, but I would hope as part of your work, and to Councillor Paquette's caution about persons with disabilities, making sure that the Accessibility Advisory Committee is part of that work plan, touching base with them and that, because you reminded me of a story I thought about when I had a chance, the opportunity to be in Japan a number of years ago, and how in Tokyo, you know, if a sidewalk was shut down, they required, it didn't matter where it was, main road, small, tiny alley, there were people on site on any construction project that were ensuring the safe navigation of those who didn't drive, even on a back alley project. It was astounding to see, but it also showed the prioritization that they put on folks who can't drive. And so, you know, I don't know if that's the right step for us to take in North America for that, but you know, what are some of those additional actions we can take? And I think just the final piece is, because I know Mr. Geary has been emailing me, and appreciate Mr. Geary's points, and knowing that there's a check-in at least on the bylaw piece is good, because I think there has been progress, and you know, there's probably a bit of construction fatigue in the West End that is causing a lot of this cumulatively. But I think, to Councillor Paquette's point, there are certainly locations where there has not been a lot of work, and I realize the LRT is a little more unique because of the P3 and that aspect of it, but it raised a bigger question around just how we're making sure there's that as Councillor Paquette put it, making sure we're understanding the impacts of leaving a spot closed for such a long period of time without work happening, even if there's a valid traffic safety concern of not wanting to adjust. Are we weighing those trade-offs of changing out an intersection operation every 2 months versus closing it down for a full year, and how that can be seen and understood, and if we're going to make that decision, how are we communicating that, and why we're communicating that? So so that's it. So appreciate all the work. I'll call the vote. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Last item of business will be the response to councillor inquiries, Edmonton enforcement staffing. I don't know if you have a presentation for us, or if it's just a...
Either way, I know that we've saved the best for last.
Is that the case? What about all of our other staff who just heard that?
No, everyone's the best.
Good save. Good save, Councillor Paquette. Go ahead.
You are saving the best for last. At the August 28th, 2023 Community and Public Services Committee meeting, a motion was passed that directed us to provide a report on the present enforcement staffing levels, excluding our colleagues at the Edmonton Police Service, a comparison of staffing levels between Edmonton and Calgary, and the recommended staffing levels for each function to realize genuine proactive patrols. Grounded in deterrence theory, proactive enforcement aims to prevent and disrupt inappropriate, illegal, and problematic behavior rather than respond to it. Conducting proactive enforcement law enforcement agencies provide a visible presence and high engagement efforts to prevent incidents from occurring, rather than waiting for them to occur and then addressing the situation by way of ticket or charge. Proactive enforcement can also take the form of problem solving and community engagement to interrupt issues at the root cause rather than simply addressing symptoms. Some highlights from our report include an assessment of our staffing levels and the growth in demand for services over the past 5 years, especially in some of our most critical bodies of work such as transit safety, river, valley, and parkland stewardship, problem properties, bylaw services, and encampment response. At this point, I would like to take the opportunity to thank Council for recognizing the demands that are facing these frontline members, particularly with the investment in encampment response during the budget adjustment last week. On many of our files, we are continuing to triage, prioritizing our calls based on safety, while recognizing that public pressure may exceed our current workforce's capacity to respond immediately. As an example, we get calls daily for encampments at schools and playgrounds and in the River Valley, which is particularly dry due to a lack of snow so far this season. As you can imagine, these calls uproot our plans and timelines for assessments and may cancel our proactive work. As of November 27th, our average time to conduct an initial assessment is 8.6 days, with 3 to 5 days being the time range for high-risk encampments. So we are alive to the reprioritization of work impacting Edmontonians. Timelines changing or not getting an expedited response causes frustration, confusion, and a higher volume of duplicate complaints, either to you as councillors or to 311. We are moving as quickly as possible, and to ease the communication pressures that your offices may be experiencing, we are developing a memo with some key information that will be helpful to you in responding to citizens. As always, we continue to refine and update our scripts for 311 as well. As mentioned, the ongoing growth in demand has impacted our overall ability to provide proactive enforcement services, despite the creation of several cross-disciplinary teams formed in the past, designed intentionally with proactive enforcement in mind, including the Transit Community Action Team, or TCAT, the Community Outreach Transit Team, or COT, or the Healthy Streets Operations Center, HSOC, community safety teams, and some of the new animal control teams. In our report, we've highlighted some of the progress we've made in creating more proactive enforcement opportunities and examined which lines of businesses would benefit most from additional resources for proactive enforcement work. We are prepared to discuss the staffing levels of Calgary and Edmonton to offer a comparison. However, this conversation would need to be conducted in private on the grounds of both Section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations, and Section 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Finally, administration is keenly aware of the balance between proactive and reactive work, with intricacies spanning community and personal wellness, transportation systems, and how neighborly we can be to each other. Receiving this report for information means there will be no adjustments to our ongoing priorities and work at this time. We're happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm chairing this, and it was my inquiry, so I'm going to start by asking questions first. Why not? First of all, thank you for this report. I thought it was excellent to get a really good sense of what you are doing today and where we probably need to be from an ideal state. So a few questions. First, I want to just dig in. Are you able to answer the questions on the development services side as well? Or is there anyone here joining us?
Councillor Knack, I'm here, Travis.
Oh, hey, Mr. Pollock, excellent. Oh, we never see you outside of public hearings. It's great to have you. So I guess I just want to start on that one, which is since most of those positions are funded out of essentially the fees that we charge, with the exception of, I think, a handful, if there is a need for more, and I understand through the attachment too that there's already work underway of a review, is essentially that work happening to determine where you need to be, and if you need more, you've got a process to make that happen?
Yeah, you're correct. So right now we're undertaking that review of essentially that fee for service, those positions, and how we align with city plan, with the new zoning bylaw. We understand that there's obviously going to be a change in development patterns, so we want to match that with our enforcement and our compliance work. So that's undergoing right now, and we'll have a more fulsome picture of that in Q2 of 2024, in which we had a number of motions attached to the zoning bylaw renewal project, to the site construction and safety report in Q2, which will have a more better understanding of all of those resources in general. In terms of like funding those, you are correct. A large of them that are file driven are funded by the Planning Development Reserve. However, any of the sort of, I guess we'll call them reactive ones, like the compliance files, citizens' complaints, or what have you, are funded by the tax levy. So that's sort of the general division. If it's an application related, it's usually planning development. If it's a complaint, general complaint, it's usually tax levy.
Okay, and so that conversation coming up next year is maybe a chance to revisit that discussion. I mean, I obviously appreciate that industry might have a conversation about whether, you know, if we were to say maybe that should actually be funded through, an amortization of the fees through the permits that are charged. But we can have that conversation then in next year, right?
Yeah, we'll have a better idea of in terms of where we're moving the whole compliance and enforcement function, and then also have that more fulsome discussion around fees and changes to different policies if needed.
Okay, yeah, because I think even if you needed to suddenly double that team on between all those areas, I mean, the amount that would truly impact the cost of permits over a year versus all of the permits, I can't imagine would be that large. So I'll await that conversation, though, hearing that's coming up. So that just leaves me then with everything else in the everything else. Yeah, nothing big, just all the other things that you're doing in community standards and neighborhood branch. You've identified an attachment to the ideal staffing levels. I guess my main question at this point is, because I've heard, receive for information means nothing changes, and also appreciate that we just approved a budget that doesn't really change things yet. We're going to be going through a big exercise on OP12. There will be additional information coming. I guess what I want to know is, are there service packages essentially created for all of those areas? Because I would want to, as part of our OP12 conversation over this year going into December, make sure I have every one of those areas, because I think we need to actually fund it. But I want to make sure there's an appropriate check-in point, and obviously council will have to debate that and have a conversation. But
so the short answer is yes. Okay. We'll make sure that we have all the information should this be a priority that council would want to reallocate to.
Okay. I might still, just to make it real clear, make a motion. I'll think about that with the clerks around, just making it clear that I'd like service packages for those areas. So it's on the books. Council will ultimately debate, but I think we should make sure we know you've given us what you need. Now it's up to us to decide whether we're actually going to give you the funds for it.
That's fair.
Okay. Then I'll probably do that at the appropriate time. I think I see some others on the board, though, for questions, so I'll just work on that with the clerks. I think it'll be fairly simple. And I'll go to Councillor Jans right now.
Oh, just
sorry. Oh, Councillor Burkett has just jumped on the board. Councillor Jans, hang on.
I only jumped on board for a point of order. We extended orders to finish. However, I would just recommend that in light of the fact that we have employees who have stayed longer through their dinner hour, that we just make sure our questions are all killer, no filler.
Thank you. Yes.
Right,
thank you for that. Do you have questions yourself, speaking of?
Nope, that's it.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I was interested in moving in camera to get the Calgary data.
Just hang on. We'll go through every other question first, and we can get that after.
Okay. So do you want my regular questions then, or
preferably yes? Let's do the in public now, and then we'll come to we can go in private if we afterwards.
Okay. You know what? I will. I'll wait to go in camera then.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. I think really appreciate the information that's been put together. I think it's a good starting point. I think I was maybe looking at attachment 1, expecting to have, we talk about the 322 FTEs in community standards, just not seeing the breakdown of where those are allocated in attachment 1, for example, like in those different areas. And I'm assuming that there's probably a fair bit of fluidity, but wondering if that is information that we could potentially have followed up on, just to understand current state a bit better.
Yeah, for sure. When we had a really nice comparison between Edmonton and Calgary, and when we decided not to publish it and keep it for private, we kind of lost some of that. So
okay.
Happy to chat about that.
Great, thank you so much. So funnily enough, and I think counter to many of my colleagues' experience, I actually hear a fair bit of consternation about how proactive our enforcement is. And in particular, businesses in the downtown core that are ticketed very quickly when there's graffiti on their building, for example. So I was just wondering, would that be a municipal enforcement officer? Like what is that model? Why would we be seeing that type of enforcement? And is that an area, again, maybe for opportunity in terms of that maybe not being a priority right now?
So I think, and I wish I had Keith on the line here, but that would be our municipal enforcement officers who would take the lion's share of those complaints and deal with them accordingly. There is historically a fairly short turnaround time and expectation that graffiti be removed. I think one of the things that we're seeing is lots of it is gang related, and so we want to get rid of that as quickly as possible. If it's on a private location, then they do get a warning and some supports through grants to get those removed. But I know those grants run out pretty quickly if you're tagged a bunch of times.
Yeah, and I think just in terms of some of the other priorities, just wondering how those decisions are made. So is there? Yeah, so I heard earlier in terms of like traffic obstruction, that's a top one priority we get out there right away. Again, recognizing this would have been proactive, like it's not people complaining about the graffiti, it's MEOs being out and about, seeing it, and then sending the ticket. So it seemed to me that if we have some capacity for some of that proactive enforcement, I'm just not sure that that's where it's best placed.
Yeah, and I think it's situational. Certainly the MEOs will tell you that as soon as it starts snowing, they're not going to be looking sideways at graffiti for quite some time because it'll just be so inundated with trying to keep sidewalks clear. Right. What I will say is there's both with downtown vibrancy as well as capital city cleanups, there's some efforts to mitigate some of those issues that you're talking about in the downtown core with respect to proactive having a contractor go out and remove graffiti rather than going straight to enforcement. And so there is some of that we're trying to find.
Great,
yeah.
Great. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I was curious to see that parking is outsourced. So I'm assuming that again, I think we still would make net revenue on that outsourcing. Or is it cost neutral?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what would be the implications? I know we've been pushing for the automated parking enforcement. So would we then bring that back in-house? We would no longer need to outsource?
It would be a blend. We would be able to take our beat patrol parking enforcement folks and either reallocate them to respond differently or get rid of that service. As we could replace it by that roving camera.
Okay. And then what area does the automated enforcement, like the drive safe trucks?
That's Craig's in Parks and Roads, and he just walked out the building.
Okay. So like those resources aren't reflected in these enforcement resources. Just thinking more about that traffic safety side of things.
Correct. Yeah, we wrote this with the assumption that kind of those external contract enforcement weren't as germane to this report as the rest.
Right, because those are security guards. Or they're not.
Yeah, in those photo radar vans, they are peace officers, but they're hired externally, and it's just a contract that the city has with an external vendor.
Okay, interesting. Okay, I will save the rest of my questions for the Calgary conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Just following up there with the external drive safe vehicles, is that cost effective?
We would have to take that away. I don't have a line of sight on that contract as it's not in our area.
Okay. And then I'm just in attachment to it talks about the 15 temporary for snow and ice that we had last season. We don't have any for this season, that extra 15?
We do have a few seasonal hires, but not the 15 that we had last year, just with the changes that were made to the budget.
Okay, so, and none are being sort of taken from any other areas to make up that 15 again?
No, because they were over and above. They were municipal enforcement officers, temporary municipal enforcement officers that were hired over and above our regular staffing. So whilst our regular staffing does take some of those snow and ice complaints, or a lot of them, our seasonal folks, especially the 15 that we had last year, were really able to do a fantastic job, as you could see in the report, with respect to the proactive enforcement and just finding all those additional sidewalks that nobody's complaining about yet, but still aren't being cleared.
Okay, okay. And what about as far as on a revenue basis? Did we make any more money?
Do you know, I don't have those numbers available. I know Nancy Jacobson is listening and will tell the tale of how difficult it is to try to track all of those fines once they hit the provincial court system and how it comes back to the city of Edmonton. It's really difficult for us to track that.
Okay, I've heard that about the parking tickets as well. There's no way to track those either, right?
That's correct, Councillor Wright.
Okay. Is it, okay, so it goes through the provincial system, so why? Why can't we collect them ourselves?
So Councillor Wright, with parking tickets in particular, they're issued first on a municipal tag, and if individuals pay that municipal tag, it's handled solely within the city.
Okay.
It's only if those tags are not paid and they have to proceed through the provincial court process that they enter into that system, and that's where it becomes very difficult for us to do a line-by-line calculation of fine revenue.
Do we have any data from the fine revenue that does get collected right off the bat?
Of how much is collected at the city, we could tell you, I don't have that number, but we could tell you how much is collected at that stage, yes.
Okay, okay. If I could get that in a memo or something later, that'd be great. And then I'm looking at all the, the TCAT and the COT and the HSOC and do we have a duplication of work being done in certain teams and even within the teams? Like EPS has a higher level of enforcement, I guess. So do we need peace officers in some of those teams? What's the purpose?
Well, I'll start with HSOC and say that that's still a pilot project and we're assessing all of those issues. It may be that we have some duplication there, that maybe we just need EPS members and not peace officers. I think that's still something that's under review. With respect to TSOC, that's obviously like our foot patrol in transit spaces. As the EPS builds up their response in transit, thanks to the provincial announcement earlier this year, we'll have to keep assessing that. We know that there's lots of work for them to do, so if we find that they're tripping over each other, we can re-divert them within the transit system.
Okay. And the HSOC, I think we're getting an update in January for Q4, is that right? I think Ms. Flannan just sent a memo.
Yeah,
recently.
I believe that was February of next year. We'll have all the numbers. Yeah.
Okay. And I had another note. No, I think that's it. My time's almost up, so I'll just wait for a discussion in private. Thank you.
Thank you. I think at this point we will make the motion to go into private, and that would be which sections did we say? 20, 24, and 21. So I'll move that. Please vote. We have all the votes. Thank you. Please display the votes. That is carried. We'll take 1 minute to close the doors and Yeah. Good. All right. The doors are open. Are we ready?
We are good to go.
Fantastic. So what I'll do is I'll put my motion on the floor just so folks have it. It's nothing too exciting, but just so folks, if you have any additional questions, you can ask about that as well. So I'll be moving that administration bring forward an unfunded service package for consideration by council during the spring 2024 supplemental operating budget adjustment deliberations that outlines recommended resourcing requirements for all proactive enforcement services, excluding the Edmonton Police Service. Pretty straightforward. I guess just to say that, you know, I think I heard that might be included, but I just think we should formalize it, make sure council has it, and make sure we have a sense of, you know, if we're going to start addressing that, you might not address it all in one amount, but at least we can know how much we need to spend if we want to be doing proactive work more readily. So I'll go to the rest of council members for any additional questions. Councillor Jans, I think he was on the board, and then Councillor Stevenson.
Nope, all good.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Sure. Just maybe want to touch base on the traffic safety team. So Calgary recently funded a team that's dedicated to sort of noisy vehicles and other traffic enforcement. I think that they had a complement of 8 peace officers and 1 sergeant. I know we had an unfunded service package that was staffed to 29 peace officers. Just wondering some thoughts on those different models, and sort of what we might be able to learn from the Calgary approach.
So you're looking for the difference in those numbers from what we had in our package. So what I would say, without having to force us back into a private discussion, is that some of the support services that we talked about that Calgary has are ones that we still need to build. And so we would be looking at training staff. We would be looking at an extra fleet of vehicles that we could do some of the vehicle stop training, et cetera, with, because we're pretty lean on vehicles. And so if we take 4 or 5 of our patrol vehicles out of service, then that's a whole shift of peace officers who aren't working on the street because they don't have vehicles to get around.
Okay, so we still feel that 29 is sort of the minimum amount that we need to have an effective team?
So that was 29 FTE. It wasn't all peace officers. There's obviously there's dispatch that goes with that, and ancillary services. So if you have somebody, you know, an entire team, I think it was 16 peace officers and 4 sergeants that we were putting into that.
Okay.
Some training officers. And then when you have that many new peace officers out writing traffic tickets, there's a lot of admin processing that goes into the back end of that. And so, you know, having all of those admin services as well is important.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I don't think my time has started, but just in terms of this ongoing work that's being done in terms of optimizing resources, is there also, I think we've spoken in the past just about some of the, you know, providing greater transparency with conduct processes, some of the accountability and those types of pieces. Is that work continuing to be underway?
Yes, it is underway. I won't take up all your time with the details of it, but the professional standards group in my branch, they are actively liaising now with the Edmonton Police Service professional standards branch. We have a monthly check-in where we go over new files and discuss anything that needs to happen, tweaks at a leadership table. And certainly we continue to you know, reform the biannual peace officer stats memo that you get February and August.
Great, great, and wonderful to hear that there's that collaboration with EPS. Are we also exploring opportunities for some of that cross-training or to build off of some of their training expertise, just given that they have such a larger complement of staff?
Yes, yeah, we are. And we're making sure that our folks who are doing the investigations have the best possible tools at their disposal as well, and continuing to work with the folks from the province in the Peace Officer Program too, from that oversight perspective.
Great, great. Well, and I think even just some of the, trauma-informed training, those pieces as well, I think have been really well matured and developed at EPS. So great that that's being built into the discussion. Maybe just to the mover, this speaks to the proactive enforcement services. I assume that we're also looking for funding to ensure that we can meet our service levels in terms of response times to complaints. So also ensuring sort of fully funded responsive enforcement as well?
Yeah, I mean, my interpretation by using proactive, step one is you have to get to the service levels. Step two is being able to be proactive. So this gets us all the way up to there, but I would expect the service package might show different options available to us.
Right. So would that be true? We'd sort of get to like, here's what we'd need to sort of meet our service standards for reactive enforcement, and then here's where we get into the proactive?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, with the resources that we have right now, if we wanted to elevate our proactive enforcement, we would have to adjust service levels, which is not something we're doing right now. Yeah, we're trying to answer your question, yes, we keep those service levels, and then anything over and above we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. In answering Councillor Stevenson's question about the number of FTE, so you talked about 4 training officers. That would be to train 16 peace officers?
Well, I think...
Or is that providing support to the rest of the training?
Yeah, yes, it would be providing, I mean, as we grow that team of peace officers, they all have annual recertification training that they need to have. And so anytime we have a growth, we try to put as many boots on the front line as possible, but it does mean that we're catching up a little bit on that background support team. And so when it comes to doing traffic enforcement, the traffic stops and the training that goes with that sort of unknown risk vehicle stop is pretty extensive, and we wouldn't just be putting those 16 through. We would probably be looking at putting more than those 16 through, and so we'd need some front-end loading for training those peace officers, and then just maintaining and managing their annual certification as well, not to mention the 5 to 8% attrition that we have on an annual basis in that team. And as it grows, that just means more hiring and more training.
Okay, but isn't that also done in coordination with the province? I think the TPO class last week, or not TPOs, but sorry, CPOs, a third were for Edmonton, and then the other 14 were from other universities or surrounding areas.
Yeah,
so aren't those costs shared?
Well, the MOU that we have, we do some cost sharing. What the province is finding is that their training academy here in Edmonton is quite booked up with sheriffs, and so that last training class, you're right, we did partner with the province. We actually hosted that in the school that we have leased from the public school board right now in the North End as our training location. So they provided some support with respect to those training officers, but it was in our training location.
Okay. And it just surprised me that you needed that many, plus admin support as well. And that's across, that admin support would be not just for like these extra officers. It would provide support throughout the rest of your department. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. The 4, I mean, when you highlight the 4 training officers, that's not just for these 16 officers. It would be for the 200 and some peace officers who have to go through all of those recertification trainings on an annual basis.
Okay, and the same for admin support. And I'm just sort of the information, I guess, that we get back in this service package request, if we could maybe get some more details like that too. I'd appreciate that. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else on the board for questions. Therefore, I'll just go to anyone wishing to speak. I'm not seeing anyone jump on the board. I will offer just a quick closing comment. So again, just my thanks to putting this report together. And the idea behind the inquiry came actually while I was outdoor knocking a lot during the summer recess, and hearing from a lot of folks around the sort of feeling of the sense of pride in the city, and how they found that because certain things weren't being addressed as quickly as maybe they had been in the past, in part because our city has grown and our staffing hasn't kept up with that, it almost felt like it was creating this vicious cycle. So if we're not responding to things quickly enough, does that encourage other folks to be less responsive to the needs of their property and their community? And so and it came up so often in a way that I was never used to after 10 years of doing this. It was notable enough that I thought, this seems odd, which generated the whole purpose of finding out how are we doing, and so to have the numbers was very helpful. I mean, and now it's in our hands of really figuring out how to fund this, because I mean, for me, I think we need to do it. We're not doing enough to hit the basic standards that I think people expect of us, and that's not your team's fault. That's council's responsibility to make sure that the resources are there. So that's just part of why I wanted to do this. And so, you know, I don't know how quickly we can solve this in a world of competing interests, but at least now we have the data, we'll have a service package, maybe we can start to begin to address this. I mean, just speaking for myself, like, this would be something like when we're thinking about some of the core services we'd want to be funding through OP12 work and reallocation, this would be right up there. Because I think if you're doing that, that can really help make sure we're building up stronger communities. So anyway, that's part of why we'll do it. Again, we won't get too excited until I actually start addressing the gaps, but this is the first step in that. So thank you very much, and we'll call the vote. Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. We're going to just do a final check to see if there's any notices of motion or motions without customary notice. No, you don't. Then you do not have 6, Councillor Paquette. And therefore, we are adjourned at 6:35. Thanks, everyone, for staying a bit late, but at least now we don't have to stay here till 9, so even better. Have a great night, everyone.